Hello everyone, how good of you to join and welcome to, yes, Anno 1800 once more, this time the Megacity collection, this time the Megacity series. So the goal here is to not only build one giant city on this beautiful big map here, but also to build a megacity in the New World, in the Arctic and in Africa, and I hope we can achieve all of that. This time it's a bit different. We're starting in Crown Falls right away, and I know that this might be controversial, but I think it's also a very fresh start, something that I haven't been playing yet. And if I leave the camera flight now, we are in this game, and yeah, we're starting off where we actually left off in my discontinued survival series, where we started out in the old world. And well, the old world still exists over here, and the old world this time exists though with Bente, Princess Ching, and Hugo Mercier, and they've all been fully developed already. They all have some nice cities. There they are as well in all their glory. We're going to play with diplomacy this time around, so we're just going to try and play this game as it is actually supposed to be played, by building huge cities, while also having some challenges here with the AI. But the challenges with the AI, especially the battles, should not be the primary goal. The cool thing about these AI opponents is that we are boosting them with the military mod. So the military what this time is working. All of them are 4-star AI opponents. So this is going to be interesting because they're already dominating the old world. And yes, if we go now to the new world, they are dominating there as well. I can't go to the new world yet because I haven't explored it yet. So the expeditions for that would be fresh for us. We have 100,000 credits. So that is something that we left over. And 175 on the negative balance there, 187 influence, and we basically have one ship available here that we get from the Queen, because well, the Queen wants us to build a capital, a new one. There we have the quest for that, capital of Queendom, and we're going to build this one from scratch. And also a cool thing is that we can follow these quest lines right away, though bear in mind this is not a story playthrough. If you want to see one of these, watch my Anno 1800 Ultimate Let's Play, where I'm also following the storylines of every NPC and of every big quest line. This time the building should really be in the focus here. We have Hugo Mercier, so we are definitely going to look at him as well there for a few quest lines, because that's going to be interesting. Other than that, yep, that's it. A new game, a new series. Let's get cracking. Now the first thing that we do here is with our Clipper Vampire Squid, we are now landing in Crown Falls itself. So we have now, yeah, we have to decide now where we should have a first warehouse. We can move these warehouses around, right? So movement is enabled, and we have over 70 mods enabled as well. If you want to see the mod list, just go to my Discord channel and have a look at the Anno subsection. There it is, a pinned post. Let's get actually into this. I'm going to build my warehouse a bit over here. So we need to try and get a bit over there. There it is, perfect. And let's build it, Crown Falls as it is. Now that settlement has been built and is established, so this island belongs to us. And yes, this is not going to be taken by the AI because they basically don't do this. However, we do need a lot of other islands for Crown Falls, so we will need to take them, we will need to defend them, and we'll need to conquer them as well if the AI takes them, and I'm pretty sure they will. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge here. We're going to start with a smaller avenue that I usually like to build in the beginning. This time we are going to make this a bit bigger, and my idea for this city is that we have a big central park in the center this time, not a palace or something like that. A big central park where we have all the big buildings around it, right? Also a scholar district, and we are going to use these islands here this time also for the city and not for factories like we did in the last playthrough, because basically it's just looking like looking much better if we have some little Venice here, right, with all the canals. I think this is going to be looking pretty cool. Let's go ahead and have some more streets. Now this is going to be a massive harbor area. We're going to use the Docklands here. Yeah, we are using all the DLCs the game has to offer. And then basically we have now this huge avenue here with 4 tiles, with 5 tiles, righto, and we can then copy this one as it is going into the center of this island there. Huge. It only cost me 300 credits, so we can afford that for now. Of course, we need to be careful with that. Here, I would then probably like to have my central park, right? So we can have the central park here, or we do it a bit further below. And yes, this is looking rather good. So there we have the central park just in the center of this whole thing. And then we might have the palace grounds here, right? And as the avenues continue then down there towards this harbor area there. So we definitely will have a big avenue, of course, close to the central park. And then we kind of like continue here once more And this one goes then down into the harbor area that we have then here for the tourists. Probably also we could have our factory district here together with the oil harbor then once we unlock electricity. That is still up to debate, of course, there. And we continue this way here too. Now, this is as far as I would like to go for now. We do need to start on our first building materials. And yes, we're going to have them in this corner there. So I would start with my forestry industry and also with my clay deposits. So there we have blueprinted our very first industries. That's the sawmills. And then we have over here the clay deposits. Let's go back to the very beginning. We have 40 tons of timber. So we really need to make our start with that bit of money that we have right now. Here in the harbor area, let's also make us a bigger avenue. Just for that, right? So it's the same on either side here of the street. There we're going to have some bridges then over on the other side, but that's also something for later. Boy, we have so many mods installed, especially so many new buildings. I'm really looking forward to that. I've also been working on a few new layouts that we have now for our homes. So we are going to structure the city in quite a few ways now. The first one is, of course, the one with the courtyard in the center. The next one would be something like a similar one that I've already been using. This one here, where we have a nice bigger courtyard for both of these houses then around it. Then we have the kind of like hyper efficient layout where we have a little courtyard in the center and all around it just normal buildings. And then I like to have something that I call the New York style. I just love that. And that is one of these blocks here, but each one of these houses has their own entrances, like so. Righto, and then of course we have the normal blocks that we can use then as well. Now I could just go ahead now and copy me these layouts there if I want that. For example, we can have another one here. I do probably have another courtyard then here. Then we probably should start with a marketplace for this area because each of these areas gets its own one. And for the marketplaces, we're going to have a bigger street there once again where the marketplace is going to be then. Something like that. And we have the basic layout for our first district. Of course, the cool thing about this district is we could just take it like that and just move it as well to other sides. Of course, we're not going to do this now for the whole city, but I might eventually use that because we have so much space here that we need to plaster. And that's going to be looking so cool then with all the skyscrapers here. This is, of course, going to be downtown area, so where all the high quality, high density buildings are going to be. That's just a lot of nice prospects there. One more thing that we still need is the fishery. So I'm going ahead here with probably going to make this layout here once again. I'm starting to enjoy this one. So we are going to have like 4 fisheries in this corner, and then I might add more fisheries than in this on this side here as well later on them. And yeah, that's basically it. Let's go ahead, build us the first warehouse, the first 10 timber that we've consumed with that. Of course, this warehouse is not doing that much, but what we can do on the other side of our island is here with the warehouse, we can start now the first productions here, and that's going to be the sawmills here, the lumberjack huts, 2 more lumberjack huts, 2 more sawmills. That's already 60 farmers that we consume here now, and we are definitely going to need that. And also here 1 fishery for now. That's 85 farmers that we need, and let's go ahead and build them. Let's have the first block, really. I don't think we can actually build a full block. Ah, we can. How very nice. And also here as well. Bear in mind though that this is only the basic layout that's going to happen. We're going to remove some of these buildings again for bigger buildings like churches, for theaters, museums, and parks, of course, later on as well. But then we can just take these blocks away there and move it as we like, right? But I think I'm going to like this one for now. But bear in mind, it's of course nowhere far away from the final product then. Now we just need to wait a bit. The first farmers are moving into Crown Falls, a pleasant settlement. Ladies and gents, the first people. Farmers, tier 1 buildings. I don't even know how many tiers we have now of buildings. I think around 6 buildings with the skyscrapers. That's going to be interesting. Now for my basic first industry, the work clothes and the schnapps, I'm building up something up here on this plateau, a bit further away from the city itself. These are basic industries. I'm intending to get the basic resources like wool and like potatoes, then in with the Docklands later to save space. But of course we're going to need them for quite a few years. So until then, we can set them up there. I hope it's as efficient as it goes. And also here we have our schnapps in this block here. So 1 potato farm leads to 1 schnapps distillery. distillery, and that leads then to the warehouses, right? So 8 potato farms, 8 schnapps distilleries, and the cool thing is I can just take this block and move it to other sides as well. For example, here I can't make it 8 times, but I can make it 7 times, for example. We have this clay deposit there, just to make this one work as well, but I think we will be fine with that for now. So this is that whole area there. Of course, we should not forget up here we do have some coal, iron, and clay deposits that we will use then later on for our heavy industry. Right, we are down to 8 farmers that are missing only. The first timber is coming in, by the way, so I can also now continue with building a few more of these farmers here, a few more houses there to work for the first one. Hello, little people there. The first 5 of 10 farmers are living in this house here. They have the first fish in now. Workload hasn't been unlocked yet. The warehouse is working though. Schnapps and pups is also not unlocked. Let's have a quick look there. The fish is working fine. We have a surplus of +2 per minute. So far so good. Nothing really out of the ordinary that we need to do. And the cool thing is, while we wait on our first people to move in and the first industries to start up, we actually have a bit of time of planning our layouts, right? Because later on it gets a bit more stressful then. Now more timber is coming in. We do have a bit of workforce left over. So what I would like to do is I would actually like to expand my tiny timber production that we have there. Let's also have them probably, I mean, we will need to get rid of them at some point anyway, but let's just have a few more on that side here. So that's a few more lumberjack huts. Here is another one. Here is another one. So we just basically double this whole thing there, right? There we have it set up. Let's build the warehouse. Let's build the sawmills and let's build the lumberjack huts. So there we have now 8 sawmills working for us. I think this will be quite overkill, but who cares? It's very cheap production anyway. Beautiful buildings, no doubt, and they only cost me 10 each. By the way, my balance is deep red right now, -400. We still have a bit of a buffer to work with there, but of course we need to think in grand scales for Crown Falls. And let's rather go with 8 sawmills. And yeah, workforce-wise, we can afford it, and I can go ahead now and upgrading or building a few more farmers up here now as the streets are beginning to come alive. Right, more and more people are here. And by the way, of course, as well, if you don't know anything about that, the first person mode is always worth a walk, as our very young city there is starting to look like something. Hello, Santa Claus there. It's, yeah, 2 months until Christmas, so we will actually keep him until then, because I fully intend to play this one over Christmas, and we're definitely going to see then some Christmas markets here as well with the DLCs. And yes, since we're also playing, of course, on the hardest difficulty possible, well, we got the first rides here already. That was quick, and it seems like those sawmill workers are not particularly happy with the working conditions today. I guess they just take their time off, and yes, yeah, hopefully they come back again tomorrow. And I hope this ride doesn't spread to my other sawmills there, because that will severely limit my timber production. Speaking about timber, we are actually capped at 75 tons. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to have now some more people here. Not particularly happy. Why is that the case? Because workload has been unlocked, and also the pub. And as we can see, it's urgent. So let's build us the pub right next to the marketplace, and also a fire station, because, you know, who knows when they really set fires here. I don't trust my people that much yet. Another few blocks here of farmers. This one here, and probably also this one here. And yeah, the city is growing with that. Well, also my fish consumption that we will now need to increase in size. So another fishery is coming to life here as well. He's going to have a bit of a bigger hole than back to his warehouse there. But other than that, we are golden for now with the fishies. And there's so much timber coming in as we speak, another 23 tons. I continue here with building. That's really the advantage of having 8 sawmills working. At some point it will be complete overkill, but I don't really care. Right, so luckily the strike is actually gone again very next day. I haven't activated the day and night cycle there yet. We are going to do this then once we want to enjoy a bit more of the town. Now, I'm also going to have now the next upgrades. I've also continued, of course, with my layout there with very cool streets, I think. So this is another major street that we're going to have there that is going then to lead into this area for the city later on. And of course, we're going to need some trains as well in the city. This is going to be a bit tricky because for the trains I've also planned a few more things, but I don't want to over-plan things in the beginning. Trains and tracks are coming later, and I've got a few plans for them as well. We're definitely going to make them a bit more beautiful, let's just say it like that. More and more buildings are appearing. Now this of course leads to a higher and higher schnapps and work cloth demand. That also makes people unhappy the more farmers we have. So I should use the timber and especially the 500 people unemployed farmers at the moment to finally start with our first sheep farms here. Of course, we have more sheep farms than framework knitters because wool is something we also will need for the sail making in order to provide ships, to build ships. And yeah, we haven't discovered anything on the map yet. The map is completely empty, only this island here. And then there's a huge fog of war with a few islands that we can see in the background there. But who knows what's there? I'm definitely sure that we have lots of AI opponents already on this map. I'm starting, let's build the warehouse here, let's build the fire station, very important, and then I'm going ahead here and building the first 4 sheep farms and the first 4 framework knitters, just like that. Well, hello there everyone. Woolen smokes, or smocks, that is being produced here now. And we're doing the same thing with the schnapps, the first warehouse. By the way, for these guys here, we do need a fire station, a tiny little fire station that I would like to add in this area, because I know schnapps distilleries tend to catch fire rather quickly. Let's have those and the first 3 potato fields then as well out here. And those guys, go, 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 go. Harvest me some potatoes there. Now, having 8 sawmills really means that there is no downtime to building houses, so we continue with more houses there. These guys here will not have the full range of the marketplace here yet, right? So there's definitely going to be some, yeah, it's only at 82% for these houses there. The further we go up, the better it gets the coverage. Of course, this is going to change then here once we have the paved road. So I'm pretty confident that these guys here will receive the full coverage of the marketplace as well. Now, lots of timber once again flooding in. I will go ahead and build my next fishery down here. And also, I'm probably going to finish this whole row up there now of buildings. And this block is actually finished with that in all its glory. Oh my goodness, what a glorious day to found a new city. Rather quiet yet in my harbor area. Not much going on. For the veterans of you, we know how busy this will get later on. And yeah, we just wait now for the first work clothes and the first schnapps to come in. And there it is actually already. And the same goes for the schnapps. And let's just make sure that we produce enough. Barely. It's +1 per minute at the moment for these basic goods. So we'll probably need to reinforce those productions pretty soon. And yes, just when the rain starts, we have the first people that want to upgrade from farmers to workers. And I'd say we go ahead with that right away here. Hello, workers. Welcome to Crownfolds. Not the best weather you've taken there, but still, there's going to be better weather, of course. Let's upgrade a few more. We have all the timber in the world, really. Those guys here as well, perhaps. And with that, we have reached the city status of Port Town in our glorious little town. And with that, we've also unlocked the shipyard now and the sail making. Very important that we're going to need for some shippies. And look at all these details. We can even see the rain splashing on the roofs here. And of course, in the first person mode, it's even looking better. And I definitely could see myself living in one of these tiny cottages there. Now with the first workers moving in, we got now the first worker workforce here as well. And as we can see, the farmer workforce is declining. That's of course for every farmer that I upgrade, I do lose their workforce as well, and they become the worker workforce. And in that case here, I will now start also then building up the second district that we've already prepared over there. And yeah, also these workers, oh, they're quite demanding. They want some sausages. Who doesn't want some sausages really? They want bread and they want soap. Basically all of these 3 things for their dishes, right? Right. And then a school that we haven't unlocked yet, a church that's going to be quite important, and the beer, of course. Beer, the Crownfolds, the famous Crownfolds beer. I'm starting ahead up here with my next productions. That is for the bread, and for the beer, we do need a lot of grain. So I'm going ahead here and building me some grain farms. And some of you might once again say, please use the silos this time. No, sorry, I'm not going to use the silos this time around either. Why? Basically because we are going to import that then with the Docklands anyway, right? So it's a lot of space consumption that these farms have, and it just doesn't make sense for me to use them any other way than in the Docklands. Now, while we built that, the anarchist defectors are requesting asylum on our island. They would give me 20,000 coin with that. We could actually need that. A baker, we could actually need that too, but Hugo Mercier wouldn't like that. I don't know. With Hugo Mercier, we're actually on rather neutral terms right now. Boy, look at their military strength there. So that's this part. I'm going to decline. Sorry there. And Princess Jing, holy cow, they are so much stronger right now than us. Bente is just crazy military-wise. But yeah, of course, we're going to catch up eventually to that. I'm going to head here, and we're just going to have those there. Oh, also propaganda, the newspaper articles that we could add now. And with that, we might try to use our influence a bit better there. Let's have a bit more income. We definitely do need that. And that's probably it, though. Minus 50 for the ride seems to be a good choice. Let's go with minus consumption. Once you start with that, you can't stop anymore. Happiness also doesn't give us that much, so let's just save a bit on the influence there. Yeah, money-wise, we're still pretty bad. So let's go ahead and finish this production here. And of course, since we have the timber and we're capping on the timber, let's build us a few more farmers then over here as well now, as that city is starting to grow there. Just quicker and quicker. Oh, how dare you, Bente, with her ship of the line, a royal galleon actually, she settled on this island here and took it away from us. So as you can see, it's not going to be easy because new islands will need to conquer. We could also take them by shares. That's going to be rather expensive. Oh, koi. And boom, there we have our fields of grain. Now for the fields of grain, keep in mind that I'm going to make them separate from the flour mills and the bakery. Why? Because we're going to get rid of these fields again eventually later on once we have our Docklands working for us. One more thing. Yeah, well, that's the usual building. So here we got a few more farmers now moving into our city. And with the rest, we should also just upgrade a few more of these juicy workers. Now, since I was talking about the... There's a war now between Anno and Princess Jing. It shouldn't worry us that much. Now, since I was talking about the industrial districts, right, we're going to have them in separate areas. I'm planning like 3 or 4 industrial sites right now for my city. One would be here at the ocean. Another one would be probably here in the mountains. And another one would be here in these mountains, here on this plateau. I think this is looking rather nice, but not the heavy pollution industry. The heavy pollution industry, we're probably squeezing into this corner there, and we're probably going to move them to another island then later on. Up here though, I do have a bit of space, and I would like to use the space for my next advanced or for my next processing industries, and that would be the bakeries and the flour mills. Now the flour mills, they get a very, very prominent location because I think I'm just going to like them up here where we can see them far away, right? Up these little towers there. I think this is going to look quite romantic, as I should say. Then we're having, of course, the warehouses. Let's make 2 of them. 2 of them over here. And we're also going to make the bakeries then rather close by. So the bakeries, they will be, of course, next to the flour mills. So up here, it's approximately looking like that. We got now everything here combined. That's the bakeries for the bread, that's the breweries for the beer, and that's the soap houses for the soap. One more thing is the slaughterhouses. Now you will see right away that there is no electricity coming in here, so no train networks, because I'm not intending to boost them with electricity. As we know, electricity is quite a rare good, and I don't want to use it for too many industries and only for the important ones. Now my piggeries I will have over here just by the mountainside there as well, far away from the city, and you might notice it's not fully optimized. Yep, that's because I'm a terrible person overall and I don't optimize everything to the latter. Now there we have the piggeries, the slaughterhouses are in this district now over here. We still have some buffer room as well, and of course we could always expand into this area if we really need to. These are basic resources that we're going to get away again at some point anyway, so I'm not intending to fully utilize everything over there. We are capped on timber once more. Timber is really coming in quickly there right now. Let's go ahead and upgrade a few more to workers. Boy, it's getting dense in here, right? So also on the other side we are starting to upgrade those people now. One more thing that I would like to check before I build those industries. Yes, as we can see, a bit low there on fish, even though it's fully working, so I might need to advance on my fishes now. By the way, we do have a tiger all of a sudden in here. I think someone gave them to us. Well, I'm extremely glad for that. Thank you very much there, whoever gave us a tiger. I'm just really happy about that. Now for the fishes, I've kind of like moved them a bit away now here, so we do have quite a few more that we can squeeze into this area. Of course, they all want these horses there. They want to flatten out of this warehouse, which is not enough, so I'm going to build us another warehouse here that is going to work with them as well. Bear in mind, once again, this is only temporary, as fish is not going to be here forever, but I still need lots of that, and I think it makes for a nice little smaller busy harbor area that we have now over there in this corner there of my harbor. Also, what what we should be doing is upgrading my trading post now to level 2. This will increase the storage by 75%, and of course it's also looking just a bit tiny nicer in the process of that. Now also, this will cost me a bit of bricks, and yeah, bricks we don't have yet. I do have, however, already something prepared up there. My first brick production, that is the clay pit, and that is 2 of my brick factories that are working for that, relentlessly producing me bricks that I'm going to need for quite a few things later on. I might also just use this clay deposit here then as well. And by the way, yes, we can research the tech then with the researchers that makes it possible to move these clay deposits, but right now it's far away from us, and right now I rather just build it like so. Another 2 factories and another smaller warehouse then in the area to provide the storage. Let's actually build them 2 times. So I've got the brick production twice now. And yes, we drop with the balance. We also got 2,600 people. Oh, this is exciting as we're going for over 100,000, I'm sure. And yeah, we got the first few people in now. The first few thousand people, I should say. Taxpayers. That's the most important thing. And yes, also just now I realized something very, very bad that is going to lead to fights eventually. We don't have, of course, any New World island. With the New World, we would get the rum, we would get the sugar cane, or well, we would get cotton, and all of that we need then for artisans beyond. So I will need to start also building up a fleet eventually. And for that, what we should be doing right now is already starting with some sailmakers that we have up there. 2 of them. I'm also going to have 2, well, let's make 4 additional sheep farms. And with that also 2 framework niches in addition. They can work on that now, and those sailmakers with possibly one of the best working locations ever, right, with that view on that small crown falls. Those people are now starting with the sails, and since bricks is also coming in, I might be thinking about my first shipyard, sailing shipyard. There it is. Does cost me some money once again, and let's move this one over here right away. And yeah, it's not set in stone, right? I can move these buildings around then if I want to later. It does cost me something, but for now we can just move it here, and later on I probably will move it over there or into my industrial harbor that we are going to have then on that side there much later. For now, that's the sailing shipyard. We do need a few more bricks, and then we can build that and get the first shippies out there that, well, probably will scout for now. My clipper has some buildings left in here that I'm going to put into the warehouse then. We're going to need it for our expeditions that we start soon here, especially the New World expedition. Land of Lions, Africa is still going to wait for us. But the next expeditions we can start. And yeah, what we could also do now is, we do have the timber. Let's get cracking on the first farms, right? The first 4 grain fields that we are going to have in this area. Beautiful, as always. And those 4 will now support 2 flour mills that I have over here. Let's build them in that corner. Those 2 flour mills will get the grain. And then we have, of course, the bakeries here. 4 of them will be supported eventually. Let's build 2 now. And let's not forget about that fire station there for the occasional fires that we're going to see. Yes, they are bringing in now the grain over here into that warehouse. Beautiful buildings. And the flour mill is then getting the grain from the warehouse and is processing it to flour. Now all of this is dropping my balance pretty hard. We're at 650 negative, so I definitely should be getting those resources and those consumer goods out there. We definitely also should upgrade more farmers. Problem is we don't have enough farmers anymore then soon, so I will need to build more farmers as well. And there the cycle of endless expansion begins for the city. Right, as we finish one thing, more things are popping up and are in demand. I will now need to wait there a bit for my balance to regain. Then we finish the next production chains, get the sails, and get the shipyard to build the first ships and start scouting on this map here. Oh, there's already a big warship, the Goblin Shark. We should not get too close to this Royal Galleon over there because it's quite strong and good looking too. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to Anno 1800 Mega City Edition. Now, a beautiful dawn is upon us, the sun is just going up here. and we can just enjoy the beautiful views of our young city, very young city it is, with a few farmers, a few workers there. Well, the streets are getting a bit more busy at the moment, only with cattles and smaller cars, right? But later on, of course, with steam cars and bicycles and whatnot. But right now, still in the early beginning, we can just enjoy the simplicity of our life in this very, very beautiful paradise with, yeah, the land of many waterfalls and stuff like that. Now we have lots of work to do. We can't just slack around here enjoying a new day, enjoying the sun. I do need to upgrade a few more houses. We are capped at 120 timber, or we are soon going to be capped if I don't do anything. And I would like to go ahead here and upgrade a few more houses there. Also, as we can see, farmer workforce is going down, so I need to think about some more districts that we want to add now. Now for that, of course, the natural way would be to move upwards. I do have another street here prepared, and that is for my trains later on, right? So we're going to need train networks, of course, not only for the oil transportation to the power plants then, but also for passenger transportation. So I would like to have some proper train tracks right away. And for that, I would like to use this layout here. So we are going to have 2 tracks in the center, and around it then we are going to have ornaments, and then only do we have the streets of the normal streets for the citizens, right? So it's going to be something like that, pretty huge as we can see, but I definitely would like to have the trains or the tracks separated from the other streets, and that's what we need to implement here. And well, the final product is looking like something like that. And I can now copy this layout and just put it somewhere else. So this is basically the train major road that we are going to have, right? So it's of course not really beautiful at the moment because we don't have the tracks, we don't have the ornaments around it yet, but later on it's going to be pretty amazing, I think. So there we have it. This is one train line that probably goes then into the riverlands here, as I like to call it as well, where then the train is taking passengers also. And here it might then move into one of these blocks where we have then the electrical power station for later on. Now we can continue up here with the next district, kind of like that I can build. So we could go ahead now and having our normal, you know, houses again, like this for example, and then I probably, yep, can squeeze in some 2 more buildings up there. So this is really downtown area later on, right, where we have the skyscrapers, where we have the big buildings, the big monuments then as well, where we do need to be careful where we place stuff then. So my idea right now is the palace up there, and then we have the central station somewhere here together with, yeah, most likely the town hall and stuff like that, and of course the central park. And yes, perfect. Also, the tracks are going then up here, and then probably either here or here I'm going to have then the Grand Central Station that we will build for our passengers. So this is then ending here, and well, I can happily go ahead now and upgrade all of these buildings, so all of these new farmers that are going to flood into our city. Lucky we have enough timber for now. Oh, there's also fire down here now, but I should have a fire station somewhere close by. There's already the firefighters working on that. How very nice. From this fire station there, I guess. And I can also mobilize my fire brigade, so there's more of them coming out now with the little steam cars. It's just so cute to watch them. Also, of course, it's really cute to just watch them fighting the fires in our town. Well, I can also see there's quite a lot of fires, and we probably will need to do something about that. That is adding another firefighter. Do I really not have a firefighter on that side here? We don't, so I do need to have one that I'm going to squeeze into this corner there, just like that. So a second firefighter for my town, and we probably will have also a firefighter over here then in this area, where we, by the way, could also have then a police station or something like that. That, well, tends to my rioteers that we'll eventually see, of course. I'm going ahead here and build a few more farmers. With so many new farmers coming up, of course, one thing that is going to increase for sure is my consumption rates. And what I can see is we're still fine. Schnapps, though, yeah, they really like to drink something, those people. And Schnapps is stable now. That's not good, because of further expansion we will need more. Lucky we have a full second block here that we can work on for additional Schnapps. So let's go ahead with another 3 Schnapps distilleries, and then our potato farms just here to increase this whole production. Now, of course, some of you might ask why I'm not implementing ornaments just yet. Of course, we can do this, right? Like here, this would cost me 2,000 though. I'm building it. 2,000 credits. And look at that. We only have 16,000 left. I don't have that much money anymore to justify adding these ornaments. They look amazing. I mean, these are just trees now. We have so many things available. But later on, of course, once I have the money, I'm going for more of them. Right now, though, taxpayers is our priority. We need more of them. And yes, with this fire here also, some ruins appear. That wasn't so easy. At least, well, after all, we have the city incidents on hard, and that means every fire is devastating if we don't act quickly. While the inner city is starting to grow, we do have a bit of time to wait for more timber. Oh, by the way, there we leveled up. Very good. We are at 4,400 people right now. I would like to start here now with my little industrial district, right? So we're definitely going to need one for the heavy industry. Perhaps we're going to move that to another island later, but right now I just need it. Oh, this is very bad news here, actually. Let's go for 10, plus 10 increase here, invest now, and then also a bit of happiness there instead of this one. That's it, right? 2 articles. We are a bit positive there at least. There I'm going ahead with this. Now for the industrial zone that we're going to have here, it's pretty important to note that there's of course also the oil tankers that will be coming in here. And for those guys, we are going to need some tracks here where the trains are going in and out. Alrighty, and there we have now the industrial district, the beginning of course, which is the heavy industry. So the furnaces that we're going to see, the steelworks and the weapon factories that we definitely are going to need. There's also already the layout for the tracks then. So the tracks or the oil trains are coming out here, using of course the industrial district, and then they continue into the inner city like that, and also along here into this side then, right? So this is connecting then later with that, so that we have the train dens that are coming out here going these directions. Now very good, that is one thing. We can still of course add now more industrial buildings into this zone there. I'm probably going to use my work area ornaments. These brick walls here, these red brick walls that I like, especially for the to separate my industrial zones from the other city. In that case here, we are going to make a bit of a dive in here because we already are at the central park, right? I always underestimate how much space we really need. These buildings, of course, are not going to be permanent there. They're very dirty. I'm going to need to move them later on again. And in that case here, we're going to have normal buildings and then some cleaner industry buildings here. Like, for example, the sewing machines that we could actually add already because we're going to need them. And that's these buildings, right? The cool thing about that is, of course, that if we have a power station here in the center, these buildings and these buildings are all getting boosted with electricity later on. And yes, I would like to go ahead and have my sewing machine factories here. So let's make 3. And then I could separate them further once again with my wall that is going into this direction, right? And then we're going to have normal houses in these centers there again. And more sewing machines, probably the fur coat production then here, or the canneries, who knows about that. So this is a low pollution area, right? So this is separating then the other the heavy pollution factories then from the rest of my town. And I might add then more normal buildings here as well that don't cause that much pollution. I think we could even, yes, we could even squeeze in our sewing machines here if I want to. And then we could have, well, this might work as well. I will think about this for later. Right now we don't need them anyway. Alright, let's continue. I should have enough now, yes, to build us the sailing shipyard. There we have it in all its glory. And this one now, yep, we can build the first clipper, or the next clipper actually after this one here. And this also makes it possible for us to actually go out there and explore. We're at war with Princess Jing. I don't think she will go for peace here with us anytime soon, right? She likes some flattery there, but that's it. She's way too strong. Bente is really strong there too. She still doesn't really go for war against me. I'm really glad. Thank you and grateful for that, Bente. And Hugo Mercier, we are on good terms with him as well. So we have only one true enemy right now that could destroy my ships. Anyway, let's get out there and let's just try and find us something else. Perhaps even if we're lucky enough, another island that might be something. And Old Nate should be over there somewhere, the non-player character in Crown Falls, in Cape Trelawney. Now we continue with the city construction. We have this whole area up there. So I'm going ahead now here and I'm going to use my train tracks that we have there already for later on, so the big ones, right, that we need to separate, and it goes then basically over there right, into this whole area. We probably will make this one there. There's the connection then. Right, so that is the trains only. And then here we just have normal districts again. And yes, also Old Nate is appearing. He's introducing himself over there, so he's going to have some quests for us. He's got the airships that we can use then for later for some nice juicy trade routes. And he's also selling us a few things. Steel, iron and timber. For now he's purchasing fish oil, lots of that too. And he's selling the occasional items there. None of them we can really afford at this point. My clipper continues to hopefully find us another island. There looks to be a big island up there, so let's just go over and see if we can actually go there. Meanwhile, oh boy, my taxes are looking really bad at the moment. I need to continue with building more houses. The fish is still fine, the schnapps is still fine, workload is fine, the bread is actually also fine. How very nice. We can actually upgrade a lot of people to workers there, and we should be doing that. So I'm going ahead here and I'm upgrading these whole bunches there, and also these people, all of them to workers. So they pay us a bit more taxes, and as we can see, the tax income is going up there just a tiny bit, and at least that is something positive. Oh no, and just as it happens, of course, this is Princess Jing's island, and we're being under attack right away from just the occasional heavy warship that is flying around here. No idea what it is doing there. It was waiting for me, I guess. This is Princess Jing's settlement in Cape Trelawney, and I will have to back off and find us something new. I think all the islands here are gone, really, which is, of course, a shame. And it also means that we will need to have some fighting then. There is actually an unsettled one, but it's a small one. Is it a small one? It has some fur abundance on it, so that is actually useful. It's not looking so bad. I think we might grab this one. It has some coal deposits there as well, some copper, limestone. Yeah, not enough place though for grain or potato fields, but fur abundance, that sounds pretty good. This heavy warship there is chasing us right now. Let's get away there and let's continue into this direction. Meanwhile, this whole district up here is coming to life as well. Let's build the next farmer houses here and the next marketplace and pub that we have. And by the way, these pubs, of course, we can change their colors to always look a bit different there. We can actually make them one in pairs if we want to. So black color it is for this one, and I think we have some brighter colors here. Oh, anyone shooting at us? Hope not. The next clipper is coming out. How very good. Our first real clipper that we have now, Nantucket. And Nantucket is also going to scout for us a bit. So it makes it a bit safer for us to scout, because if we lose a ship, well, then we lost it. Oh, this one is really chasing us. It's not giving up. Back off. The problem is it's a heavy warship. They are fast and they have steam motors as well, I think, built into them. The factors once again request 20,000. It would be, yeah, she's destroying us. I don't believe that. She's actually chasing our clipper and destroy it. Goodbye, vampire squid. You've served us well. And off it goes. That's dangerous. And that's only one opponent. I'm glad we're not at war with the other ones. I'm not going to accept this one here, I think. Or are we? Nah, it's just problems. If we accept one of them, more will come, and we will always be on bad terms with Hugo Mercier, and I can't afford that. I don't want that. Even though, of course, it's very tempting to just use that money then for something. But we could also just use the money from our tax income. So, there we have more farmers popping up now, and this will probably, yep, increase my consumption rates for quite a lot of products. Another island, a big island. This one is actually taken by Hugo Mercier, so probably out of our reach forever, because with Hugo Mercier we're trying to be on good terms for the quest lines that he offers. And we will continue then towards these islands there. Yep, there's more and more of these heavy warships appearing from Princess Jing. This is not looking so good for our trade ships then. I will, however, still try and get one of my clippers over there to this harbor and take this island, even though we would need to defend it as well. So I guess a weapon production is the thing that we need first. We have lots of bricks, by the way, so we can build our industry there pretty soonish. We have 1,000 income, 5,700 people at the moment. That probably means that we can really start with our steel production now, because we have the money to support it. And yes, Princess Jing is relentless. There's another heavy warship that is chasing now our other clipper. We have found another island here that is of Bente. Unfortunately, I mean, this is a really good island there. And unfortunately, it has really been taken. Those islands are not, in general, are not so good, right? So just for your information, Cape Trelawney or Crown Falls is always looking the same, but the other islands are always random. And in that case here, the best islands, of course, have been taken. And it's only really this one here that we might still have a go for the fur abundance and for the copper and stuff like that. But that's pretty much it. It's not looking so great out there. Another clipper is coming out. We have lots of timber. I've finished the potato farms up there and also the schnapps distilleries. So this one is at high capacity now. And we continue with more farmers than in this area for the timber that I have. And with the remaining timber that I have, I would like to start with my steel production. For that, however, we still need iron and coal. We have iron here, so let's go ahead, have a warehouse in this corner there. And then the only thing we need is an iron mine here. And for the steel, I can build for the coal, I can build the coal mine, right? So those two thingies there. Well, later we have a bit more coal than here as well that I could use, right? So more coal for the world. We do have, in fact, 9 coal deposits on Crown Falls itself. How very good. For iron, I would still like to have a second mine that we could use. There's zinc, there's iron up there, and oh god. Alright, we are losing the next clipper down here. No chance, really. Perhaps we should still find that island there, but she's not giving up, right? She's just chasing every single clipper that we have, and the heavy warship is just as fast as a clipper, if not a bit faster. And that really leads to these problems. An unsettled island still that is available down here, far to the south, right next to Princess Ching. That she's got the main island, and here, this is a bit problematic. I should say. There's going to be some fighting after all. And another iron mine here, so let's just finish those things. So iron mines, I'm going to have 2, and then also 1 coal mine, right? So those guys are working for us now. They're producing iron and coal rather quickly, so every 15 seconds. That means 4 per minute that we could use here. And I think this is quite a long distance, so let's make a shortcut to the warehouse so they can transport that ore quicker, because of course this is there's a lot of ore coming out of this mine, and we really should be having a short route there, as short as possible. And at the other side, there's also the coal coming in already, as we can see here. Taking them quite some time to unload these things, and while they do that, well, we can prepare our industry. So I would like to go ahead here and building us a first warehouse, and then I'm going ahead and having the first 2 furnaces that we can use in this area. And with the first 2 furnaces, I can also go ahead with the first 2 steelworks plus weapon deposits then that we can have a bit further up here. So I think actually let's make the 3 steelworks there, and then here the first weapon factory as well in this area. And as we can see, the smoke is starting to appear. These are dirty industries, right? They also are very expensive industries, so we definitely will need to go ahead and upgrade more people in the progress, because it's just basically very expensive. And we need more taxpayers as always, so let's just upgrade a few more here. This of course will lead to further increase there for my... I'm still surprised the bread is holding up so fine at the moment. The fishes though down for sure now. All of them are working, right? So we have the fish here, our fish industry. I'm going to create a new fish industry over here then in our other harbor area, and our bigger harbor area. So here I could just have them now. There we have it. Now we do have a bit of a problem with the cliffs. It's not so easy to squeeze them in, so I think this will be fine. And then we could have more, of course, than here. They do share the same harbor space, right? So I could have then more fisheries here if I need to, or we just get them from somewhere else. Let's go ahead and build some 3 of them. Let's make it 4. Let's make it 5 right away. I'm greedy and I don't want to worry about fish all the time. With all of them, I think we might need to upgrade the warehouse then. As we can see, this here is, for example, quite overloaded there with that. Quite a busy little harbor that we have there with all those fishermen and carts and stuff like that driving and walking around. But it's of course just beautiful to watch them. There's actually my clipper coming in alive again. He's still being chased by the heavy warship there from Princess Ching. She hopefully will not get into my harbor area. If she does, well then we have another problem, because then bye-bye shippies. We do have some timber still left, so let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more people there. So this whole district here we can still upgrade there as well with the remaining timber. And of course, once again, I'm checking. We're still fine there on productions. Bread is still holding up fine as well.
No less than we deserve.
And we could also now have a look around where we would like to have our school and our church. Now the church is not that important. Bear in mind that we might still build a couple of them, right? So we have a church, probably a bit of a space up there that we could use, right? Because there is some trees only anyway. Or I'm squeezing in a school up there. This might be possible. It's far away. So I'd rather have the school here. And we're going to have another school probably here instead of the... Yep. Or... we need to make sure that we really use all of the people also here at the docks, right? So they should also be upgraded, of course. So I will need to squeeze in the school here into this area. We are going to be a bit... Oh. She's actually going into my harbor area. I don't believe that.
Your harbor is under attack.
And yes, we're under attack. As a matter of fact, she is not giving up and she's attacking my harbor building directly now. Crown Falls is under siege. It's going to be interesting how this one turns out, if she takes the island or if she only takes the shares. If she takes the island, well then this game is over already. Let's move my clippers away there a bit. Alright, she's backing off again. Yep, the harbor is so strong that one ship will not be able to take it, but she will be coming back. Oh boy. I will need some harbor defenses here pretty soon. Let's get rid of those two houses there. I'm going to squeeze in the school into this area with a nice little street then. We could have another house here, right? And then we have some trees in front of the school and stuff, something like that. And on the other hand, there we have the other school building that is going to work for those districts there, right? And of course, taking in the whole district either way for them. And about the church, yeah, my fisheries are burning. I can't think about a church right now. They're all on fire, so I do need to have a fire station here and here. Also for the future, this will be very important, since every time we are on attack, I can't risk losing all my industry. So yeah, they're happily burning. We are going to lose some of them. I mean, it's only fisheries, so it's easy to rebuild them, but still, that's of course, it's not fine. It's not the right way. Princess Jing, why are you doing this to me? Let's upgrade these people here to workers, and let's also build our first school then. There we have it in all its glory. Already some happy children playing. Beautiful building. Ah, well, let's just go ahead and have some poplar trees. We could have some poplar trees in front of it. There you go. Alright, the firefighters are tending to the fisheries. And I hope we can save a few of them. She's not coming back, is she?
I'm so grateful to the challenge.
She's over here now. Aha, she's attacking those fisheries now. Insane! I did not expect that. Alright, she's destroying those fisheries. We don't have any way of defending us right now. I also did not expect those heavy warships to attack us so soon.
Under attack.
Let's build a few more workers then. I mean, we're going to lose those fisheries. I will need to rebuild them. For now, we need more taxpayers. We're really down on the money there. Here, as we can see, it's starting to work. So the furnaces are producing, the steelworks are producing, and that weapon factory here still needs a bit of steel, but it should be getting it then over here rather soon. Alright, and as we can see, she's quite diligent here and is now destroying also all of them. That means I can't have my fisheries in this area for now, because she would basically always destroy them. So I'm probably going to move my other fisher production just over here in the defense, or where there are rather secured by the medium trade post that we have there. And I do need more fish, right? So that is something, unfortunately. Let's get rid of that road there for now. So I'm going to have a warehouse in this area. Right, and this one goes out for additional fishes. They should be a bit safe here in this area. I hope so. Right, and then I'm probably going to have more of them lining up here. Not that many though we can squeeze in. For propaganda, I'm going with minus consumption and plus 15% income. This leads to a nice balance now. We're down to 2,500 credits. No idea how we can rebuild that. Rebuilding is expensive. Why, Princess Ching, do you hate me so much? We cannot get this one back to work. By the way, also, I cannot remove these buildings now because we're still under siege for another 2 minutes. So nothing I can do there. We do need to save up on some money there anyway. This weapons factory is hopefully producing now. Can we boost it? Yes, we can boost it by 50%. And we're going to need that because I need to build up some proper defenses there. And of course, also some ships that we need in order to protect ourselves. There it goes again. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 Megacity Edition. Looking at Crown Falls, our glorious smaller village there. It is still quiet out there, no attack as of the moment. Speaking about attacks, we just had an attack on our capital there just a few minutes ago and the siege is over, though I've learned something from that. We're not going to build here anymore as long as I don't have any kind of defense that we can reinforce our fishermen. Instead, we're going to have our fishermen on that side here. Before I do that, however, I'm going ahead here and I'm going to upgrade a few more districts. So this is a new full area that we can use now here. The same goes also for these last buildings up there, thanks to having enough timber. And since we have so much timber, let's also go ahead and upgrade a few more blocks of houses. While I was checking that, speaking about defense, we don't need weapons for that. We have a weapons factory already working, but I think it's not enough. We should have some steel surplus here that we can work with because 2 of those steel works here are not consuming 2 furnaces. So I'm going ahead and I'm going to build one more weapon factory rather close here, right? So in this side here, and let's just build this one as well. So 2 of them are working now at plus 50% as well, so at 150% efficiency. Another level up there, by the way, level 18 now. So these levels are tied to my population. Global population, we're coming close to 7,000. Money is still bad though, very tight here. 5,000 only on the coin, not so much. And I'm definitely not sure that we can really afford that much. Perhaps a few warships, but mostly a few cannons for our harbor area. Now these industries are working now. Holy moly, that's expensive. And we continue down here with the fish industry. While we do that, once again, my clippers are under attack. I think I will just have to give them up at some point because Princess Jing's warships are not giving up. They're really chasing them. It doesn't matter how many or where these clippers are. She's finding them and destroying them. It's her utmost goal. Alright, I've meanwhile been building a few more fishermen, so we can use those guys here and later on those guys here if I still need them, right? They do have harbor connection. After all, I can use those though right away, and we're doing that. We have all the timber, and let's just build this full block. And my hope that, well, is that she's not attacking those fishermen, right? Because we do have some smaller defense here, and also the queen, of course, is in our harbor area because we're still having this quest, and of course we were given this land here by the queen herself. So she's overseeing my construction. Now we have a bit of more money again. We don't have the happiest of workers at the moment. So I have 2 options at the moment. Do I want to build a church? That would cost me quite a bit of money here. So as we can see, 2,500 coin. That I could afford 2 times for those workers here. That would though completely deplete my income or my bank account more or less. So I'd rather use this for the next production chains. For that I'm going to need my pig heads over here. Let's go ahead, and I already have a warehouse. So I'm going ahead now and I'm going to have like 4 pig farms. As we can see, 2,500 coin that cost me. So as much as a church really. Very expensive those pig farms. And that also means at the same time that I can have now my slaughterhouses slaughtering the piggies. Yes, ship under attack, that is, yeah, happening quite a lot at the moment. 4 of them I've built, that means I can build 4 slaughterhouses. Well, let's have the warehouse here, and then I'm going ahead with those 4 slaughterhouses. Another 2,000 coin that we had to pay for this. It's also reducing the attractiveness of Crown Falls, so we are lowering here, and we're now only a quaint port town, so we're not anything higher than that anymore. Nice enough while still remaining deeply weird. That is probably the motto right now of our city, and probably of my whole persona as well. Now those slaughterhouses cost me something, and it's going to take a while before the first sausages is coming in. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going to pause the sausage and the soap consume, and I'm going to instead upgrade a few more farmers there to workers. We still have plenty of people that we can upgrade, and I go ahead and I'm just upgrading all of them, or whoever I can, whoever wants to upgrade, because not everyone wants to upgrade right now in my little town. This is looking a bit weird here right now, but I think it's coming together very nicely then in the future. Once we have the tracks here instead of the roads, and once we have trees on either side then to hide these tracks. After all, this is going to be a major train line here for public transportation and also for delivery of oil to my power plants then. The clipper here is still trying to survive, kind of. I think we can stay alive as long as this clipper is in motion. It's not really important because clippers are really cheap to produce again, right? I still want to keep this one away there from me. Now, for my own warships, the heavy warship would take quite some time. We cannot build that yet. I could build Ship of the Lions if I had enough weapons, right? So it's all about these weapons, and of course it's all about my harbor defense. Both of them are working now. In the heavy industry we have 12 weapons in store, so I might go for something then here. Also, I would really like to go for that New World expedition that is still far away there on my map, and yeah, we still haven't really sent any ship to that. Now, I think some sausage we have in store, around 15-16 tons. That is the moment for me to open up the sausage for my very unhappy workers right now because they're missing the sausage there. I'm going to give it to them now, and I'm also going to blueprint my churches. So I have one here. In this area, we're going to have one for this whole district, and then for this one here. They're going to stay for quite some time. At some point, we will then remove them for big plazas or something like that once we have the skyscrapers. Last but not least, we have the soap production. After that, we could already upgrade our workers to artisans, so tier 2 to tier 3 buildings. For that, I'm going to go for another 4 pig farms here with the money that we have. We have a nice income there at the moment, so I can use that. Let's also build this warehouse because one warehouse is not going to be enough anymore. Also, on that side here where we have our soap production, I can go ahead. Let's build the fire station and the warehouse. Let's build 4 rendering works that we will have here. And with that, I can also build 2 soap factories over here. That's all the money that I had. We're out of it. We're out of money. I'm trying something here. I'm trying to sell my clippers. Unfortunately, old Nate doesn't want my clippers. I thought actually that we could sell them here. I was, well, severely mistaken about that, so I have to get my ship back home again. I've already also outlined my basic first defense here. I can't build them yet. Each tower cost me 4,000 credits. Nothing I can do about that. What I could do is, though, I could build ships because they only cost me materials and no money, but I'm still lacking the appropriate materials for that. That is, well, weapons. What I can do in the meantime is I'm going ahead and upgrading a few more people here and here, and I think we had a fire, so there's also some ruins once again. And with that, we have another upgrade, 21 level up to 151 influence points that we would have available now for ships, islands, defense, and propaganda. With tiny bit of money that I do have, however, I'm going for the coal, the next coal mine over there that we need for our furnaces. And that allows me now to have 2 more furnaces up here. That costs me another 1,000 to double my steel production. Now, steel we're going to need for quite a few things, not only the weapons and the steel beams, but also then for sewing machines, for example, and the steam motors later on.
Your people are rioting.
Oh, and then we got the first riot, I think it is, down here. And this is actually a riot that was incited by Hugo Mercier because we have the anarchist flags everywhere. There I will need a police station somewhere close by. Can we afford the police station? 2,500 credits. We cannot afford a police station at the moment. That is a shame. Cannot afford the police stations. This riot will last for quite some time, I think, if I can't find appropriate... First of all, we do need a location for it. So that's the one here, right? That we have a bit of a location for one police station at least. For a second one, it will get tricky. We might have to build one up here for now, because I really don't want to destroy any more buildings for now. And lo and behold, with the sausage income, not only do we level up more, we are at 8,400 people. I can also afford my first police station, so let's just have this one in the center here. Hopefully it's fast enough. We can also make a connection here, otherwise there's no way for the police to get up there. Oh my, the biggest riot yet that we have. Those people are really angry, no idea why. I'm actually providing everything they want. Alright, and they're stuck here now. I think they're going to set all of this here aflame once more. Where are they going? I think they wanted to go down the street and now they realize that's actually a dead end. Ah, now they've realized it and now they march on the other side. Towards the main street, of course. Oh, and there's also some Princess Jing warships there on the horizon once more. Hugo Mercier is at least offering us trade rights without any other demand that he's making. I'm all in for that. That's plus 10 reputation from him, and that means we can also trade now with him. We could also sell stuff if we want to. Let's try to flatter him once more, so this is doing something. Princess Jing, we're at 0 there once again. It's hopeless. We are going to have an endless war with her, I guess. But with Brenta and Hugo Mercier, it's looking a bit better there.
You're too kind.
Police is now working. We can mobilize them to set out a few more, and now please beat them down. Oh, and look at that. This is just revolution here. But now we can finally beat them down. I guess we could beat them down, so please do it.
So brave.
Unfortunately, they're just trying it with talking, and it seems like talking is working. How very unfortunate. Meanwhile, in some other parts of the city, people are really happy. It's those guys here in the town center, and yeah, they have everything they want, so we can give them the next upgrade. There it is. Tier 3 buildings, artisans in Crown Falls. Beautiful houses, and let's just do this for this block here as well. And we might also do it for those guys. And those guys. And then we are actually limited by timber once more. We have reached the city status as well, and with that the zoo, lots of ornaments, and of course lots of new productions. With the artisans we have some better taxpayers, so 1,500 credits coming in right now. Out of that, with 800 artisans, right? So my coin is going up a bit. And as we can see, the streets are getting really busy. So many cars now appearing here with the artisans. No steam cars yet, no bicycles yet. I love the details, how my population changes with the right amount of people living in here. Now, lacking a church makes also the artisans now really unhappy. As we can see, we also have now angry artisans, and they're at minus 23. So I should change this really and give them the church they want. Let's build this one here first. 2,500 credits, goodbye. But at least we got this beautiful building there. And this should make artisans a bit happier. Minus 10 only now. Another way of making them happy would be to provide beer, rum, or the variety theater. But well, that is not in my path yet. In my path is my consumptions rates. They're out of the roof here at the moment, especially my sausage is negative, so I will need to provide more slaughterhouses, which in turn costs me more money again. And thus, well, we need to continue with the next pig farms here. Let's actually have 5 this time, and there's another 2 that we can build, so that's 7 more pig farms that we have, and that means a couple more slaughterhouses and a couple more soap factories. It's also time to once again reinforce my material production. For that we do have those brick factories that I haven't, that we only have 2 for now. So now we are adding another one. That means then that I do have 3 brick production sites that we can use. Fires are really breaking out a lot right now everywhere in my city. So we're going ahead here with another fire station, just close enough to those, and it's already some ruins there once again. Alrighty, and yep, there's the propaganda. I will have to use heavy propaganda this time. We're going with lots of income there, lots of negative consumption, and lots of happiness. That leads me, let's make 10 happiness out of that. So we save a bit of our influence there. He's also offering us a propaganda quest I have to decline. We do need it for something else. And there we have now 1,100 income as of the moment, and we should be having some nicer consumption rates once more. So the soap especially there is pretty looking good. The bread is though still at 0, so we can't really do anything about that for now. We can see that with the consumer goods, bread is stable, so that's another money sink that I have to unfortunately do. That is more grain farms, so we need those 4 here, which will lead to another 4,000, 5,000 credits that we need to pay here. Let's have the warehouse, and with that I can have another 2 flour mills that we're going to use up here, and another 4 bakeries that I can use. And once again, very expensive. I will also need to think about upgrading this market house here, or warehouse now, because it's pretty bad looking. He offers me a pickup quest and he would give me some bread in return. I'm also going to decline this one here. I'm sorry, Hugo, I can't do these missions as of the moment. We're going to have another bakery here, and then I will have one more here. And there we have a warehouse. It's a bit further away, so I might actually be contemplating about something like that. We can still squeeze in some production buildings then here as well. 4 bakeries would actually squeeze in. We could squeeze in there, so that's fine. Let's have the warehouse.
A careless disposition.
And then the last bakery. So this whole production is working now too. Down to 200 credits again. 700 income. Not a whole lot. Really not a whole lot. How's my basic production looking? So the work cloth, fine, fish is fine, and schnapps is fine. That means, well, we can have some more farmers. And for that, I would gladly use my timber that I already have quite a lot of in store. We can make this whole row here now full. And I think we are going for that. We do have another major road here. Do we want to use that as a major road? Or do we just use this one here as a major road? That's the tricky one. We have a major road here and here. Another one. Let's make it a double road at least, right? We could also make it a triple road. Let's make it a triple road. Here we could have then some trees or something. And here we can continue with some more houses. We're going to make these blocks here now. Since this is also going to be skyscraper terrain later on, I would like to use the Bell Vista bonus that we can have then on these skyscrapers. So these blocks here are working just fine. Plus they're also looking pretty cool. It's not looking so cool if everything is looking the same though. So we're going to add at least some smaller variety to this one. Right, so there again. So this one. And here we can then continue with those blocks here if I want to. At least here on the outer side. Let's use them 2 times. And I might use those blocks here then once more to add a bit more variety. Bear in mind that even if we use these layouts now, right, we are going to completely mess around with them again later on. Since I'm not going to go with one layout only anyway. This one, yep, let's just make this one full. We could also make this one here full if we want to. Like so. You know what? Let's keep this one clear here and just use it as a smaller, well, avenue than if we want to. We do have the marketplace here, so another marketplace will be then somewhere over in this area for now. And of course, we do need some more roads then that we can build. And also, of course, we're going to get rid of some of these buildings again here. Just the 1 block alley. It's just these buildings here. Of course, with some streets in between. Alrighty, we have the timber. I think it's time to just build them now. We have also the production, which is the important thing. I'm also going ahead with this warehouse there and a marketplace, and then also with the pub right next to it for those people here. Very close now to the industrial zone there.
They helped me a lot.
More and more people over here as well. We do need the workforce and we do need the income from that. Do we have a fire right now still? I think down here we still have something, but only ruins as far as I can see. Now, of course, having a low storage as us at the moment with 140 tons only means that we have very little time to react to any shortages if they appear. So I definitely would like to add some more storage. We have those depots that we can add in the harbor area. Unfortunately, well, they're also rather expensive. Let's add one here in the center, and then here along the coastline we could also add at least 2 there. Perfect. That do kind of look like they belong to a harbor. Let's also have a road here, like so. And that would add then quite a lot of additional storage here, 150 tons in addition. Unfortunately, 2,500 credits, we'll still have to wait on that. Now that I think about it, I think this is going to be an epic looking skyscraper building here, right? Like Wayne Tower, for example. One of the tier 5 skyscraper category, surrounded by tier 4 with its own entrance there. This is going to look cool. I like this design already, and we're probably going to use this block design here a bit more often now, especially here in the town center. Now we have enough timber, so I would like to go ahead and also finish the next blocks here. We still have some headroom there for our consumption, right? We're still not really utilizing all of the factories that we have. So plenty of more room for more and more farmers that we can add. Also, we haven't built the pub over there in all its glory. Beautiful red roof there. Of course, people need a pub close by. How many buildings can I squeeze in here? This would be fine, right? So these buildings, and later on we might move that away anyway. We have the money. Let's build a storage depot. Let's build this one here first. That's a bit more storage coming in right now. So as we can see, the bar is increasing. Unfortunately, Old Nate really is not purchasing anything from us, which means that we really have to rely solely on our city for any future growth. Now we have a few bricks available. It might be worth it now to build the first paved roads for these farms here. They have not the best market coverage. The market is over there. So if it doesn't reach them quite yet. If I build a paved road now, we should be able to reach 100% market coverage. So I'm just trying to do this now. The same goes for the other side. We can afford a few paved roads there at least. That's those guys here. Righto, the first paved ones, and this leads now to 100% market coverage for these buildings here, and that also means that I should be able now perfect to upgrade them finally to workers. Also, it is just much better to walk on paved roads than on dirt roads, especially when it's raining. Lucky we have a fine day. So much timber, I don't even know where to throw it at. Let's throw it into this block here. Another full block coming out of nothing. 10,000 people with that. Hooray, a first milestone has been reached. We're actually going for that quite quickly. So with the skyscrapers, I think we can go way over 100,000 people at some point. But right now, let's just be happy with what we got. It's very important that we continue upgrading some more workers to artisans. Why? Because I really want to unlock the heavy warship. That would be our first measure, a first means to defend ourselves and also to conquer some islands that we need for the further growth rating of our city. Now let's just check this one. Heavy warship, 1,280 artisans we have out of 1,750. My goal is of course to unlock them and then we can finally build them. The ship of the line I could already build if I had enough timber. We have 30 tons. We have way more than that. We have 100 tons of weapons in store right now. So we could also, build our first towers, our first defense here, our first cannon towers. Let's do this with that one and that one. Another thing that becomes quite valuable is the beer production now. So we have a lot of artisans, that means a lot of beer consumers, and a lot of workers, a lot of beer consumers. I usually don't like to go for the beer production right away because it's not worth it up to a certain degree. I think now it's going to start be worth it. We already have the grain farms, so for a beer, our next production, we do need a hop farm still. Now space, as big as this island is getting tighter, right? Because the city itself, of course, still needs lots of space. The riverlands are almost completely entirely reserved for further city growth. We're probably going to have a smaller industrial zone than here as well at some point, and then we have little, Amsterdam or something like that here in the riverlands, but everything else is still reserved. Up here we still have a bit of space. Hop plantations don't need that much space, so I might go ahead and build them here. And there we have them. Now you might say this is a total waste of this location because it's a beautiful location with the waterfall. It's of course where the name is coming from, the Crown Falls here from this mega waterfall. Now of course the hops is only going to stay here temporarily. Once more, let's go ahead and have a warehouse here, and then I'm going to have a warehouse here. Hops plantations are rather slow in production, 1.5 minutes that it takes, so 90 seconds, and thus we don't need that much loading ramps available like this one here. We do have a bit of money. How much does it cost? It's still very, very expensive to build this hops plantation there. Now we do have a beer consumption right now of -4. That means 4 per minute we would need. The brewery is producing every minute, so we do need to have 4 breweries for starters. Breweries are really expensive, with 1,600 for each one of these factories, but also for the malt houses and more importantly the hops plantations. For the 4 breweries, I'm going to need 6 hops plantations right away. So that's those 6 here, and that's 6,000 credits that we just had to pay for those guys. Let's have the warehouse for that. And let's also push out 2 malt houses that we're going to need. That's here in the center. Now for the remaining 4 breweries, I still need to save up some money. Enough time to continue building some more districts. We have 157 timber again, so let's go ahead and have these whole buildings here popping up out of nowhere basically. This one here still needs a road, so this is kind of like the district that is bordering then right to the sewing machine factories. Now, after a bit of time, we do also have a bit of money for the first, let's make it 3 breweries. We still, actually the last one we can also afford, even though right heartfully so, it's down to 0 once more and 700 plus on the balance. Those 4 breweries are now going to start their work soon, as we can see, getting their hops and their malt from the warehouses and then producing some juicy Crown Foods beer for us. And yes, the competitor Princess Ching settled on this last island here too, on the last big island that we have in Cape Trelawney. There's still one more down here, but first of all, it doesn't have some very good fertility and it's just so far away. And since we're at Endless War with Princess Ching, I might just conquer these islands then here at some point again. She cannot afford to build harbor cannons everywhere. Like here, Distant Forest is quite heavily fortified. This new island that she's got, the western frontier, she's probably not going to be able to fortify this as well. They're cheating, but they're also bound to some certain rules like influence, so they will not be able to do that. Now I'm just waiting for the beer to flow in, then we can finally unlock it for my people, and then we will see a whole new cash coming in there, a cash balance for the beer, because people really like to pay for alcohol. I totally understand them. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Anno 1800 Megacity. What a nice view we have from up here. So there is a new location. We do have a nice little castle here. There's the hiking track that if you want you can follow along as well. I even got a video about that where we follow the hiking trail through the mountain of Crown Falls. Today we're not going to hike though. Today we have to start some city building once again, and let's get cracking. Now the ultimate goal that I have still is to get the heavy warships on the way. Now for that we still need 500 more artisans. Let's go ahead and upgrade a few more to artisans. As we can see now, also these blocks here can be fully upgraded now. Really happy for that, because that's just the space that I want to use properly, of course. There we have now a few more artisans. They pay us more taxes, of course, and I think we are pretty close now, so 200, 150 more. Let's just see where we can still add a few more upgrades up here, and then probably here, and that's going to be the end of my steel beams that we have, as we can see. And we have unlocked it now, the heavy warship, and there it is. I can build it. It costs actually 40 tons of weapons. That is really expensive, but out we get it. And yeah, heavy warship construction has started. Now, heavy warships are expensive. They have a huge upkeep, and if we really want to afford that, well, what do we need? We need beer to finally unlock. We have now 21 beer in store. That means I can finally unlock it for my people, for artisans and workers. And let's just check how much balance this would change, how much income it additionally would mean. We're at 1,100, and then I'm unlocking it for the workers and for the artisans. And as we can see, it's immediately starting to skyrocket there to I think 4,000 or even 5,000 if that is possible, and we'll just see about that. Beautiful. That is what I like to say. That is the power of beer that brings my city to new glorious times there. It's actually going for 5,000. I'm really excited about that, because this finally opens up a few more possibilities now that we can use, because we were severely limited with the money up to this point. It's actually 5,000. Very cool. And yeah, we have enough timber once again, and I would like to go ahead right away and get my next farmers on the way. So those guys here. And it's also just insane how much my sheep cloth and my schnapps production really is worth, right? Because we're still not capping here, so we can still get way more farmers out there if you want to. And of course, I'm intending to do that. With the money that's flooding in, we can do a couple of things that are really urgent. So one of them is to increase our steel production, because we're soon going to need the sewing machines here also working for us. Sewing machines, by the way, need windows, so that's another production. We do have already some 2 iron mines working. Up here we still have another iron deposit and another coal deposit, so I would like to use both of them right away and exploit these deposits there. So one for each of these types there once more, and that allows us to have 2 additional furnaces working. So let's go ahead and have those 2 furnaces here plus the warehouse in addition, right? So another big boost here to my steel production. And with that, I would probably also like to have one more steelworks. It's dirty. Oh goodness, it is really dirty, but it's absolutely necessary. And I think we can also afford another weapons factory. This is though completely depleting my workforce, so we do need to upgrade a few more farmers, and let's just have a look around here where we do need that. Here, for example, we have a nice little location. Here we do have something, and probably those guys here as long as I still have some timber. We have 2,500 farmers available, so I can go crazy with the upgrading as long as I have some timber at hand. Oh, and this might also be a reason why my worker workforce is struggling right now. Now, earlier I was saying that we do have several, or we were going to have several industrial sites in Crown Falls permanently. That is completely right. While the buildings will not be the same all the time, the sites themselves are rather reserved for industrial business, right? Up here, for example, we have everything that workers need and artisans. Down here we have the heavy industry at the moment. Later on it's going to be the high-tech industry. And then we can still open up a few more industrial sites. I was thinking about this one here on a small scale, but right now what we can still do is up here we do have the oil deposits available in Crown Falls, the only 5 oil springs, right? Those guys here. And yeah, it's actually pretty fitting that we have some industry here too. It's already going to look pretty ugly once we have the oil wells here. And well, why not just add some factories? There's never going to be any people living here, really. So I would like to, yeah, add another bridge. So we can have, wait a second, we do have the main road that ends here into single track road for now only. And then this one goes all the way into my timber production. And here we do have then a bridge, right? So this one. And this bridge continues then along the path here and all the way then up the mountain. And here it is though separating itself from the major track and goes then into the oil wells and into this whole area there up in the mountain, on the mountain side where we have the beautiful view over the city really. And up here, a new industry is starting. First of all, we have some iron deposits here. Oh, 4 iron deposits. So those I'm going to exploit then as well. Let's have a road there right now. And then I'm going to have a warehouse again as usual. We're probably also going to use some industrial walls then here again to beautify this. But right now I rather don't want to spend the money. We have 70,000 now, so 5,000 in balance really makes it noticeable now that we get some money in. But of course, this money is always being used now. So the next industries that we build are going to be quite expensive. Now, one of them is the windows, a new building material that we have unlocked with the artisans. And I'm going to need for that, first of all, some sand mines. So let's go ahead and build us the first sand mines. I think we could actually, yes, afford here a nice market or nice warehouse. And then I can have these sand mines here. Now, let's have these 4 sand mines now in this corner. Once again, since we have the cliffs here, it's very tricky to really build something because just one more centimeter like that and we would block this area, this working area. So I can't really do it any other way than this, but I'm pretty sure there are better layouts still if you really want to focus on that. But I know that it's only sand and we can import sand quite easily then as well. So right now, I'm going to build the warehouse. We're going to build 2 sand mines there, 4,000 this one cost me. And this is only the basic production chain here. Beautiful. And also, yep, my first heavy warship has been finished. There it is, the Sea Harpy. And this is going to bring glory to our empire. I don't know why we do have exactly skulls on them and not the beautiful cats banner, but it's still dead. Let's build the next one right away, and we could actually build the third one right away, and we're doing this. Now, I said it's not going to be a war game or focused on war like my Extreme series, yet we do need to wage some battles there, especially to conquer some islands, and also we need to be able to defend those islands. After all, we are an empire, and every empire needs its armies. Now, the sand mines are working, 3 of them. Let's go right up to the mountains there again. I can't imagine how hard it must be to get the sand up here. I don't care about that though. And up here we do have now our next production. That would be the glass. Now the glass we are going to need for quite a few things. Not only for the windows, but also for example for glasses then later on, right? To look better, to see sharper. And in that case, let's have another warehouse here. And then we can just squeeze in a 5th one in this corner up here. Perfect. And I might actually squeeze in a few more, right? So it's not a dirty industry, right? This one is not causing any pollution and it will be fine up there. Up here I'm only going to have non-pollution buildings anyway. Why? Because you can see them far away and it would be really bad to see smoke up there, right? Down there seeing some smoke, it's fine for now, but up there I certainly don't want to see that. Now the glass is there. We have around 9 of them, so I'm probably going to add a 10th to make it even. Probably somewhere, yeah, up there we have the space for it. So there it is, 9, perfect, or 10, perfect. And then we do have around the window makers. Now each glass maker can support 2 window makers. Sounds pretty good to me. We are only going to have, though, not that many now, of course, not 20 window makers. I'm rather going with, let's say, 4 of them. And I think a maximum of 6 might be in place, but never really more than that. It's window material, it's fine to have lots of that, but of course we don't need to go crazy here. Let's have another warehouse in this area, beautiful by the way, with that river running downstreams here into the riverlands then later. And that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead, build the warehouses, both of them, and let's go ahead and build the first. I think we're going to need, yep, 2 glass makers. There we have them, 10,000 this one cost me already, and with that I can afford 4 of the window makers, and this will cost me a bit more than that. Besides, we don't even have enough materials for 2. Let's build 1 for now, 6,500. Some beautiful buildings here, the window factory. And I see where this is going. And yeah, we are going to need 3 more of them, but then we have the next building material unlocked. And the only thing that's still missing is 2 lumberjack yard huts. So they're constructing, or they're gathering the logs from the forests, and those logs are being needed then also from the window maker. And this one here gets the logs and the glass to produce the windows. Meantime, we can continue with the city construction while we wait on more building materials to come in. I would like to finish my next church building. Fantastic, this is going to add some more happiness, and I would also like to continue upgrading more buildings. So here we can upgrade, those guys here we can upgrade, so artisans everywhere, and with the remaining ones we can of course continue upgrading more farmers, and we should be doing that, absolutely. Now, just when we started with the Windows production, we get the first sickness, so not fires, not riots. This time it's diseases that are going through the city. Unfortunately, for my first hospital, I don't have the materials yet, the proper ones that we need, and that is 40 tons. Yes, 40 tons of windows. So help me the gods, please, we need those 40 tons of windows. Meanwhile, I would like to continue more into city construction. So first of all, down here we still have some empty room. I would like to have this one a smaller park then at the end of this main road where the trains are coming along then. So let's just see, it's going to be 2 tracks of course. So we definitely will need another road here then, right? That is kind of like coming together with that. Perfect. And then, yes, of course, we can just have more buildings here. We have the warehouse, so I'd rather just have more houses. And we could have a bit more beautiful layout. For example, these blocks here make a bit more sense further outside because, well, they consume more space, and further outside you just do have more space than in the city itself. There is this fire station. Let's have the fire station instead of the park for now. Later on, we're going to have then, of course, a nice park area here too. There might be something that we can squeeze in, and then I'm just going to have also some more normal blocks like this one here as well that we could add then here, and also a bit further outside still here by the water, by the coastline. Beautiful, really. I could totally see myself living here. And in the distance we can even see some airships there. How very nice. Meanwhile, the disease is spreading. As we can see, the whole block is now affected, and it might even spread over the street there. We have only 20 tons of windows so far. It's coming in, but very slowly so, and I can still not build a hospital, so I will just have to ignore it. So we're still here in downtown area, right? So this is the central park right beside these blocks then, and this is all going to be very high quality buildings, let's face that. So I'm going ahead here and I'm having more of these pretty high density blocks that we're going to have then. So there we have one, and then I'm probably going to have a smaller one like this, right? This one goes then up with another double track, most likely. Here we might actually also reduce the amount of industrial space that we have here then later for more residential zones once we have more islands under our control that we can use and to use for our production chains. Let's go ahead and have these blocks then as well. So I urgently use these, I really often use this copy tool because there's only a certain amount of layouts, of course, that you can use, right? We do. I will have these here, the smaller ones, and I just like that. I just like, later on, you know, we're going to change the city around so many times. We're going to change so many blocks. Later on, you don't really see the pattern anymore. Later on, it's just looking like one giant city that just looks natural and just looks organical grown. And I like that. And there we have the main road then. And here, well, lots of space really. Let's just use one of my other ones. Very good, and a bit later we have the whole district set up once more. Let's build the marketplace and the pub there. So these buildings are also going to disappear at some point, right? The marketplaces and stuff like that, because obviously we're going to have some better buildings than available. I still need to keep one thing in mind though that I didn't completely have in mind now, and that is the train system. The train system is actually coming in here then, right? And then it's going to split up into this track and this track. So it's following then this line and then the major line over there. But then also it's splitting up here and it continues then along the wall up into the mountainous area. So I'm going to have another split here that we're going to use then for the train system to bring in the oil and also the passenger transportation. Very important. I would like to have a whole circle of train system going through the city. Of course, we're also going to have a bus system later on, but that is something that we do then just ad hoc to the main avenues that we have. So I do need to keep this space here now for the other train system, right? So there's 2 tracks in the center. It's fine to not have it ornamental in the industrial zone because it, let's face it, we don't need trees there. But once I go into the residential area, I do need my my track system here again. And then it looks like this. So once again, there we have the tracks then, and also down here right into the main avenue that we have around Central Park. So there's going to be the tracks then here, and then there's going to be more buildings again. And the tracks are ending probably in a gas station here or something, and in a big passenger station. Who knows about that yet? Thinking about that, I've actually changed my mind. The train is now going up here because here we can then connect it right away with the central station, right? So then we have the full train loop already now working in that city. And then we continue, of course, with more trains then up there into the Riverlands, more or less. For now, that's fine. I'm just reserving the space there, really. We do have enough timber. 250 is the current cap, so we really should get going with building. And yeah, we can, at this point already, build full districts at once, right? Because we have that much timber. It's just amazing how fast we can grow at some point. Here, that's looking fine. There's going to be lots of skyscrapers here. I don't know what happened in this zone, though. Probably we'll need to make it like this, right? To have a full block again. That is working then. Yeah. Oh gosh, the disease is really not going away. So I will now get rid of those buildings here. And instead, we can finally build our very first hospital, and I will probably squeeze it in then just like that. Is it looking right? It's looking right. Let's build it. Very expensive building, holy cow. 10,000 credits, right, and 40 tons of windows. I can't afford that many yet, and we need to hurry up though. So training doctors and nurses, it's going to take a while, as this building is now starting up its production, more or less. And then hopefully we can still solve this problem. We do have a happy population of workers and farmers. Artisans, not so much. Artisans would like to have a variety theater there, and rum, yeah. And then the post office. So that is a mod. It's a new demand they have that we also need to fulfill. But it's still going to take us a while before we can build the post office. Now, I would like to go ahead and upgrade a few more to artisans. Over here and here we do have some materials again, and probably also here. Now, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Once again, since with all the growth, our consumption rises, we do need to double our beer production. And for that, once again, I do need quite a lot of grain farms. Let's go for 4 more. That's another 5,000, and the balance, of course, is reducing. But look at how many people are flooding in right now. That's also pushing our levels here and also our influence. And 13,000 we have right now. There's the grain farms now. 4 more. I'm also going with 6 more hops plantations. We basically just double it, right? I hope I have the materials for everything. And 2 more here. And then we can go for 2 more malt houses. Probably also going to build now this warehouse there. 2 more malt houses here. And then 4 more breweries. Another 6,400 off the bat. Each one of them also cost me 200 on my maintenance, on my balance. So the balance dropped pretty hard there, but it's also dropping because we ran out of beer, right? So we are once again down there, and every worker and every artisan consumes beer. So it's very important that we keep this one up there as as much as possible, really. We can also look at something else, and that is our steel production. Now, for the steel, we have a plus of 2 at the moment, and that's not even full capacity there. So we do have some room left, and I might use this for my first sewing machine factories that we have now lined up perfectly fine here. I might need to do something though. I might need to upgrade this warehouse here, because these sewing machine factories, yeah, they're going to need a warehouse, of course, close by. So let's upgrade this. The first upgraded warehouse beside my trading post. This very dirty looking area. Meanwhile, the doctors are tending to the patients, as we can see. That is a particularly healthy doctor, it seems. The poor fella is already dead, as it by the looks of it, and he's just transporting him away. Oh, he's actually tending to him there right on the streets. I love the details. Perfect. This one is now on the way, and as we can see, most of the sickness is gone with that. Now we can rebuild them. We, by the way, have 3,500 farmers and not a lot of workers anymore. I do need to look out to upgrade more workers more often as well. Otherwise, we run out of workforce, which is not very good for business. A second heavy warship is coming out there. The Ardent Squib, and a third one is close to completion. And the only thing for a fourth one is some more timber. Despite having 8 sawmills, we are still not producing enough timber for all the things that we need to do. So we probably should also once again increase my next production, and that is the timber. Let's have 2 more lumberjack huts here or here, right? And each one of them also gets its corresponding sawmill then. Very good. Alright, the epidemic at least is completely gone, so let's rebuild the houses that were destroyed in the process. She's also happy. Oh, very good. At least Bente is caring for us. If it's not Princess Jing, then it's Bente. Military-wise, it's close, I should say.
Well, I do
very
make
good.
a point of learning about other
And
cultures.
also with Hugo. Oh no, he didn't like my flattery this time. I guess I'm doing it too often. Yes, those ruins here, I might want to rebuild them now. No idea about that yet. Yeah, we're going to need a few more ships if we want to survive out there. So I'm not rebuilding them for now. We have enough fish farms anyway. It's also nice to see the attribute of our city. A place at least one person doesn't absolutely hate. No idea what's wrong with that. I love my city, and we are going to love it even more by upgrading more farmers to workers. Like here, we do have some timber, and now we have a positive workforce again. I would also really like to upgrade this, or to build this school finally here in the town center, in the, well, downtown as I would call it for now. The next warship has been finished. Each one of them cost me 350 on the balance, right? So we do need to be very careful with how many we really want to build. This one's out there now. The next one we can build right away. So I'm going to do this. 4, I think, will be good for starters. Another thing that we can do after the shipyard, after building the heavy warship, is then building a royal galleon or a flagship. It's either way very good. I'm probably going with the royal galleon because it also has some self-defense mechanisms there. And the royal galleon is a perfect ship for expeditions. And yes, we should really be opening up the New World soon. I'm pretty sure it's taken, most of it, but we do need our own little tropical paradise before we can really continue on to engineers, tier 4 buildings. And that we have the New World expedition. So the royal galleon it is. It's coming now out then after the heavy warship. Other than that, we have to wait here a couple of seconds, and we continue here then with the next episode. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to our Crown Falls Let's Play. Now, this episode we are going to focus on moving towards the New World and, well, our next steps towards engineers. For that, however, I do need to do something first. Keep my people happy. They're really unhappy right now here, especially my artisans, and we need to change that, otherwise we're going to have riots again on the streets. And who likes riots, really? Now for that, I do need the variety theater. First of all, I do need to make some propaganda, of course. Who doesn't like some propaganda? We go with plus money and we're going with minus 30 consumption. And since we don't have anything else, I need to go with plus 10 happiness there as well. We still have 200 influence. That is nice and dandy with that. At least the artisans are neutral. And I'm going to make them really happy now by building that theater. I need to find a suitable location. So up here we do have a little block of houses that I don't really need. Let's get rid of them and have the variety theater on this place then. Here it's going to be a bit more tricky to find a position where we could squeeze them in. It's probably this one, or we probably just get rid of those houses there, or behind the school might be a nice location there as well. The possibilities are endless. This is my starting position though for the next building, and that's the variety theater. Let's find us a suitable color there, I should say. Of course, it has a nice entrance to it. It has 2 entrances on either side that we also need to add. And it does need some ornaments around it that we can build now. At least let's afford us some ornaments here that we can use. So let's have this and then some small tree on either side. Let's build all of that. There we have that, the statues and the trees in the background. And for that variety theater, well, besides 10,000 credits, we do need a bit of steel beam. One more in... Oh! And once again, we have the disease coming into our city. And there is my steel beam, so let's build the variety theater. And what a beautiful building it really is. Of course, with the dirt road, not that much flair, I should say. So since we have some bricks, let's go ahead and pave the road around it. One of our really first civilized buildings. There we have it, all paved now. Now, unfortunately, the next disease is spreading. It's coming up here, far away from the hospital. I don't know that... the doctors are not going to do that. It's too far away, right? They would be on the way all day. So, unfortunately, yep, those people will have to die. They're all going to die, and I can't do a thing about that. Let's build the next houses. Here, we have 170 tons of timber still left in that city. Over here would be my next block, or we're starting with the first island that we can have there, with the first people living on that. There we have the road, so think about this one, that we have a bigger road than over here, right? But for now, I'm going with that simple bridge, and this bridge is now going into this town here. Yep, very good. I like that. There's the first bridges coming up, and then we also have a small town growing here now on the other side. We probably will still add a few more houses then in this corner as well. And yeah, we probably also would like to have a nice promenade then here with parks and stuff like that. There we can have a few more houses. I'm not trying to squeeze in so many now. We're probably going to do a few more later on. Already have the service buildings in the center there as well. So this is going to be quite important for everything up to artisans that we are going to need here. Let's have one of these blocks there, and then probably one of these blocks there as well on the other side. And here we just have then some normal buildings like so. There is another space here for another bridge to the next side then, to this one. Well, I was missing kind of like a main road, so there's the main road now that goes through the whole village there. And yes, well, the only thing we now have with 250 tons of timber once more, we can actually build all of that right away. Let's build the pub and the marketplaces first, and then we basically use 214 tons of timber with voya. A whole new district popping up out of nowhere. Once again, only the basic buildings though. A couple of things here that are still missing. There would be the fire station. So for the fire station, we could use some outer area like this one here, beside the main road. And probably also another fire station down here. And yes, I should unfortunately also work towards some more police stations. So let's have them on either side. I could also use, by the way, since this is kind of like an old town village there, I could also use an old town police station. Why not? Let's get rid of that block that we have there. Oh, there's some houses missing a road connection. And then we could have this very beautiful modded police station here in the town center. It doesn't cost more than the other one. Fantastic, with perhaps a little park behind it, or yeah, a little park that might actually be nice. So a bit of chess play and a nice little park to stroll around and sit in. By the way, there is one sitting without any chess partner. We could play with him. Oh, now he's going away. no idea. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. Behind that beautiful police station. Perfect. That's that. More houses are missing their road. I was really sloppy here. Let's continue also with that fire station and that fire station here. This police station we don't need, since one central one will be quite fine. And then the school and the church later. For now, people need to move in. That's still going to take us a bit of time here. And while that is happening, let's check my consumption rates there once more. I can still see that the first basic goods here are all full, more or less. The sausage is still full, the bread is still full, the beer is still full, the soap is still full. Holy cow, we can still continue with lots of expansion. Even the beer is going up at this point. How's my city, my ships looking? 4 heavy warships are now finished, and the Royal Galleon is coming along splendidly for our New World expedition. Yes, we don't have that many workers, so let's continue with some beautiful upgrading. Those people here would like to upgrade, so let's go ahead and give them their wish. By the way, where do we have a school? Do we have a school up here? Why do they want to upgrade? Where's the next school? I don't think we have one close by. There's the school. That is too far away though. Ah, stupid me. Once again, of course, farmers don't need a school, so we can just happily upgrade all of them. We do have the timber to upgrade as many as we like, in fact. Ah, fantastic. And also what's coming along is the Royal Galleon in all its glory. There we have it. A beautiful ship, really. It is not as powerful as the heavy warships, but it has way more capacity for trading, right? It has full 6 cargo slots and only 2 item slots, whereas the heavy warship has 3 cargo slots and 3 item slots. And of course, way more attack power, 50 and 5,500 hit points. This one has only half of that when it comes to attacking. Now, Fear, as it is called, my Royal Galleon is called Fear. I was actually expecting something else. But anyway, let's get this one. Let's get it back to my trading post, because we're going to fill it now, filling its belly with our expedition items that we are going to need. New World Expedition, there it is. We want to unlock a new continent, we want to unlock a new world, and for that I do need to get my Fear. We get the navigation bonus right away thanks to having a Royal Galleon. We're going to need some rations and some faith and some crafting. Now, Traps is usually very good for rations and also medicine usually. Then we have some items here for the ship, navigation and force that just help us in case we need it in a certain event that I can't foresee. Crafting and faith is a bit more difficult. For faith we could take the bread, and we have plenty of that, but I'm not going to make it just full. And some sails here to make the crafting full. Perfect, we have everything. I could also go ahead and just get us a bit of timber and a bit of bricks there with us. Let's take us more timber, in fact, that we're going to need on this one for settling. Actually, you know what? Let's get some steel beams with us. We do need that. I'm also tempted to go with some weapons now, but where should I squeeze them in? I don't have the space for that. Weapons would be very nice to start preparing, also start defending our city right away in the new world. But yeah, let's go start expedition. It is fully used now. I can't, or let's actually send it out there alone for now. We could, I think, on the expedition, we could put some other ships onto its defense. I'm actually trying this one with Graco Invicto and Ocean Spoon. And yes, this expedition is now on its way, heavily fortified, so because where is the south? It's down here, so we need to bypass quite a lot of Princess Ching's islands, and she's definitely going to attack. Benta is so friendly towards us for the moment, and yeah, we need to protect the Royal Galleon, at least until it reaches the end of the world here, before it moves on to the next one. I certainly don't want to be it to be chased down by heavy warships like my clippers. Oh god, the memories. Meanwhile, in Crown Falls, we can continue with upgrading more farmers. I would like to go ahead and do it here. We could also upgrade the city now, or the small island there. Let's not do it for now. I would rather use my future downtown area that we fully upgrade that before we do anything else. So that's basically all the timber that I've just used. At least we have some more workforce again. And yeah, also we have some rides here now in the town center. No police station close by, obviously. I might add one here now. This is looking central enough for me. Let's add a police station, and let's add the beautiful one, because I think this one fits far more now to the city itself, right? To the look of the city, with the artisan buildings next to it. And this should do its job once it trained jolly police officers. How's my expedition looking? It's still on the way. This is Bentis ship, so no problem here. And as there's still the demand for happiness to build a post office, I can actually do this now. So there it is, the post office provides a public service for your residents. It does cost a bit of tiny maintenance, but other than that, it's fine. It's a tiny building, right? So this one here, and it has a huge radius, so we don't need to spam too many here. I would like to have it right here. Unfortunately, there is a riot here now, and because of that, I can't remove that building. So we'll need to wait for the police to beat them down once more. While we wait on that, let's actually get cracking on my first sewing machine factories. I was waiting for them, really. And yeah, let's build the first 3 here. 36,000 this one costs me building those 3, and we're definitely also going to have a paved road here right away, so my transporters move a bit more quickly. A bit quicker, that is. They're getting now the steel and also some logs. Now for the logs, we do need to have some additional lumberjack huts, and I might just go ahead up here in the mountain. We really don't need that many. I can squeeze in another 100% efficiency one here. There's going to be some oil drills here then later on, but it's no big deal. Until then, we can use these lumberjack huts just fine. And with that, we should be seeing now the increase of sewing machines. There it is. We actually have a surplus already of 2 per minute, and it's going to be even more. I might want to stop it though, sewing machines, until we have a certain amount of it, like 10 tons for example in storage. Otherwise it's going to tick around for 1 ton or 0 tons for quite some time. Also, my expedition is reaching its limits, so there we have it. It's looking quite acceptable. It's a long travel there from my city to the end of the world. That's going to be tricky in the future to defend my ships then, right? But the Royal Galleon is doing fine, and with that, it's off to the new world. Unfortunately, just as expected, my heavy warships do not follow, so I need to back them off again. And yep, let's continue with them back to Bentis Harbor more or less, because it's rather central. There's also something here. There's a quest, a resident quest. Abby's a terrific firefighter, but he has a terrible habit of disappearing after his shift. Last time they found him passed out by the pub, and now I'm worried sick he might have fallen somewhere. Alrighty, let's have a look. Find and collect the farmer. Farmer's husband is most likely at one of the local pubs. There's a random reward for that, so we might just go and try it out and see if we can find this drunken bastard. Alright, there he is. No, there's the group of farmers that are drunk. So she has several husbands by the look of it. Okay, I'm not saying anything else here. Let's just collect them, and that's it. We get 20 fur out of that. Oh, very nice. We don't even have fur yet, so I'm happy about that. Let's get happily along with upgrading more farmers to workers, this block here, and we can do the same thing with those farmers here. Alrighty, where's my ships? In the meantime, the 4 warships are now in this region. I might be, going for the next one once we have the timber. Alrighty, and yes, there it is, a bit of an attack. Finally, we can fight back. We are no longer defenseless. And let's just destroy one of her ships there. I think it's one of many that she has in this region. I think she's more focused on the old world though, so we should not be having too much resistance here. Damage is though quite severe, I should say. And down it goes. It even has some loot for us, or the gunboat had some loot for us, so let's just have a look at that. Sometimes there's some good items that we can use for our ships. This time it's some penny farthings. That might be useful later. Right now I don't really need it. Let's push my ships back a bit. Oh, we actually stay there. Let's stay there while we continue building more heavy warships. We can actually build 3. We could actually build 4 more, and with that we get also the influence bonus of Admiral that adds some attack bonus or speed to my ships. It's attack speed plus 7%. Also, because we have the weapons, let's go ahead and build some more weapon towers here in my harbor. So we have 4 now to further protect it. And we could also be thinking about some protection on this side here now to finally continue with building more mines and fisheries and whatnot. So let's go ahead and have my next harbor cannons. We can actually squeeze in 2 here, and I would very much like to do this. Let's build both of them, and just in case there is an attack, they're going to protect me, and while my ships come back home, of course, to protect them. But for now, that should be fine. And with that, we could also build those fisheries. Let's go ahead and do this. This is also reducing the unattractiveness that ruins caused by a long shot. Now, what could we do in the town center for now? everything here is workers. Here we could continue with some more workers as well. So 2,500 workforce we have. And finally, also my tier 1 products are starting to struggle in its stability, so we need to continue with them. Let's build the next 4 sheep farms up here. Boy, it's been a long time since we built them, right? And then some more framework knitters. In fact, I will need to have a couple more of them, so I'm going to add another one here and another one here for now. The expedition requires our attention just in time, so let's go ahead and have tavern troubles. These hoodlums are asking for it. To each harbor its own filled famed tavern, and this one is no exception. While your crew enjoys a beer at the counter, the tavern's door slams open, the bartender stiffens and the volume of conversation dwindles. The newcomers are regulars of the bad kind. They want to fight, let them come. We can do this because we have this special item. If we did not have it, we could not do this option there. And an unfortunate loss. Well, she was really crappy. We lost her. They overestimated themselves and she was killed in the process. So we lost that item. Other than that, we can happily continue. At least no morale penalty really that would, well, we would suffer from that. Now, of course, with all of these framework knitters, those warehouses here are quite overloaded. So I'm going to upgrade them a bit to have more loading ramps available for my carts.
We have cultivated quite a thirst.
We also have now 68 tons of sewing machines. Boy, that ramped up quite quickly. And with that, I can finally unlock the sewing machines for my artisans. That means more tax income and also more population with the additional consumer good.
Ship under attack.
Aha, and there is an attack. And it's... oh, how very stupid. Thanks for the item, though. It might be something useful. It's chocolate. How very good. It's actually pretty good that we get these items because we can unlock it in the Docklands then later. Now, this whole site continues to be devastated by the plague or what kind of illness it is not. We have lots of ruins. Let's get rid of these houses here because I would like to squeeze in a hospital just into this corner there. I hope we can do this. It should be possible. There it is. Perfect. So let's just go ahead and build it. Of course, it's going to take a bit of time there once again to train the doctors. We could actually also squeeze in some houses here once more. I'm doing that because I just like to plaster everything with houses for now. We can delete them anytime if we want to for ornaments and stuff. Let's also rebuild all these ruins here. There it is, adding some attractiveness. We're still a foul city though. We can't change that. A town as khaki as a well. Oh, and now we are a funeral city. A bleak panorama drained of all optimism and color. Very nice. Now the ride in here is gone, so I can finally get rid of this artisan house. I mean, finally, unfortunately, it's a taxpayer that I've just lost there. But with the post office, I'm hoping that we get a bit more happiness into this world and we could do this. There's actually 2 ways of doing it. Either this is the back side or this is the front side. I don't know, it's looking the same, I think, from both sides. Let's have it like that. And it's actually looking pretty cool. It's looking like this alley here is moving towards the office, as we can see. This should add, oh yeah, +7 happiness for my artisans. And as we can see, the post office is now fulfilled and they're content. At least that's something. So it's less likely for them to riot. Since we have a few bricks, let's also pave the roads here just in front of the school. It just looks so much nicer. Once again, the expedition wants our attention. Unusual debris floats among the waves. Mold-ridden planks of wood, strings of cloth, fragments of broken plaster, all tinted by the grey shade of time. Filled with childish excitations, the crew discusses the possibility of going underwater. Improvise a diving bell. We have the materials for that. Diving bell looks decent and feels solid. Let's hope that it will resist the dive and push the bell into the hole. With the bread, we get the faith. Oh no, this was unsuccessful. The bell doesn't resist the fall. Instead of gliding along the sides of the hole, the bell tilts, letting the water in, and it's gone. We lose the morale there. That was unsuccessful. All of a sudden there's a fight breaking out here. I think Bent declared war on us. And I have no idea why. Let's get my ships out there. And it seems like, yes, with Bente we are at war now too. I have no idea why she would be doing that. Let's get my ships out of that area here, because we are also getting fired here by the harbor cannons. And she's got a very good cannon there in the harbor area. And artillery, actually. Yes, war's declared on us. Bente Jorgensen does it. Why, Bente? Why would you do such a thing? Now let's back them off. I hope that we don't lose any ships here. Let's actually break formation so they're a bit quicker. Out of the reach of this. Oh boy, it had a huge radius. going to be tricky of coming back here. That means, of course, that the trade corridor here is gone now, so I can no longer have a trade corridor here because we can't use Bentis harbor area. Yeah, look at that. They're actually chasing us here right now, and now they're getting into my harbor defenses. Let's also build those 2 cannon towers there still, and let's destroy these ships. So once again, we have some fighting right in front of crown walls. That is not pretty, not a pretty sight for my people, but perhaps at the same time they appreciate what I'm doing for them. Alright, it's a normal ship of the line, so it should be going down quickly, and we should hopefully not lose any ship there. Perfect. There is some loot here to be had, and some very damaged ships. So for those guys, I will need a repair crane. There we have it. We can afford it. Can we squeeze it in somewhere here, please? Very hard. There we can actually squeeze it in just by the queen's ship. So let's get them over there to the repair crane to repair my ships. We have lots, by the way, but yeah, this is still on the way. Another ship is coming out. Perfect. Another heavy warship. Look at that. More ships are coming. This time it's Princess Jing, and we might lose. That was close. Holy cow. Very close indeed. 300 health was left on this one. But they're back into safety. Let's continue with upgrading this one here. And we probably can also upgrade a whole bunch of buildings here now. To 2 workers on that little island. Across my main island, right? That's going to be lots of bridges here. I'm just going to like the look of that, I think. So many bridges. Of course, the only wooden bridges for now. Getting better ones for sure. At least the epidemic up here is gone now, so those doctors did a nice job. Thank you very much. Let's rebuild them, and this at least gives us back the Queen City status here. So nice enough, but still remaining deeply weird once again. That is my favorite one, and we're going to keep that. Boy, the town is seriously growing here. Yeah, there's the occasional ships now because they're passing by here, of course. By the way, we did get some timber and some pig heads out of the other ships, so that was the loot. Some pig heads. Now, let's just have a look at my consumer goods. What I can see is that schnapps is totally running out now. We are at -4 with all of these additional people coming in. So I will need to once more upgrade my productions. We can still do this here a tiny bit with 4 more potato farms on either side. And I would very much like to do this. So there is one and there is one, together with 2 schnapps distilleries here and 2 schnapps distilleries here. But that's then slowly but steadily being the end of my productions that we can have here. For those warehouses, it's also still fine. We might want to have another one then here in this corner somewhere. Now, at the same time, the captain informs us that the expedition is over, and we have thus finally reached the New World region. Perfect, with my Royal Galleon. I mean, we are pretty unhappy right now, but I'm pretty sure that we might come to an abrupt ending here soon. There's actually an island that is not settled yet. Looks good. It has lots of rivers. I'm not the biggest fan of that. So I said we have a megacity in each world. Well, in the new world, it's going to be no different. But of course, we do need to find a proper island for that. Isabel Samento is in the game, so she's helping us here. Yes, not very much, because at the same time, Bente was in the harbor and she's destroying my clipper there. I'm pretty sure of that. I can't change that. I mean, let's get it out there and just try, but those ships can fire a long range. Alright, we actually managed to get out there. Now, what should we do in the new world? What should we do? Bente is definitely here. I've seen her presence now. This island is kind of like an emergency one that we could take to fall back to. I could actually squeeze in my clipper here right now. It's already damaged. So I could settle this one for now, at least this side there. And get us the first island out. While my... Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Princess Jing is already chasing the clippers again. She's going back to old patterns there. And let's just try and settle on this island quickly enough. Come on. There we took it. Alright, so Mazalin is ours. And while we will lose the ship, I hope that we will not lose that harbor area here, right? That was an emergency one only. There is another island. This is a good island, but it's already taken by Princess Jing. No sugarcane fertility yet, though. Should I be worried? Let's get up there. Wait a second. Was it Bente? Oh, it's Bente. It's not Princess Jing. Yeah, she will probably take this island here now, because she's got 2 ships. I was expecting something like that. But this island will be lost. I still have my Royal Galleon, though, with some building materials on board. And I'm trying to survive here, but also this ship might be destroyed. While the ship is on its way, I might also send now some of my heavy warships to the New World to, well, mark my territory, to say it right. For that, I will, though, take another Royal Galleon. Let's actually just stop these 2, and then I'm going to commission them again. We might also just build us another shipyard now. I'm going to need one anyway, a second one. We need to speed up our ship production. Let's push out some heavy warships here. 2 of them, right, and 2 of them here, and 1 Royal Galleon that is going to transport the goods and that is going to be protected by them. It's going to be interesting. We'll just see how this one turns out. We're already being chased again, and perhaps we find a proper island. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. Now we're starting this episode, nope, not in Crown Falls, but rather in the New World. My fleet has arrived, my shippies, and yeah, we do definitely need a foothold here in the New World. Now I've got lots of building materials there on my Royal Galleon, the Oyster Catcher, and we still need to find an island. Up here there would be something from Bente. We're at war with Bente. We could just take this one here, no problem. Oh, beautiful, right? No problem, really. The problem is, though, it's a bad island. We can't build a big city here. We don't have really good fertility, right? So there is no sugarcane, for example. There would be cotton here that I could probably get, yes. But that's it, right? And a bit of plantain, but I can't build a big city there. No can do. We continue a bit more to the south of the New World. So there I see another big island, but let's not get our hopes up high there. And up there we have another big island. And I think over here we have a big island as well that might surprise us still with something. Also, Isabel Sarmento in this nice harbor area has something in store for us. She's also got some items. I don't think she has, though. Oh, there she actually has it. Caoutchouc plantation sapling. So caoutchouc fertility would be provided then. We could actually purchase these fertility items from her if we are really desperate, right? So at some point she might have the sugarcane, and at some point then we could get the sugarcane up there. Let's keep this in mind as a plan B. We need to find something, right? So there we are with the island here, number 1 already. And it's been taken. Calm Prefecture, Princess Ching. It is a beauty. It is one of the beauty islands that we have. Lots of building space. No sugarcane, but lots of building space. Unfortunately, this is not going to happen, right? That's a pretty steep harbor defense that she's got there. I rather back off again and we continue. Over there is still something. It would be really crappy with a trade route from that island. But we could still secure it, of course. Oh gosh, it's not looking good out there. We have some caoutchouc here, but again, lots of rivers and very small in general. Oh, and it feels so dangerous out here. It really feels dangerous. We are at war with Bente and Qing, and I have no idea if they're already chasing us. They have been playing quite aggressively so far. Oh, that's going to be a small island by the looks of it. Alright, so we are backing off now from this one again. Please leave me alone. I'm not coming in peace really, but I'm coming in passive mode right now. No sugarcane again, and a very, very bad island. I'm not going for this one. Sorry, pals. Oh my, another island. Oh my goodness, what a defense. Also, let's back off. What is that? Is that really Bente trying to attack me now? No, I absolutely don't want that. Please back off again. Alright, we continue. We are trapped. Let's continue in this way there and hope that we can make it to one of the other islands. Okay, this is absolutely not our territory here, right? We can't take this one. No, we can't. I think I'm going to lose my fleet now. Right, come on, faster. We can do this. Alright, yes, she is chasing us now with her big fleet, and we probably will lose the Royal Galleon. It will be fine, and we can save the heavy warships with that. The heavy warships are more worth it, even though the Royal Galleon has something nice in store. I could also try to sacrifice one of my heavy warships now. I'm backing off and getting the Royal Galleon to probably this island here, but we can't defend it. It's a big problem. Alright, perhaps she's backing off again. Newspaper propaganda. Once again, let's choose our income, our minus consumption, and a bit of happiness, leaving us with over 200 influence still left over. So just what I wanted there. We have plenty of money though. I could probably... Can we do this? Yes, we could. Oh, it's a lot of money though. We could purchase these islands here with shares. Right, come on. What is going on with that Royal Galleon? It's really not fast. What a beautiful ship though the Royal Galleon really is, especially here in the New World. Very colorful, a very easy target. You need to get away here. This is a battle we can't win. Alright, there's some other smaller ships here.
Stations.
Alright, I've got an idea. We do need to do something here. Oh, there is more warships now coming our way.
Ready?
I think that idea is gone again. We could make a small foothold here, get us the cotton that we need. At least that would be fulfilled. And then I could purchase my way through this one here. I would like to get this island there. Let's purchase the first share, 80,000. This island is a beauty. It has lots of space to build. It has good fertilities, right? So we could get the sugarcane up there. And especially we could make it towards the end of the map here, making it very easy to protect it if we need to. Let's just go in here, I guess.
Ship of the line reporting in.
Right, let's try to take them down here. And we are going to take down this island there, or we're going to take it. At least I'm going to try and take it. And now I think I broke one of my promises. That was I would not focus too much on naval warfare, but unfortunately, we have to. This one is totally stuck.
Attention for the Admiral.
The cool thing is, if we take this island here, we get the white flag on it, so at least 30 minutes of peace, where we could build up some defense. And we've taken it, perfect. So our first island, at least for now, doesn't mean that we can protect it, right? Doesn't mean that we can hold it, but for now it's ours. There is now some shippies coming in here. And we are going to focus some of them down. Oh yes, and as I can see, my Royal Galleon is going down in an instant almost. Next ship. So we got the 30 minutes now here. And this one here will be going down too. Hopefully. He's backing up, I think. And we lose one ship there. It's the second ship actually that we lost. She's also losing this ship here. Ooh, at least that's that. Oh my goodness, there's so much traffic. Look at that. She has more. There's a whole different fleet of Bentis heavy warships out there. Let's get in here into the safety of the harbor. There is some stuff that we can loot, right? This one here, I would probably try and loot this one. By the way, we can purchase a ship. At least a small clipper might be good for us. Let's get the small clipper there. Collect some items, right? And here we can also still take some more pig heads now. Who doesn't like that? And yeah, this is ours. Let's move the warehouse a bit over here. And then we could now start building our first city up. The first thing that I would like to do here is, in order to... Oh, actually, we can't even build anything here. We do have the bricks, though. The clipper, the timber. Now, I wanted to say we do have enough timber for the two bridges that we need to get to the other side here, right? So this is kind of like, if we can protect this island, this is going to be our little cottage production here, cotton production that we need. And let's also get over here and start building up a smaller city. This is not going to be a mega city by any means, but at least it's going to be something where we can fulfill at least one demand for our big town then later on. If we can actually protect this island, that is, right? There's already the next attack coming in. Or at least some ships there. And let's also... Can we build some... We can't even build defenses at the moment because we don't have a city yet. Very bad, really. We're totally capped and trapped here. It's probably not going to be much worth it. Now, it's not much, but at least it's something. We already have a tiny timber production over here that still requires now the workforce before it can work. Let's go ahead, build us the warehouse. Let's build us the first houses here. Age of Tradition, we have started. Our first foothold there. We need to hurry up now a bit with the building here of our town. We do have some plantain. That means we can go to obreros. At least that is pretty cool. So tier 2 buildings, and that will make it possible for us to unlock the harbor artilleries that we're going to need in order to protect it. The problem is, yeah, my ships are really damaged. She's going in now, and she's probably taking down 2 of them. Yes, there's one going down. There is a second going down. I only have 1 ship now left, and I can't do anything about it. This clipper is, this clipper for sure is going down. No doubt about that. I can still build a few more houses there. So this might be totally in vain, this island. I'm still going to try it because we need to. We do have the weapons already, so I could go ahead and build a stat. What we need, right? So for that, I do need my other production that we need to ramp up. That would be some fish oil. Let's actually have the fish oil here in the harbor area, and I will only maximum need 2 of them. And then we're going ahead and we're going to have 2 plantations that are going to work the plantain for us. And we also don't need that much of these guys here.
A new milestone.
Town, we have reached 2 kitchens we still need. There you go. And that would be already it. Let's build the warehouse. Let's build 2 plantains here, and let's build the 2 kitchens. The timber is already coming in, so we can now also build the fish oil factory that we need for that first reduction. We still have enough Ponoleros. Very good. They can work on that. That ship is going to stay here, even though we need to keep a close lookout. And in case there's an attack force, I will just pull it out of the New World, and we leave that island here. We still have 21 minutes left, so in that time we should really push hard for those upgrades. Let's build us another warehouse over here with another 95% lumberjack hut. That is something I can work with. Perfect. So far so good. Let's actually go back now to our crown falls again. Here we are now. Yep, lots of building materials and lots of upgrades possible. First, I would like to check my storages. They're pretty looking good. Let's go ahead and have some more artisans on that side. Oh, very nice. And also up here, a couple more artisans on the way. So we are down to 60 timber again. That means as long as we're not capped on the timber, it's perfectly fine, because we don't really lose anything then. And probably these guys here. Yes, very good. So that town center is looking fantastic. For now, it's the town center, right? Not downtown yet. It's going to happen later, once we have our skyscrapers. Now, this whole block we can still finish. That I would like to do as well. Perfect. So another city that we have over there. I just need the warehouse or the marketplace, another pop then. And also, of course, all the timber in the world to finish those blocks here like that. So more farmers for the world. Of course, once again, it's really just the most basic thing that we need to do here, spamming these farmers. As it gets more complicated, we need to remove a lot of these again. Now, in my downtown, what I want to see here, or in my town center for now, as you can see, the rum is now really problematic. We also have the variety theater, and for the needs, we have the canned food and fur coats still open before we can move on to the tier 4 buildings, that is engineers. We also have some more heavy warships coming out of my harbor area, of my shipyards. Do I have another one available, by the way? No. All right. So no other ships are coming because we're down on the timber. Now, I would like to take this island here. We need to. First of all, she declared war on us anyway long time ago. And we have hops here and we have red pepper. And red pepper is what I want. Also, it's a good island to move the pig farms over then at some point, if we need that. So let's get my ships ahead. Let's just wait for this convoy here to move to leave the harbor area. Because that is really just one harbor artillery and one, well, upgraded trading post. That's something. But we can still take this one before she moves in with more ships again, right? She's got ships. She's got a lot of ships. Huh. Got 5. Might need more of them. With all the upgrades though, also very important to look out for the sausage, and the bread is now at maximum capacity. So I will need more pig farms. Let's go ahead and have here another 5 pig farms now. Of course, this is further reducing my attractiveness of the city itself. So we're still a revolting A revolting city, a stirring the sneeze in a handkerchief kind of place. And not very good, I guess. 5 more pig farms, that means I can have theoretically 5 more slaughterhouses. Let's have those 4 here working for us. And I will also need to upgrade these warehouses there before they are completely overloaded. Let's have this one upgraded, and then another slaughterhouse in that area too. Insane, we have 8 sawmills, yet I can't get enough timber there for everything that I try, because we always consume it right away. I still need so much more for the shipbuilding. So I might actually go ahead and expand my timber production even further. Up there we do have a nice area, that this one, where I could have it. 2 more, we can make this one work. 2 more timber or 2 more sawmills, 1 here and 1 here, and they're both going to work then in these sawmills here. Of course, also a connection with the warehouse. That means once we have the timber, we are at maximum capacity, we do gather logs, and we always do need logs as well for other things. Ship is under attack once more. I think that's the New World. Yes, this is the answer of Bente. Alright. I mean, I did expect a lot, but I did not expect this. We can totally abandon any hope that we have for this island there. There is no way we can protect ourselves right now. Whatever she throws at us. We have 15 minutes left here. I can build 4 cannon towers. That's nothing, right? So she will take this island back once the timer is out. Princess Jing, meanwhile, purchases back the shares. Let's purchase the back once more, the share once more. So that's really it, right? That's my only hope of getting one of these islands, purchasing the shares, because that defense is not possible without at least 10 to 15 heavy warships. These are upgraded harbor cannon towers, right? So they are really strong with the military mod. No way I can take them down. So shares it is. It's not that expensive. We do have a chance at this. It is possible, though it will heavily deplete our financial possibilities. Now, I do need more ships. Another heavy warship that we push out. And yeah, the timber here will help us, hopefully. We can only be lucky right now that this is actually Princess Jing's main island, where she puts every harbor cannon that she's got, influence-wise, that she puts on, right? And this one is actually not that heavily defended yet. Of course, this is also affecting the share value, how heavily defended a city is. And that should drop the price there a bit. 600,000 total payoff would cost me right now. We could earn us some money by selling things to old Nate. Unfortunately, Eli with the soap trading is a bit far away, so that's not going to happen. But we can try to sell some other things like the sewing machines, for example, to earn us a nice amount of income there. Now, my resources are full. The sausage should go back up there again, and we can continue with expanding the city. This is, of course, the best way of getting money right now. We're at 6,000 income at the moment. And of course, we can only continue with that. Those districts here would be my next target. They need a school that we haven't provided them yet. So let's just have a look for this. Of course, for districts, I mean every area that has a marketplace in its center, right? We can already see where the districts are. So this is here a district, this is a district, and this is a district, albeit a small one. But here we're going to have the monuments, so I do need to keep a bit of space there. For the school, this whole district will get one, of course, as every district. And I might actually use this area there. Or I'm using this one for the church. And we're using this area for the school for now. So let's actually move these buildings over there. I don't want to destroy them again. Right, and this one we probably move a bit further outside. Poor people, they just woke up in the morning and all of a sudden their house is in some other location. That nice little cottage they have there. And let's go ahead and have the school building right here. It fits perfectly fine. Just where we have then the marketplace, really, in this town center. And let's build it. And this will once again enable these people here to level up now to tier 3. What do we have here? Resident quest. Young boys passionate about the workers' struggle, maybe even too much. See, he's been handling leaflets to his schoolmates, refusing to be oppressed by his bedtime. A puzzle quest. What is that? Find the little revolutionist. And yes, there's the little rascal right in front of the school that I've just built, right? And there he's already handing out something, whatever, propaganda that he doesn't want to go do bad too early. And yeah, well, let's just click on him and finish the quest. Perhaps we get something nice out of it. A butcher. Workforce needed for slaughterhouses is reduced. That is not really our concern. Perhaps he's actually worth more to sell. 1,400. That's also not really a whole lot. Another thing that we still need to do is also our bread production. So let's go ahead, have some 4 more grain farms. Let's actually make it 6 more grain farms. There we have it. And that means that I can have, beside upgrading these, of course, that is very much necessary, as we can see. Beside upgrading those guys here, 3 more flour mills that would be. Let's actually only have 2, because I think we're still going to need a bit of a buffer there for the malt houses as well, for the beer. There we have those 2, and that means 4 more bakeries we can afford. Let's build them here. This, once again, of course, will make these warehouses a bit more busy. And that fire station, let's not forget about those. Meanwhile, those people now also want to upgrade. I'm really happy about that, and I think we go ahead with that. This guy here doesn't have a full school yet, so a full school coverage. So let's solve this problem with another paved road. Since we do have some bricks, it's always good to just continue with paving the roads, because it is increasing the influence bonus of all our buildings, our service buildings here, like this one, by a lot, right? And that also means now that this worker has now the school fulfillment there, and that means that the last work here will now move in, and there he is. And that also means that we can now upgrade this fella there as well, and we should be doing that. Let's upgrade this whole bunch there. And there's still something, once again, also here, another paved road for this area. We can afford that to also provide it for those guys there. Of course, the goal will be to have paved roads everywhere long-term wise. Right now we cannot afford that yet.
I push the people.
We're still only using 3 clay deposits of the 4 that we have on this island. This one is the last one that is still left untouched. So let's go ahead and actually build us another bridge here. That is something we can afford, building bridges. And this one will now be also served for the clay deposit. By the way, bear in mind, if we want to make this a city area later on, and not an industrial one like I plan right now, if we want that, we could, with the scholars, then research it to move clay deposits. That would be really good, right? So we could move them all the way into the mountains then, where it makes sense. Now let's go ahead, have us 2 more brick factories then here, and of course the clay pit. And that's basically it. Let's build them. I'm not going to increase working conditions here though, or the productivity, because I think we would get too many rides. We're playing on hard ride settings there right now, so every little change that I do here is really affecting the happiness of my town, and we rather play it the safe way for now. And I didn't even do that banter. Also, I can purchase the next share of this island here, so we have now 2. There's a small income of 41 for this share that we get out of that. Not a lot, and not that we really need that. And the shares are still really expensive. That's another 240,000 we would need to pay, right? And then we would have to pay 600,000 on top of everything. So it's going to take a while before we can take this island, but it's still my goal. And we should really take this one, as it's just the best that I've seen so far other than this. So Princess Ching really got herself the 2 best islands in the New World. But I'm determined to get this one here. It has so much space, and it would be the perfect city for the mega city in the New World. Now I'm happy to see that my production rates are really good now, so wherever we have full potential, we have a huge surplus now of production again. That means we also have some room again to expand the city a bit, and also of course to upgrade more buildings. I'm still waiting there a bit on more timber to come in, so that we can also finish this district here that I still haven't fully built yet. There it is, finally. And also I would like to upgrade a few more artisans than down here. Also, we're building now 2 heavy warships in addition. Once again, we have the influence for that. And this one here is also building another shipyard, another heavy warship. And once we have some 60 tons of timber, I'm going to commission another one, because I want to play it safe. I want to take this one. It is not very heavily fortified. It's a good island for the pepper that we need in order to advance to the engineers. And then we probably will also need the Docklands for the cotton. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Megacity Edition. Now our city is growing nicely, our big project that we have over there. And yes, since in the new world it's a bit tricky at the moment to do anything, I would like to start and go ahead now with my Docklands main wharf building. Now bear in mind, I have no idea where we will have the final building. It could very well be here then later, the full Docklands then, right? So the Docklands is a huge modular project as well that you build up while you build up your city. And it totally makes sense to have it here for now. We could have it later on though. I could just move it into this area if I want to, instead of the trading post here, and have the huge Docklands then here, because that might be our trade import city or area, or this one could very well be as well, since we already have some industry here and we'll probably always have some industry. It could also make sense to have the Docklands just here. We still need some 60 tons of timber bricks, so 1 more ton, there we have it. And let's go ahead and build it. Build modules to add features to your Docklands. Our very first beautiful building now in this area. Of course, there's also a quest line now here in the background that's working with that. So Captain Tobias here, our little drunk captain, he is asking us for a couple of things. And yeah, basically that's this one now. Export-import contracts we have now available with that. One for starters. We will build this up over time quite a bit. And well, it's not looking so good in here right now. We might go for the soap business though. Once again, I do like it, and the more we trade with one of these goods, the higher we level them up, all the way up to legendary level. So the higher it goes, also the more valuable it is. Now for soap, this is usually quite a good value basically that we have with the soap. Let's go ahead. We do have 300 tons of soap available, and with that we could start importing, for example, potatoes. Right, not a whole lot of that yet, but it would be a good start there, especially for the additional farmers that we're going to have. In order to unlock more goods, for the red pepper, for example, we need to export goods 180 first, then we could go with it. We don't have cotton here really. We have the cotton fabrics, but not the cotton, the crop itself here at the moment, unfortunately. The cotton fabrics, 20 export and import contracts, and the sugarcane, 1,500 cotton fabrics that we need to import. So we do need 20 contracts, right? We can only unlock these contracts by building us these new depots here, the harbor, or the export offices, the export offices that we need. And for every one of them, we do get 2 additional contracts then. Unfortunately, it's going to take us a very long time. Alright, so sugarcane importation with that, or import with that, is not going to happen so quickly. Now, seriously, we are being attacked right now by Bente with a massive force. How is that possible? I do need some more cannon towers, quickly, please. Alright, she is attacking us. She's attacking Crown Falls with a pretty big fleet there right now. Alright, my cannons start to fire. I did not expect a full-fledged out attack on the main city right away. Not in this size here, and I'm just glad that I do have some ships there right now. What is going on? Alright, at least there's the first ships going down of her. We are going to lose the first ship here now too. I don't quite believe that. Okay, we still need to act, of course. She's attacking now the full harbor area. We still have some all our cannon towers are still intact. The siege of Crown Falls has started. I've lost already 3 ships. Where's my other ships? Let's train a few more. He's attacking the main building now. This isn't who I am. She also tells us that. What? This is exactly who you are, you snake. Alright, another ship of her. Oh, we are completely down.
Fleet, prepare to fire.
And we lose the main building. The main building is gone. Oh, crap.
Stations. Enemy target established.
This is looking really bad. We've lost the main building. That basically means right now that the whole city is without connection to the harbor area. Our balance is at minus 19,000. At least she's losing all her ships, but I'm going to lose all of them as well. I'm only having one ship now. That's it. The last ship is down. Holy cow! What if Princess Ching would attack now too? Then the game is over. Let's just see what kind of loot we have there. I cannot rebuild my medium trading post as long as Crown Falls is under siege. We are still having the siege status now. At the same time, it was to be expected. As soon as the white flag is gone, we are getting a full attack here too. And we are going to lose the New World Island with that. Absolutely not caring about the New World Island though right now. Yeah, there it's gone. She took it. So on this difficulty level, they're not taking the shares. They're only taking the islands directly. And we purchase a share. She's taking the shares back there as well. Oh my goodness. We are down 18k. How long is the siege lasting? I can't do anything. I can't renovate this one. Nor can I build anything that would resemble a trading post.
Your people can't hold out much longer.
We can't build the ships right now because we don't have any workforce, right? They're not connected and this is bad. The whole city is on lockdown right now. Nothing is working. No demand is met. They're extremely unhappy. If this status continues, then we will see big riots and fires now. No factories working.
There are not enough hands.
Nothing here is working except Captain Tobias, who comes in right now. Oh, and Nate. That's it. 18,000. We are going down on money right now. We are completely dropping. Look at that size there. On that rate. Ooh. What is going on? Okay, 3 minutes until the siege is over. We need to endure these 3 minutes. Let's have a look at the loot in the meantime. And I'm hoping that we not lose the city. We can throw overboard. Seeds, bread, pig heads. Why do warships have pig heads and bread on board? At Jagger, at least that is something for the zoo. If we can actually afford to build a zoo at any given moment. We are also dropping really hard right now in population. Down to 14,000 now. Money is still dropping at an insane rate right now. And I still can't do anything. 1 more minute.
We are somewhat lame.
Is there any way for us to go with peace with Bente? Any way at all? There isn't. Princess Ching also really despises us there. Nothing we can do. Oh boy. We continue to drop in population below 13,000 now. Money is dropping hard still. 200,000. Almost. 10 more seconds. And let's rebuild it. The siege is over. Alright, no riots, no fire. That's a good thing. We should be going up there again. Balance is going up. Perfect. Workforce is stabilizing. That was pretty harsh. We can continue building our ships. Yeah, we've basically lost our whole ship there anyway, our fleet. And I will need to continue building more cannon towers here now. Right? That was not enough. That was absolutely enough. They weren't doing any damage to the ships there. My heavy warships did most of it. And I will need to upgrade my trading post here to the higher one. To be able to sustain more power. Or, well, to also have more HP. Very important that we do these things quickly. Alright. We can't give up right now. So I happily continue with my city building. If there's another attack like this coming, I think the game would be over. I don't know how many ships Princess Ching really has in this area. We still have a lot of fog where I can't see what's happening there. And Bente definitely lost her main fleet now too, or one of her main fleets. I think there's still a lot of her ships roaming around, right? But we need to... I did not expect such a difficulty with Crown Falls, to be honest. We can continue. We build more houses here now. So we can still squeeze them in to finish this district for good now. And also, of course, newspaper propaganda. 10 happiness, 15 income, and 30 minus consumption. We have the timber at least, so let's go ahead and build all of them.
This is turning into a revolution.
Oh, and there we got the riots coming out now. But we should be having a police station close by. There it is. We can mobilize the police forces. And let's do this. Alright, another district up here, blueprinted. Also this one actually already has a nice police station and school and stuff and everything. We have the timber. So let's just go ahead really and build all of them. 200 timber this costs me. And also with the fire station, the marketplace right here. We still have more timber basically, so let's finish this whole one. And yes, with that side here, we're touching now the grain fields over there. Right, so this is kind of like the end for the city building in this area, at least until we get rid of the grain farms. This whole thing, there we still have the school and the police station then for later in our funeral city. And I would like to also go ahead and start constructing this district, even though we cannot fully finish it yet. But I would really like to use all the productions that I have, right? So in that case here, we're still fine on the schnapps, we're still fine on the work cloth, and we're still way too fine on the fish there, because only half of my fisheries are really working at the moment. Perfect. So we don't even need to reinforce any productions with that massive addition that we have now to our farmers. We need to check also all the time here the mini-map that we have, if there's any more attack forces coming in. We can go ahead also building the next cannon towers that we have now. We're still very limited also with the harbor area, of course. And this one here still needs 5 more tons. There they are. So we can finally upgrade the medium trading post to the large trading post. Looking much better and also has way more HP points and also attack power. Even though attack power is not that important, it's important that it sustains another bigger attack right on it, because I think Bente rushed in and really just focused the trading post here to take it down to cripple my city like that. And we just can't afford for this to happen again. We have a bit more timber. Let's go ahead and build the next blocks. Very good. So this is really a farmer city right now in all its massiveness. At least the money's looking good. 8,000, 19,000 people, close to 20,000 there soon. And yeah, the money's going up again. This means that I can look at the shares. We can purchase the 3rd share, right, of this island here, Calm Prefecture. 2 more shares are missing, and then we could take it over, but this is far away because this massive cost we just don't have at the moment. And since I do have a bit of time of waiting for more timber and building materials to come in, we can also just marvel at the beauty of this town for now. Oh, poor fellow, he was in the war right now, I guess, and was damaged in the process. And how far we can actually see on these big empty avenues for now, where there's nothing really, no trains, no cars, down into the harbor area in this busy city. Now, enough with the babbling, enough with the bobbling. We do need to continue our constructions, and one of them would be my piggeries. I would like to go ahead with another 4 in this area. We can then also have, of course, their own warehouses here once more, right? So let's have 2 more warehouses, as these warehouses here serve the schnapps distilleries. So I don't want them to connect there, rather. This is fine, right? So this is all completed, and as we know by now, we still have enough buffer there, right? We have enough schnapps production, we have enough workload production, and since I'm going to level these people up to artisans eventually, the consumption rates are actually going down again over time, right? So we still have a bit of buffer here available, and then at some point it's going down again, the consumptions, once we upgrade to tier 3. Let's build those. The sausages, the soap and the bread, that's something I'm going to need longer, so it's worth it to invest more into that. 5 more piggeries we have. That means let's finish those 2 additional slaughterhouses up there. Probably let's have another 2 here that I can still... Let's have 1 more. And then I would like to use more of my soap production. And here I can still go ahead and build 2 more rendering works, and with that 1 more soap factory. I will probably also need to upgrade now these warehouses there as well in the process, as more and more loading ramps will be used.
Ship constructed.
Very good. Another heavy warship is coming out. There is a small battleship attacking me. but that is just to distract, I guess.
Is under attack.
He makes a statement here. We're taking her down. Oh yeah, we do need more weapons to build more ships though. Another big ship is coming out now soon. So my fleet is starting to look like something again until the next attack. Enough timber we have once more. Let's finish the next farmer buildings. We are coming to an end pretty soon with all the farmers spamming. This area is now finished then more or less too, because here where the main, well, one of our main avenues is ending, here we're going to make then a giant either museum or botanical gardens, whatever fits more, or even the palace. This is a nice area right at the end of this avenue, surrounded by, or well, just in the background with this waterfall. Of course the brick factories need to go, but other than that, this might be a very beautiful area later on that we can use for something big. The same could be said for this area, for this very beautiful area just beside the river. Then here there's also the other avenue then crossing into this one. We might then build something small here, like for example a bigger museum or a bit bigger bank. Here we can still make that connection now with the Riverland island that we have. This is going into Riverland, so there we have then another island that we could now use, and then this one, and so many bridges. Holy cow, it's very expensive really. Let's finish those houses there as well. And the remaining timber that I have, I would really like to use now for some mass upgrading of farmers to workers. So there's still some people not upgraded here in this area, which is rather, yeah, central, as I should say, in this beautiful town. This is really a nice view here right now with the bridges, with the river, an idyllic picture with the police station as the tallest building, and some fires, some occasional fires. They just belong to the city. Now, we can, of course, still go ahead here with the upgrading. Over here, we have more farmers that I can upgrade. Let's go ahead and do this. And then I would like to continue in this area. Now, what is missing? I'm pretty sure that the marketplace is missing. We have one here, we have one here. And we have a bit of bricks. Yes, we probably will extend the reach with the paved roads. So this way, and those guys here then also with another paved road on that side. The occasional ruins here we need to repair, of course. There's been some fires, some riots as usual. Now all of these people here want to upgrade. Let's give what they want. That's 200 timber that's being consumed right off the bat. Perfect. Lots of new taxpayers pushing us towards 10,000. Hopefully we are also above 20,000 now. And also on that side here, these people that I've just built, we can also go safely ahead now and upgrade this block here. And then probably those guys there too. They will probably still need something like, yeah, a better reach from the marketplace. We can do this as always with some paved roads then going right in here. And it's probably also safe to use this marketplace here to make a better connection over. And as expected, our productions in soap or in sausage, soap and bread are going to take a hit from these consumptions. The beer is now equal, so it's at 0. We need to reinforce that. The other ones, while still struggling a bit, are still fine here in the surplus. And Schnaps is also struggling a bit, just to my surprise. Well, what we still could do to counter that is by increasing the productivity. Now, I said it would be tricky. For the farmers, it should be fine to do it. As we can see, 25% across the board, so potato farms and the Schnaps distilleries only nets to -3 happiness, so that is fine to use for now. And with that, we should counter that. Other than that, I would just probably need to import some potatoes. And oh wait, we are doing this. The soap is what we're importing here. Let's actually trade 100 soap for the potatoes here. We've already traded 50 soaps, as we can see here, because soap has been exported 50 out of 180 times before we can unlock the red pepper. And with the additional potato that we do get in, we will be able, oh, it's actually capped, we will be able to just have more Schnaps distilleries. So in fact, I don't need to have the productivity increase for the Schnaps distillery, and they just work the 25% here without any penalty at all, and I can have these additional Schnaps distilleries, well, then just piling up here as well.
A fire broke out.
Oh, and then the fire. Many fires and riots here right now. The riots, I think, are still leftovers from the siege that we had, the unhappiness that this caused. So I think we will be fine long-term wise. Right now, though, of course, we need to have very high caution. Let's build another heavy warship. We can do this since we have enough timber again. We still need to focus a bit on our fleet building there as well. And we go ahead with the next upgradings. Yes, how very nice. We can now almost upgrade all of them here, at least this block, which is very important. This one here, are you kidding me? Is this for real? This guy here for real?
Under attack.
My harbor is under attack. Oh boy. They're actually... Let's move my Docklands away here real quick.
Your island is
Ooh,
under attack.
that was quick. That was... Oh, alright. It's getting destroyed in the process. This time it's Princess Ching that is attacking us. And I will stop... We cannot move it while an enemy is nearby. I will need to stop building that right now because she's going to destroy the shipyard. There's nothing I can do about this. We are not going to lose the trading post this time though. Alright, Princess Ching it is now, not Bente. Bente will come after her. Let's just check in the meantime what is happening here with the island. We can take another share now. She purchased one back, but we are still increasing our influence here for another 80,000 since we have 10,000 on the balance. This is actually a possible way. Bear in mind though, if we take this island really over, it's going to be very tricky because there's not going to be a white piece for this island. It's going to be ready for the taking immediately. So we do need to have some proper ships available once we start taking it. Yeah, she's just destroying my harbor buildings here. It's going to be easy to replace them. This one is the hard nut for her as well. And this one is not something that she can take lightly. Right, we continue with building the ships. I will probably get rid of one of these buildings here once we can do this after the siege.
Is under attack.
We continue with upgrading some more buildings. Perfect. This little guy here can now be upgraded as well. So this whole block is coming together nicely with more workers now. And then, since we do have now some other materials left as well, I could go ahead and upgrade more people to artisans. And I'm doing this with those guys. Now, after destroying every single building that we had on this side, she is backing off again. It's going to be very expensive, yeah, especially for the steel beams and the windows to replace these the Docklands there. So the Docklands does need a proper defense. We didn't lose anything else though, so I will just have to rebuild them. The main harbor area is still untouched. There's also a smaller quest. The boy would take my lovely Rebecca away, but I shall not let him. A photograph of the duel shall prove the lengths to which I'm willing to go for her. Alright, so these are the little problems my citizens have. And we're helping them out. An affair of honor. That is somewhere over here. And we need to take a photo. There it is. I don't see the duel per se, but I guess... I think there it is, right? Somewhere here. Behind the school, of course, where everyone can watch. And we do get something nice out of that. Man ducks duel. Absolute power ducks out of a duel for the love of his life. Oh, he abandoned it. He obviously didn't love her enough to die for it. And what is the item that we get? A cast iron stove. All food production buildings get plus 30% productivity. And a chance of fire minus 20%. This is a really good item. Plus 30% productivity for all food production buildings. Alright. So for example, we could have this one up here for all the bakeries that we have. Why not? Now with all the upgrades, I fear, yes, that two things are happening. First of all, the workload is really down. We should have a good surplus of wool. We have, and of wool production we don't. So let's go ahead and try it here. 25% and 25%. This is possible for now. Perfect. And at the same time, we are going to finish the next two grain farms that we have in this area still. We should still have 2 more hops plantations. And also another malt house now. Bear in mind, we still had, beside the other 2 grain farms, already 2 grain farms that were just getting grain in. So this is working now. I could probably build another one, but I'm not doing that right now. And then let's build this warehouse and 2 more breweries just down here as well to push my beer a bit. So far so good. This is rather stressful at the moment because I did not expect these large-scale attacks on my main city. It will be tricky how we can defend it, right? If we do lose our main fleet every time we get a massive attack, we will not progress very quickly. We'll just see about that. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Megacity in our small harbor. It is heavily fortified, it is as well. The last attack was just happening in our town and my Docklands are still destroyed even though it's gone now, so the siege is over and we can finally renovate those buildings again. I'm not going to renovate those buildings here yet, as I'm pretty sure that she might be coming around again. Let's get the shipyard there and also start constructing more ships again, right? There's one already in construction. I'm going to requeue my ships there. That's another 2 ships coming out, leading to 6 ships. There's no bigger attack coming in right now. We've destroyed quite a lot of Bentis ships there with her last attack, and I think it's also then time to go to the offensive with us. So we might, or to the offense, that we might take this island here finally for the red pepper that we need for our, canned food that we don't have yet. And the other thing that we need to focus really hard right now is in the new world. I'm pushing for the last share that we can purchase here, and with that we can then start the takeover process. Even though it's a bit expensive, we're at 10k right now. In order to speed it up, well, we need to grow, and we need to grow anyway, so why not just go ahead and grow right now? That's right, with more upgrades on the way. There's also a school that we can finish now. That's this whole district here on the northern side that I'm focusing on right now, with another couple of blocks that we can build over there, 90 timber that we still have, and yes, we're probably just depleting all the timber that we have at this point, and then I might wait up on a bit. There is another full row, and as we can see, it's really rare. All the building materials are down except for the windows. Never expected that, really. And that should lead to, of course, more income. Now let's just check also what those workers still want. Those people here want a church, for example. We do have a church over here that actually has quite a nice range to it. I might actually just squeeze in a church here, right? So this would take these people and these people into account. And yeah, it would just maximize really the happiness that we have. Plus, I think it's going to look pretty cool here too, having a nice big public church then as well in this area there, where, well, we got lots of stuff happening. Now, of course, we're a bit stuck here right now because I can't truly expand right now to the next islands or the next tier. That is the engineers that I would really like to go for soon. What we can do instead is we can just, well, expand in the tier 1, 2, and 3 regions that we have up to this point. And yeah, we do have a nice little smaller island here once more. It's getting a bit inefficient though, those islands here, right? Because for the marketplaces, we can see, well, we don't have that much area to work with if we really want to make some buildings here. Very good. Another heavy warship is coming out. That will help us a lot. Let's just get us a few more buildings here and here. Right, Joe, we might actually push something else here later then. For example, a botanical garden that would fit in really nicely, I think.
It reflects the times.
And well, yes, there we have it already, a smaller next village that we have popping up. And of course, since we do like us some bridges, let's also connect this town here now with that smaller town. Right, those bridges are heavily used, by the way. All kinds of farmers, animals of the smallest kinds, like this little cat there. And yep, it's the same for this one. I've also got a nice little school in here. 270 tons of timber again, so it's rather quick that we can build that. And a nice little pub here just by the river. Fantastic, so all the drunkards can, well, jump right in. Some materials are ready once more, so let's build that beautiful church right here in the town center. I might also go ahead and just have some paved street in front of it. We still really cannot afford that many paved roads, so I still need to wait up on that. We have all 4 clay deposits this being exploited, and it's still not really a lot bricks coming in. We'll just need to, well, get new sources then. I'm totally in for that. Now, with the remaining timber, I would like to go ahead and also upgrade more people once again to workers. It's getting a bit tight here, especially in the town center. Here in this area, we got people over here that we could still upgrade. Let's go ahead and do this. I think on this island here, yes, people also would like to go for workers. Let's give them the chance. More workers now here, and that's actually all the timber once more. Let's just check our consumption rates. They should be fine at this point. They are totally fine with the exception of fish. Righto, we're at -1 for the fish, and that is, yep, also because we lost a lot of fisheries. Let's actually rebuild them to also reduce our unattractiveness there once again, and those towers there. Now I'm going ahead here and I'm going to squeeze in more towers if I could. Let's get rid of this fisherman there. because the last attack really hurt, and we definitely should be bringing up some more defenses than overall. The fleet is continuing to grow. Another warship is coming out. 2 more are coming out. That leads us then to having 7 warships. There's no big counterattack at the moment. I mean, counterattack, she attacked first. So this one is rather realistic. Let's just check here once more with Bente. How are you doing today, Bente? You're looking fine, don't you? Ah, you old fossil. You still don't want to go with ceasefire there with me. Flattering Princess Ching. I'm not giving her any gifts. And also no chance. Speaking about gifts, I do have a gift for you, Princess Ching, and that is I'm purchasing the last share. We got now all the shares of Calm Prefecture, as it's called. We still need 600,000 credits, so 200,000 more than now. Right now, it's going up there rather steeply, so it's totally worth it pushing more buildings. Of course, taking over that island won't do it. Look at all the ships that are out there. Incredible. She's definitely going to attack us really, really hard there once we take that island. So I need to prepare this one very, very carefully. Not only with a lot of warships, but also with a lot of weapons so we can build up that harbor defense quickly. But I'm excited for that. I'm really, really excited for my first real big foothold that I'm planning there in the New World. It just takes time and preparation, really. Now, there is the occasional fires, once again, in my town. This is all really just daily business, right? Dousing a few flames here and there, upgrading a few more buildings. It's not really the biggest or the most exciting thing that you can do, but still, it needs to be done. And more artisans here as well. Beautiful. Now, we are really close into attacking or conquering the first island that we are probably also going to keep, hopefully. For that, I do need to prepare a bit more. I do need to prepare for the counterattack. And for that, we do need weapons and steel beams in order to build more towers than also on this island here, right? So every island that we take, we really need to have some good, proper defenses on them because it's insane. I would like just to have a quick look there in the New World, if there's any bigger movement other than... Nope, not really. I mean, it's insane how many ships Bente really has. And I kind of like expect that they might be rushing to my island once I take it over. So we really do need some proper stuff there. For that, let's just have a look around. We have another iron deposit over here that I've been using now. There is still one more here just by my pig farm, so let's go ahead and use this one. There's also then cement that we're going to need once we push to engineers. Let's have this warehouse there, and then I'm going right for this iron deposit here as well. That's 2 more iron mines that I'm going to use now. And up here, high in the mountains, we actually have 1, 2, 3 coal deposits that I would like to use as well. Let's get over there. There is number 1 with a copper deposit where I can have just a nice little warehouse. Then right next to it, this warehouse still needs its street connection. And then we have those 2 mines. And for now, we built the coal mine here. And then up in this very remote area, I'm going to have my next warehouse. And this one has its connection then with the deposits. Right, and let's build 1 more. So 2 more here, 2 more there. Really up high. With a beautiful view that those people probably have over the town. Yes, they do. Fantastic. And the highest tower so far is not my skyscraper building. We don't even have that yet. But a police station. A tiny police station in the center there is my highest building so far. No big attack. The cool thing on this forest here is we can also see if there's a bigger attack coming in from that view. Of course, it doesn't really help a lot. Alrighty, let's go back to cracking our weapon production. We do have now those mines, right? That means I can have 4 more furnaces working for us. I'm going ahead and build those 4 furnaces. Really, really hard hit there on my attractiveness levels once more. But what can you do about it? And then I'm going ahead with another steel beams factory. Once again, very dirty stuff. And then another weapons factory that we're probably, yes, going to squeeze in just down here by the harbor where we still have that warehouse. So there is some additional productions we're also still using now, where we also still have a surplus of steel then with that. Very important because I think we're going to need that for the sewing machines. And while we wait for the additional weapons now to come in, I would really like to push my economy to the brink of not collapse, but the brink of where we really can't produce or can't build any more houses. We still have a bit of room there to maneuver around, so we can still upgrade a few more people to workers. That is a few more farmers up there in this area. We probably should do that. There we still have that. I would like to have, you know, this whole center being surrounded then by at least tier 2 buildings for now. So those people here should be getting some upgrades, and then we will be having some more people here that would like to upgrade as well. So let's give them that. And yeah, I'm not going to upgrade to artisans yet because that would cost me steel beams, and we do need those steel beams. I'm building a royal galleon as well as we speak, and I probably can still push out another heavy warship if I want to. There is already a Battleship just passing by, but we are going to intercept this one, and hopefully we will be able to destroy it in the process. Alright, we have destroyed it. Perfect. Let's get out there again. I'm not attacking that harbor yet. I want to properly prepare for this.
You're a bit rough around the fringes.
Oh, I think she's actually coming already now. That would be interesting. She can definitely come into our harbor area, no problem. Alright, and a couple more upgrades here as well in or on that side there of my city. That should definitely be, you know, feelable. So we should definitely see some increase here, but we're still maxed out. Also, the beer is still maxed out. Perfect. So we can still do some more stuff here. Very good. This is how I like it, and of course we should be careful if we want to expand too quickly. The cool thing about this one is, since we are having so many farmer buildings already, we don't need to expect any big spike increases anymore for schnapps and for workhold, for example, as I think this is really stable by now, and we really just need to focus on the worker goods for now, and then only on the artisan goods. The Lone Star Royal Galleon is coming out. You're going to play a major role in what's to come. Let's get out there and let's pull this ship full with, well, bricks, timber, steel beams, and weapons. 36 tons is not enough. Yes, perfect, there it is. So we do have 50 tons, because I would like to build 5 harbor cannons, and also plus the trading post that we have. The remaining 2 fields there, I'm going to just have some timber, because we're going to need that a lot anyway. Now, the Lone Star is ready. The Lone Star is not going to attack, though we're going to use my warships for that. And one is very close to completion. I'm going to wait for that. Can't hurt to have the occasional stroll through the city, while we need to wait for another shippy to come out. And Santa Claus, yes, I'm coming for you, but not just yet. I also continue with the occasional upgrades. There we still have a church build, school building, and a police station that I would like to build. And then we just continue with more workers in this area. And probably this whole row we could also still finish. And then more farmers here beside the hospital. Very good. And down here, oh boy, there would be so many potential upgrades here. Alas, I don't have the resources for all of them. Now, for the additional consumptions, I think it's now safe to really use my soap for not potatoes anymore, but for grain. So I would like to change this one around. We're going to use now 200 soap each time Tobias is coming. We haven't really, you know, upgraded soap yet. We are only at 50 out of 1000. That's because potato was always full. Grain is not going to be always full anymore. So I think it's safe to say to really now start pushing soap to also get rid of these grain farms here eventually. Now, with the additional grain coming in, we can actually go ahead and just build a few more flour mills without actually getting us additional grain fields. Let's go with 3 here, and then I would like to go with 1 additional block of bakeries for now. That should do the trick. How much grain do we have in store anyway? 250, that's fine. Of course, we are going to consume now a bit more soap then in the process, because we're exporting that. And that will lead to, yeah, probably more piggeries that we need and more soap ultimately. Let's go ahead and build us another pig area here. Bear in mind, we still have that coal deposit there that we need to work on. And I'm going to use another warehouse for these piggeries there. And then with, how many do we build actually? We did build 5, and I already had 5, so we kind of like make it even again. That means I can have 3 rendering works, 3 soap factories for now. Let's go ahead and build 4 rendering works, if we can afford that. 1 more here, please. 4 more, that means 2 more soap factories then. And as we can see, bricks is really, really slow to come in. Now the soap factories have been built and we can finally start on our very first conquest. Conquest for real this time. Defenses are still not really high up there, but let's also just check our shares. We're still in full share control of Prefecture, just for later. Let's move the Juggernaut, the beast. That is my war fleet here. Looking a bit better this time, and of course the Royal Galleon isn't far behind because then we need to be really quick. Oh, wait a second, there is someone coming in here once again.
Ship under attack.
Of course it's Bente. How could it be any different? Of course, we need to, well, fully protect our Royal Galleon there. I can't leave this one undefended. This should be rather quick. Very good. There, it's down. And now we can fully move into this one here. Jolinge, as this island is being called. We need to be quick about this, so I'm going to move them in here right away. The Royal Galleon is already on its heels. In the back, right, as we start now, because I'm expecting to some counterattack then pretty soon.
Prepare to fire.
So we need to take this harbor before the enemy ships are coming. That should not be a big deal, as it is giving up by now. Very good, that was quick and easy. Let's conquer this island. There is also some loot here once again. Not going with propaganda there. And there should also be some items. Ooh, some good items in store. Soap factory, rendering works, productivity increasing here. Lots of items for botanical gardens that we can use then as well. And where is my ship? This one here has now 30 minutes of, well, white flag mode. So what we can do is, if there is a bigger attack coming, we can just go back to the safety of our harbor and destroy them in the process. I would also like to unload everything that I have though here. We already have an upgraded medium trade post. That means I should be able to unload everything. Perhaps not all the timber. Right? But very good. All the timber. And let's move those ships back home again to Crown Falls. There is some occasional ships coming, but nothing big really. Not yet anyway. Is there a bigger movement in the New World? No idea yet. We'll just see about that. My ships are going home again, right? This is here pretty much immune right now. I would like to get... Ooh, lots of goulash. Not so bad. Let's get this one to Crown Falls as well. And yes, here on this island we can now finally start our productions, and we really need to do that. Let's go ahead with some basic layouts here once again. We do get some workforce there already, even some 50 engineer workforce in on this island. Let's also give this island here a proper name. That is Larson. Hello, one of my supporters. Thank you and hope you enjoy this series. And well, you're officially now an island right across Crown Falls. It's a really prime location. There is actually Bente right now. Ooh, furnace. Trying to dock here, but of course she can't anymore. And since it's white flag, there's also not any damage or any attack or any fighting there, because neither the ship nor my harbor can fight during this period of time. Now, I would really like to speed this one up. We do need some proper smaller village here, right? Nothing too big, nothing too fancy. We need most of its space for production buildings, and later on we're going to have the commute pier here anyway. That solves that problem right off the bat. But for now, I do need to have some basic workforce that lives here. That is in the name of farmers. That is primarily farmers. We do have the hops here, and we do have the red pepper. Both of them I would use. So it's primarily farms that we're going to have on this island, and later on some mines that we can use here. There's lots of coal on Larson, and that I fully intend to use because coal is just so important later on as well. Now we're just going to have some buildings here, and of course what we definitely should be having here also is a fishery. This one, right, to provide some food for those people. That's basically it already. Very good. The only other thing that I would like to do here is, well, my cannon towers, and we should be able to build 5 of them. Yeah, and we definitely will. Probably just here, really. And we can still move them later on, right? And we do keep a bit of a distance here, so any spread fire from the big cannon ships is not going to affect the other towers there as well, right? So we can build all 5 of them. Is it smart to do this? I guess it is. Let's build them. It also affects my military score right away, so we should be seeing a nice boost here now in comparison to the other ones. We're at least at 100, right? Well, Bent, for example, is at 400, but that's of course counting all the harbor defenses there as well. So not only the ships. But at least we are building something up there. There's some more ships. I hope they're not gathering for something. Alright, as long as we have that. Let's build the marketplace, the pub, and let's build all of them. Well, not all of them. Most of them. We still need a bit of timber for our timber production. Boy, this island is beautiful. Lots of space over there. I'm really, really happy about that. No fur fertility, unfortunately. So no game to hunt. But at least it will provide us with pepper. And that is just very important as well. Go ahead and have some 3 ones here. I think this will be even too much already. But it's fine. Do we have some clay here? We don't have any clay deposit though on Larsen. That is a problem. Very good. Next production up and running. Didn't cost us that much. We are, by the way, at 800,000 now. That was a nice time-consuming thing here right now. Entertaining too and successful. So we do now have all the money, right? We could take this island over. But as I said, takeover does not include a white flag piece. So the island would be ready for siege right away. And that I don't want. We need to prepare this. I can hold these shares now for quite some time. It's Princess Ching. Princess Ching really is strong. So I can't go in there empty-handed. I do need some proper fleet that is protecting my island. I don't know if this is enough here really. Now of course we can continue building some more ships. There we have the goulash. Let's get this one back home. Also interesting to see my whole industrial site on fire. For the fur problem, I do, however, have this little island there that is not too far away from Crown Falls, and that would provide us not only fur, but also clay deposits. Of course, it's a small island, so how much fur we really get out of this is a bit questionable. We do have another big island here that is still uninhabited down to the south, but it is just impossible to get there, especially to have trade ships this way, because there's 3 major big islands on the way from the enemies basically. But this is not looking so bad. I'm going to send my clipper on this little adventure, and we're going to have some timber there. We're going to have some bricks, some steel beams, and some weapons. Yeah, but then there's the thing of defense again, right? We can try this. No idea, no idea how long this could last. Now, actually, I have another island in mind, and it's this of Princess Ching, Western Frontier down here. We need to be really careful with what island we take, as I've said already. Islands do cost a lot of influence. Also, we need to fortify each one of these islands here with a lot of cannons, and each one of these cannons also costs me influence in return. So, the more islands we have, the harder it becomes to defend all of them. I think there is another heavy warship coming out now soon. I'm already preparing now my Royal Galleon here with, well, some 50 tons for each once again, right? We still lack some weapons, but then we have it. And then I will probably move down here and take this one and fortify it right away as well. And my fleet is then making sure that any counterattack is not only facing my ships, but also my weapons, my harbor defense. Look at that fleet of Hugo Mercier. I'm glad that he's not really the warmongerer. And of course, we should not forget about him there. And I think we might actually also... We already have the... Let's go with non-aggression pact. He wants 9,000 for that. It's totally fine. It also gives us some reputation there with him. And at least we do not need to be afraid anything well, surprising is coming there. Now, actually, this is already almost it. And in order to really complete this episode that was really just in the name of Conquest, really, we are going to take this island now. Alright, let's move in. It will be rather easy. There's only really this trade post there that we're going to destroy. And my Royal Galleon is already coming in the background with the weapons that we're going to need them. There you go. As we can see, the morale is crumbling really quickly. Western Frontier belongs to us. That will cost us a bit. 17 influence to take it. And, well, a bit of loot here as well. Let's just see what she's got in store. Oh, Prickly Sea Devil, an epic item for the zoo with the Abyssal Depths part set that we have. There is already, of course, a bit of an answer there from Princess Ching coming as well, but she has no chance, really. And this one is going down rather successfully. The same can be said about that clipper there. Very good. There's my ship coming in. What else do we have here? Some items for the botanical gardens then. And that's pretty much it. There's my defense coming. Another ship of Princess Jing. As long as she's doing it one by one, we're fine. There's 2 more coming down here. The problem is, of course, the fog as always. We don't really see everywhere on this map, and there might be some bigger fleets still hidden somewhere. There's some Battleships up there. And there's more Battleships. She is, I think, gathering her fleet for an attack. Now we have unloaded everything for the Western Frontier. We'll actually keep this name. I think it's not a bad name at all. There's more ships coming. We could of course start building now with the ships. The problem here is they will not attack yet, those harbor cannons, right? Oh, there's lots of ships now. Please back off. Are you not backing off then? And let's go ahead and build us those cannons. Probably in a good location. By the way, I will probably move the... Nah, let's keep it there. It's fine. Alright, that was a bit of a mistake on her part. She's moving them in step by step. Nebuchadnezzar is coming there. That's a cool name for a ship. Royal Galleon can stay away. Alright, there's some more ships coming now. This is really, really insane or intense, I gotta say that, because you never know how many ships are really coming. We haven't lost a ship yet. This one here is looking close to it, being swallowed by the depths of the ocean. There is another one going down, and this one here is already backing off again. Perfect. We might still have a go at it though. Yes, we're going to take it down. Alright. There's still more coming, I think. But we should be fine for now. Oh, there's also something there. And of course, we need to have a very close look on that. Oh, crap. Alrighty, so there is another big attack. Let's move my ships back up here. And then into Crown Falls again. And the same can be said about Lone Star, right? So we should be fine here now with the harbor cannons that we can build. And now I'm really worried a bit about this. I think Bentis retaliation is inbound. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Mega City Edition. Now, my promise of making this as much focus, having as much focus on city building as possible, it's kind of like broken here because we are so hard under attack. Bentis fleet has started to move. It's a pretty big one. My fleet still is on the way back home to the city. I promise you we are going to have a bit more city building then once we have repelled this attack here. What do I need to do? I need to actually do something here. I'm going to move one of these here, or this depot there. I think we have enough space then, because I'm pretty sure they are going to target my Docklands. The Docklands is a pretty powerful building and also a really expensive one. So I do need to make some room here. Let's get rid of these fishermen, as I don't think we do need that many. And let's just move my defenses rather to that side. And then I'm going to move my Docklands, pretty much the most important thing there, now into the safety of my harbor, right? Where we're going to keep it for now. Let's actually get my ships then back there and let's build some more defense with the remaining cannons that we have. We do get a new influence bonus, the Supreme Commander. Oh, look at that. Very nice. That gives me, what? An attack speed bonus of 17% on my buildings. How very nice. Yep, we have a few more cannons ready here. How are they looking now? Yes, look at that. They were going to attack my beach here, but now they're moving to the main harbor area. My other fleet, that is still a bit damaged from the latest battle, is now on its way there up to Crown Falls as well. Just passing by Larson. Still going to take them a while. And in the Western Frontier, meanwhile, I do need to continue now with, well, my next settlement. Very important to do so. It is 23 minutes before we lose the white flag here, and in the meantime I can already work ahead here a bit. This is going to be a really good island for us. We're going to focus here on the pigs and the fur abundance, right? So pigs, fur, especially the pigs. Why? Because, and the cattle, because they reduce attractiveness. Alright, but I can't do anything here anymore. They are coming in. My first shots have been fired. I hope that after that it's over, because we really have destroyed a lot of ships then. At the same time, my fleet is now coming in. That's a beautiful sight. right? And I'm pretty sure they're getting destroyed here now. Not my ships though.
Stations.
Alright, and they're being under attack now by a lot. Oh my goodness, a lot of ships. We're probably going to lose this heavy warship there. And once again, there is a battle in Crown Falls. And once again, Crown Falls is under siege.
Is under attack.
But I'm confident that the stronger we get, the less often we have that, right? Because they just don't dare to attack that many times anymore. We did not lose this ship up here. Very good. Let's get into the safety of my repair crane. They're targeting full hard the Docklands there, right? That is really their main goal. It's baffling to me why they do this. It's a very expensive building, no doubt, but it's not as important as the large trading post. That would really hurt us. Another one down, and then it's basically this one. And another big fleet of Benta has been destroyed. Very good. This is over. Let's get my ships to repairing over here. A couple more of them, and with the other ones. My Clipper survived. That is a wonder. It was right here in the middle of all of it, and it survived all these ships. No one was targeting the Clipper. We might find something nice down here in the ocean. Something for the botanical garden that we could use. And over here, there's some other items as well that I would really like to have a look at. There we have something, some sails. That's not really useful. Oh, look at that. The Summit of Atlantis, a legendary museum item that I've never seen before. This is looking really cool here right now. And some pig heads. But that is absolutely worth it. No idea why it wasn't a warship. But it was totally worth it. Perfect. Now we can focus on building up the economy. First of all, in the western frontier, another city is going to emerge. This one is a bit bigger, I guess, because it has the space for it. And why not have a nice city then where we have some space? And we could just make it some basic layouts here once again. Very good. And then we have the city already. I just need to have some fishery there once again for all of those people. And as always, pretty far away over here. Oh, this is a nice location. On this cliff, we might then have some timber production for those poor souls. I mean, poor souls, not really, right? They have a beautiful location and the best view, by the way, right on the enemy. So right over there, we have deep enemy territory, heavily fortified. This island here already is enemy territory with Princess Jing. So the western frontier actually makes sense. It is not quite in the west, but it's a frontier. And it's going to be a very heavily defended one, or I think so. Now, let's go ahead and have the timber production that we still need. That is one lumberjack hut. We're going to have the fur, by the way, here. So I do need to be really careful with how much space I want to consume out of these, just with these lumberjack huts here. Let's go ahead and have those guys here. And this one here is probably like that. Perfect. We have it. Let's build all of them in their glory. Then the fishermen. And then, of course, the marketplace, the pub. And, yeah, a couple of dozen of buildings here. Very nice. This one is coming. With still 50 timber left. And with the remaining ones, we can now go into the defense. Right, so the cannon towers. And we're probably going to have them
A fire broke
a bit
out.
closer to that fisherman. And probably around 5 of them here. And we should be able to build all of them. Perfect. 35 influence left. And oh, well, it cost me. And look at that. We're down to 73 influence only now. We have over 1 million in cash. That is beautiful. But we have only 70 influence left. This is problematic. Definitely. Because now this one here is not possible anymore. For now, the calm prefecture. I don't think we could have a proper defense here with the amount of influence that we have right now, because the island itself would also cost me another 17 influence or so. Princess Jing is moving to other islands, so the one that we have been eyeing before. Yeah, the problem with the western frontier, the same is with Larsen. None of them has any clay deposits, right? So we are really a bit limited there with the bricks that we have.
Fleet awaiting orders.
We're not limited though by ship building, and I'm going ahead and we continue, of course, with heavy warship building.
Climb the rigging.
Oh, what is happening here? The pub is on fire. Why would people put the pub on fire? Set the pub on fire? That doesn't make sense. It's the single most important building that you can have in a farmer village. Let's have a fire station here too, because I don't trust these people here. Now it is finally time to move to something new, and that is our canned food production. We can finally go for this. We do need a red pepper. And before anything, we do need to check how much canned food we actually need. Now, the need right now is -1, or, well, is 1 per minute. That is not a lot for so many artisans that we already have. So we do have around 4,500 artisans. We're probably going to quadruple that in the next minutes or hours, right? So lots of artisans are coming in. That means probably up to -4. That is realistic. And for that, we do need 8 pepper farms, because 8 pepper farms are supporting 8 artisanal kitchens, and that is supporting then 4 canneries. Now, bear in mind something very important here, or 6 actually. Yeah, we do need 6 canneries. And bear in mind that the artisanal kitchen here is only a matter of a temporary time there in my game, because there is a really good item that makes it obsolete and we can use something else instead of that. So the peppers and the cattle, we don't need that forever. I would, by the way, have my cattle farms here as well in Larsen. We will keep the hops on Crown Falls, and we probably will import it. The same with the grain. And those here, they're going away anyway again. We can have quite a lot of them. So I do need 8 of them now. We already have those 8 here now. Perfect. That's going to last for quite some time. And we also need 8 cattle farms. Very good. And there we have also 8 cattle farms. That's going to last for quite some time. I can still double that if I want to, right? We can still go with way more if we want. We have the space here. And that's that, by the way. I don't want to build the cattle farms in Western Frontier, because we do have the fur abundance here, and that really needs a lot of space. Plus the pig farms we could have down here then later on. It just makes more sense to me. Or if we get rid of these here then with the item, we could have the pig farms then in Larsen as well. Now let's go ahead. We do have the timber. Let's get cracking on 8 red pepper farms. And now it's a good thing that we have these farmers here, because we do need all of them. And then another 8 here. Boom. Another 48 tons of timber, and just enough really farmers that we can use them. Now there we can see them in all their glory. Some more cattle, lots of them. Not producing milk for us, but just raw meat. Same goes here with the pepper on this fine day, as the occasional warships will pass by here. There's already some in the distance. But nothing else is happening there on this glorious day. Perfect. There we have it. And it is actually time now for my first trade route. We have really taken our time with that. We have a clipper, muscle cracker, and muscle cracker is going to be ready now for this. Muscle cracker on a new trade route, on the first one actually, Larsen to Crown Falls. And this is going to be all the meat or the beef that we can have there, and all the red pepper. And since it's a very short trade route, right, it's only this small distance there, I'm confident that one clipper will be fine for quite some time. Right, my warships I'm going to send down here to Larsen to protect at least, or to actually have some presence here, right, so that we can move quickly to any new threats that emerge then. I'm also going to put these guys here to passive defense, and we go ahead with constructing the next warships then. Each warship here, by the way, does cost me around 10 influence points, so we could still go with 6 more warships, or we can use that for some more harbor defenses. Now my soaps has been exported there as well. We are almost halfway through to leveling up to level 1, or to tier, well, 4 you might say. And that also brings in the grain that we now use for all the bread. My goods are looking okayish. The beer is really down. Or the beer is on its way to be really down. So I'm going ahead here now. We probably will need some more hops for that. Yes, actually down there a bit. Let's go ahead and use this warehouse here too for a couple of more hops. Since we do have lots of grain, let's go ahead and have 2 more malt houses. Let's upgrade these warehouses there. And then I'm going ahead with another 2 breweries, another 4 breweries here, plus the warehouse. That should do the trick though, right? So that's a lot of stuff. And for the bread, since we're going to need that, let's also build 2 more flour mills and 4 more bakeries here. And this really completes the industrial zone almost. Yep, actually it does. Let's build the other warehouse up there. And that's almost it. The soap is still having a bit of capacity left over. And that should really be it for my town. Do we have any ruins here? No ruins. So I think it's time for some upgrading there once more. For the farmers. So those guys here. We have some more upgrading that we can do here. Right. There is, yep, this whole block there, 120 tons of timber. That's just totally fine. There we have a few more And yeah, well, actually here. And I'm really surprised at how quickly we advance here with the upgrading process, right? As far as I can see, so many workers already, 7,000. That's lots of additional artisans that might be coming in them. The newspaper,
Something
put
like
this one here. And let's actually keep +5. I think we should be fine with that. We are having a perfectly happy population there right now in all matters. Alright, so we do still need one more industrial district in our Crown Falls, as we do have now quite a few. We do have one over here that is going to stay, and that is going to get eventually a bit dirty there, I think. Then we have this one up there. We have this one that's going to be an industrial district once we can move the piggeries. And then we have this one here that's also going to stay forever, just with different buildings and over time. But that's just a very important area. Now the last one is here. Oh, actually, another smaller attack, but it's really just a small attack of a suicide squad. Right, so those ships, they just want to have some fun. Nothing out of the ordinary though. And yep, down here, this is just a very good location for it. It's very far away from the center, right? Can still use these islands here for city building. And here we basically have then our next production chain lying up. Now for that, I do need my canned food here. We do need 8 artisanal kitchens if I want to have a surplus of +4. That will lead to eventually +16 artisanal kitchens that we do need here eventually. Well, 16, it's not going to be that much because we can get rid of them again. Right, so let's have those guys here. That's, yeah, 16 now. Right, then we're going to have some marketplaces here. Let's make it 2 with the occasional fire station in the center here. Right, and then we do need some 6 canneries for the full usage, but 12 canneries long-term wise. 12 canneries will be really fine, and those are going to stay in my town. They are not going to reduce attractiveness, they just need a lot of space really, and we can have them in this nice little location there. And the cool thing is, well, we can move them around then if we want to anyway. But it is 6 for now, 12 long way, but so let's go ahead and have another road then somewhere here, I guess. Oh, we moved. Wait a second, we're going to move these brick factories up there, and then we could, yep, very nice, squeeze them into this corner there. You gotta be kidding me. This has to work. Perfect. This is what I like to see. Then we got the first 6. Righto. And then we can just take the whole bunch and move them here as well. Right, so they will deliver it, or they will deliver it to them right away. We could also make it like that. I think this is better. Right. Why? Because they're delivering the goulash right to these canneries here. And I think it's just safer to do it like that. And then, of course, some paved roads as well to speed up the transportation times. That we can already do quite nicely here. Perfect. Right, so that is my whole canned food production. We should be already having now the first red pepper and beef in. That is correct. Let's build the fire station. And yeah, well, then I think it's time to build the first. Let's make it 3 canneries. Can we afford 3? We can. Let's build 3, and that is 4 artisanal kitchens. And there they are. They're getting now the resources from this warehouse. Let's upgrade the warehouse there as well for the next industrial district. And the cool thing here is we can still have some buildings here if we want to for some city building. It's not a dirty industry, right? It's not polluting anything or so. Or we could also have just a wall then here going away from that later on, eventually. Now with the artisans, we have another very important building that we still need to build, and that is at the university. The university is going to be a bit tricky, and I thought about it would be pretty cool to just get rid of the church and build the university on that. It would make things easy, and I think it's a nice symbolic act there as well to destroy the church for a university. But one thing that I would still need is, I still need to move it away, unfortunately, only. The church is providing happiness. It's not the biggest boost, but it's still required somehow. And I might just add it somewhere here in this area. I think we can make this one work. We do have some workers here. I could just, move them, but usually I'm too lazy and I'm just destroying them. It really doesn't matter in the whole picture. And let's have the church then in this area looking towards, why not, the river. Right, so we already have a church here anyway, so we do have a very good coverage. And the worst thing that would happen is that the church need is a bit down, and we would lose 1 or 2 happiness there for the artisans, but that's it. Now the space that I have now, I can use for the university. Here, I'm going to get rid of these 2 artisan buildings, though first we might need to move them though. And I'm going to move them over here where we do have some nice space there still available right beside the park. So we can make this one work. Perfect. And then I have this whole bunch here available for a beautiful big university. We have a couple of options available university-wise. We also have some bigger ones like this one. And I think we're going with a bigger university there. And yeah. Just with the marketplace, we could have it. It's taking the whole district here into account. And that's how we like it, right? And for this whole district, I'm probably building then one over there later on. But for now, one will be fine. And let's go ahead and build it. Oh, I think it's actually looking the wrong direction, is it? Nah, this is looking like a proper entrance. This one, not so much. This is a balcony. Right, so this actually could look better towards a park then. We might also be thinking about that. And since this is a university, let's just make this one proper as well here with some paved roads. I just love all these details everywhere here with the paved roads then. There's already some proper horse carts going around. People are wearing better clothes. And then we still need something here. That is a nice little park for the students then. So there we go. Something nice to sit on a hot day as well with some beautiful oak trees right next to them or elm trees. And yeah, that's just really it here beside the university. My people will be overjoyed, of course. I'm expecting that. There we have it now. University need fulfilled. We do get a few more artisans with that in. We're, by the way, at 46. Just about as we level up, right? Yes, we do need about 40 more people and then we would level up. That's another influence boost then. And speaking about level up, we should be able to do this now. The canneries should be fully working. The first canned food is coming in. What's the production size looking? +2. Perfect. Let's go ahead and open up the canned food for my people. This is the second last good here, by the way, that we're unlocking now. There should be more artisans now coming in with that. We should hopefully also be reaching now level 47. And I said, please, we should hopefully be reaching 47.
Ship under attack.
Oh, yeah. And well, we're also under attack once again. There is this. It's just ships passing by, really.
Another player has had their
Oh, and look at that. There's also some conquering going in the old world. Hugo Mercier is expanding and is taking another island from Princess Jing. I like to see that. They're at war with each other. That means she's distracted a bit from us. And just as I was saying that, we have reached level 47. A bit more influence coming in. And, oh, Hugo Mercier is also starting to purchase shares on my islands. I'm not going to allow that. Certainly not. And that means only the fur coats is missing now. Now for the fur coats, we will have to work a bit harder. I can still go ahead and upgrade more people if I want to. And we do have the materials. Here, a few more artisans here in the town. Right, as this one is, of course, the big town center then later on. It's always worth upgrading a bit more in this area. Oh boy, we still have so much work ahead of us. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our glorious Megacity Anno 1800 series. And well, the last episode was quite stressful, wasn't it? With lots of fighting and stuff like that, but I think it is a bit calmer now. We do have some movements here on ships, but I don't think they're really coming to us. We do have 2 more islands secured for us. The western border here would be one of them, the western frontier. And let's go ahead and just use the timber that we have to continue expanding this town. Right, so the western frontier, a fire station might be needed as well. So this is rather a smaller town that is going to develop here now in, well, a rather cool location there, surrounded by 3 bigger mountains. We have this little village there, and this village is going to play a vital role for what's to come. First of all, for our fur deposits or for fur coat production, and the other one would be also, it has 4 coal deposits and 1 iron, thus making it really well off there for us. The other one, Larsen, is already producing now the pepper and the beef that we basically need. And I'm thinking about also having my pig farms here at some point because they don't really need that much space. Now in Crown Falls itself, a funeral city still, we have the Docklands, actually in a location that I do kind of like, and we just have a look at what we have here is the soap right now that we trade for some grain. The grain we consume right away. Perfect. The next trader is coming in 2 minutes. We are still producing enough soap here, so I might push this one to 250 to continue to level up the soap. Now, of course, with that additional export, well, we do need more piggeries, I think, more piggies, and also more soap production. We do have a surplus of pigs right now. Let's go ahead and have 2 additional rendering works and 1 additional soap factory. And I might also most likely upgrade some of my warehouses here as well in the process. Now, looking at our consumption rates, we're really well off at the moment. Everything is in surplus. We're not even using full capacity in most things, except perhaps the sausages there, and everything else. Yeah, bread is looking fine, soap is looking extremely fine, beer is fine, and the canned food there as well. Bear in mind that if there's a 0, I have a look at how many of my productions are producing. So out of the 18, we have 14 that are producing right now, and that can only mean one thing, that it's capped. Now, while we continue building this city, for especially here the upgrading, we still have 700 farmers that we could upgrade, and I actually go ahead with that because I think we don't need that many more farmers, since I'm going to move my farmers away then as well at some point. And let's just use the timber that we have for a few more upgrades, especially also here in this corner there. Close to the industrial district. Yeah, we do have another plague there, and no, there's a hospital actually. It can reach it. Let's mobilize them as well. There's already the doctor on his way. And still, yeah, we lost a few people there. Nothing out of the ordinary though. Now, we have a couple of goals right now that are very important to reach. The first one, of course, is to get the New World Island here that we have, Calm Prefecture. We do have all the shares. We could take it over, all right. And it is a really good island, right? It's huge, so we can have some decent farms here for now. Also, we do have the cotton fertility that we need for our fur coat production. Unfortunately, there is no sugarcane fertility, so we could try and enroll the sugarcane here on with Isabel Sarmento, right? So at some point it has to appear. And then we could get it here as well. Of course, that would be quite full, I think. So I would like to go ahead and just, for the future, try to get us another island working. And I think this one we had, or this one, but the other islands are really bad, and especially here we have Bente. Look at that. This is really hard, and this is only in the New World which he's got right now. And if I take this over, of course he would rush to that. I think Princess Ching is not that strong in comparison. Taking another island from Princess Ching makes a bit more sense. It's not the best island here, right? It has rivers, but it has some space, and it does have decent fertilities, especially the coffee that we're going to need. So I might go ahead and also continue now purchasing shares of Reverend Shelter. So those two are going to be the primary islands for us in the New World that I'm focusing on right now. And we cannot still take it over. I still need to build up more ships. So we have these here. And of course, I don't want to risk my main fleet just like that. So we are going ahead with a bit more shipbuilding. I'm also building another Royal Galleon now here in my other shipyard. This one, Lone Star, is already waiting for something. And I might be going now for the Western Frontier and moving my pig farms over there. Very important, really, because we need that space for another district up there and more factories later on. So why not just do it now where we have a bit of time? I can't really do that much else, right? And we have the fur abundance that I'm going to use probably then in this spot here, right? And the pigs we are going to use then in this spot here, where we can just nicely squeeze them in, as we can see. Now there we have a couple of them now working. We have quite a lot of farmers here. We have the timber, so we could really just build them. I don't have any bricks, so I will probably need to get some bricks over there as well. With the Lone Star we can do that. However, for the trade route we should still be having a clipper. There it is. Unfortunately it's being used. The clipper is just much faster than a Royal Galleon, so I would like to use a clipper for this trade route that we're about to start. That is for the pig farms, right? We want to get rid of all of them here. They're also reducing attractiveness of my city in general, so every one of them has -3 attractiveness, the pig farms, and also, well, the space here in general. While we wait for a bit of bricks and the clipper to appear for our trade route, what we can do here is that we have the train network, right, that will then probably push into this area. So this here is probably going away again, and it's just going to merge with that one, going then into this direction up here. That's going to work out nicely. So here we can have a new district, really, right? I think so. We have another marketplace here. There is a big corner then. And other than that, yeah, let's go ahead. How very nice. That's it. A bit small for now because we still have the pig farms up there. And yes, this will also then be a kind of like a nice little industrial district. So what I would probably like, let's actually do this one here right now. Let's get rid of this road there. And instead we just have this major road here now, right? That continues then into this direction. Like so. And here we can also get rid of that road there. Clean this one up a bit, and as we can see, this one is just merging now nicely with that area. And if I copy this one like so, right, we should be able, there it is, to continue normally this path here then later on with more trains if we need those trains here, right? And boom, there we have lots of space again. In addition, we need to still connect them, otherwise they're not working. I would then probably like to have a couple more of these blocks here available, right? But behind those blocks, so I'm just going to build them now to reserve the space really, right? Behind those blocks, so right or here somewhere, we're going to have another industrial district, one with low pollution and one that we can separate with our industrial walls. We can have the blueprint here then for the industrial wall. All of this, and all of this is going to be then a nice big industrial district. For that, however, let's get rid of these houses there. Why? Because I will need a train going up here for this zone then here to boost, to boost them with electricity, of course. Another illness, oh no, it's gone, perfect. So we can rebuild the houses that were damaged. And another thing I would probably like to have also a train here somewhere, right? So let's get rid of these houses there, right? And then we can have a train here, right? That's going to have a bit of a buffer. It's just a one-way track because we might need to boost this area there too. So the train is following this major line there, right? And then it's separating into this branch, and then it's separating into this branch here for the electricity that we need later on, the oil. And then the major path continues up here into the mountain area where we still will have lots of stuff for it. Now, very nice. Let's build the warehouse, the pub. By the way, we still need a school, and how very nice. We have a nice spot here for this whole district to use a school with. I think we can squeeze it in nicely with with a good range. Another school would be over there, right? So that should be fine. Of course, it's a bit damaged here, the reach of these schools because of this major road there. So I might need to add something then as well. And here we could just have a nice park, a little park or something beside the school where people can play and also enjoy the day. And some grass here. That should be fine. I think I like this one. Perfect. And then the school. There we have it. Very good. We have 480 timber, by the way, so let's just build those houses there now. And those here we should be able to finish as well. And yeah, let's actually go ahead and build those houses there too. This is going to look really nice, I think, once we start with, better ornaments and more houses then. So this whole one is now coming up. We should still be fine with the consumption rates. We're perfectly fine. Oh, but they were clothes. That's not looking so fine. Let's upgrade these warehouses there too. Yeah, workload is going really down. Those warehouses are completely overloaded, by the way. So let's just upgrade a few of them. And then we do need more framework knitters because we have enough wool. So let's just go ahead and build some 4 more of them. Quite the busy road here, right? We probably should also make it paved road so those carts can travel faster and thus we boost the productivity of this whole district there. Some of them have quite the speed around the corners there. And I hope they're not losing any cargo along the way. Perfect. Are we already boosting them? I think we are. Let's boost them to 50% and this is not affecting happiness at all. Very good. Also another newspaper edition. Oh, wait a second. Let's go with that.
Ship under attack.
Alright, there was an attack, but it's just a ship passing by. The next clipper is ready. Perfect with that. We should have now everything. So let's go ahead, take us a bit more timber. And oh yeah, bricks. That's really problematic. The bricks problem is there. It's absolutely there. 4 clay deposits is absolutely not enough for a brick production, a proper one. This island, after all, would be quite good for us, I think. There's no other one like it. There's some smaller islands out here on the eastern side of my map, but they don't have the brick deposits. This is Hugo Mercier, so that's out of the question. This one here would be easily takeable, but there is no no clay deposits at all. Nor is it here. Holy cow, what's going on? Where's all the clay? I do need this island. I'm sorry, Princess Jing, but I will have to take it.
Attention for the Admiral.
Another conquest. Then there's the problem again about the whole defending stuff,
This
right?
is turning into a
I might
revolution.
actually go another route though. We can import clay. We cannot import bricks for now, but we can import clay. So I could do that, right? Let's get... Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of the fishermen here. We don't need them. I can just push them somewhere else. We already have this branch of fishermen here, and I could just do the same thing then here once more. Probably have something like this. It's a bit tricky here with all the mountains. But we could have them like this, or I can definitely squeeze in another one here. Perfect. That's 4. 5. Right, so 5 additional fishermen that can work for us. And I've deleted 3. I could also delete those 2 here now to really make room here. Perfect. And then we get rid of these depots. Not completely though, I'm just moving them really into this area there. And then what we can do is we can finally add some more things here. The export office it would be. We can really just add it next to it. Let's add it 2 times. Right? And then we can have some additional trade or trade contracts now. And I would use one of them for the clay that we need to import. Now what should we export for that though? The sewing machines, I think. We don't need a whole lot of that. Sewing machines are really easy to produce and have a high value. So I might use bread since we already get the... Looking at my production, bread would be the more obvious choice since this is already a capacity. But bread is not so easy to produce again with all the factories that we need. Where it's actually let's go with bread. Let's go with bread. It's easier to make. It doesn't have the big value there, right? But it's still very good for importing clay and stuff like that. And also later on, once we have upgraded it, it would be very good for example, getting some pig heads or getting some grain or getting some potatoes once we don't need that anymore. So the second one is working, and we could still use the sewing machines here, these guys there, for something else, right? We don't have that many things available right now. Iron ore will be very important later on. So for now, I would probably... Oh, we could get fur coats with that. Now this would be interesting, right? We could get fur coats, we could level up sewing machines and thus supply our fur coat production with that. We do need around 4 per minute right now. So that would be 40 in 20 minutes. 80 in 20 minutes. This one comes every 20 minutes, right? So we could actually supply our city with that. With 80, what we already would need. That would lead us to 138 sewing machines. However, I don't want to be depending on that, so we are not doing that. Let's just keep it like that for now. With the additional clay coming in though, I can have a couple more of these brick factories. Where should we add them? I think up there we have a nice remote location. Here it is. Perfect. This would be my next brick production center, if we can call it like that. We do need to get rid of that road there, however. And then I'm just going to add more of them. And let's also upgrade this warehouse there, otherwise it's not going to work out so nicely here with all the ramps. That should be fine. Boosting them with a bit of productivity is possible.
Your harbor is under attack.
Right, what's going on? It's just one ship once again that was attacking. Now I can take a bit of bricks here with me. We're going to do that for upgrading at least one warehouse then, where we have all the pig farms. And let's get them down here. Get this ship down there. Also, how many pig farms do we have right now in Crown Falls? It's very easy to actually watch this, and we have 30. So I do need at least 30 then as well in the western frontier. And you know what? This whole thing is bollocks. It's absolutely bollocks. Let's get rid of all of my pig farms again. Goodbye to you. Good riddance, I should say. Why? One simple reason: we can import it with the Docklands, and we should be doing that with the sewing machines. We have an extremely different value exchange ratio, right? For one sewing machine we get 11 pig heads. That means we could get up to 1,500 with just 100 sewing machines. 1,100 there. That's amazing. That's a really good ratio that we have. Now we are producing 30 pig heads per minute right now. That leads to 600 pig heads that we need over 20 minutes, right? So having 1000 is already exploding that, right? So this is already way more than we need. And let's just keep this ratio here. And that basically means actually we don't need the pig farms here anymore. I'm still going to wait for one Tobias trader coming in because I don't think we have that many in storage there. We don't. So I definitely do need to wait for him to trade at least once. And then we have that. And this is what the trade or the Docklands is really good for, especially if you build big cities, just getting the raw materials in, right? And it's not cheating in any way, because for these lower value goods, we do need to produce higher value goods that are actually also taking a lot of, well, workforce and money off of you. And I would rather just use it like that. Plus also, I think it's really cool to just use the maths behind it, right? Docklands to make them fully work. And this is just that. Perfect. And with that also, we do save, well, space and dirtiness. So all the attractiveness that we can get back home. Now, that was a lot, really, I'm sorry, a lot of talking. But it's just the mechanics behind the Docklands that we need to really focus here as well at some point. Let's build a few more farmers there, so we can now finally upgrade those people there. We have the timber, really. And those guys there. And perhaps we still have 1,200 farmers, so I can really go crazy still. Especially since we are going to get rid of all the pig farms now. There I think we still have something. Let's upgrade those guys. And then let's upgrade those guys here. So that we also have some workers on these riverland islands there. 9,000 workers right now. Holy cow. That's a lot of additional artisans coming in then soon. This block I wanted to finish. Perfect. This definitely did though hurt me quite a bit here now with my consumption rates. The sausage there, for example. But since we are getting a lot of pig heads in now, I should be really fine. Now there's still a reason to use the materials though in the Royal Galleon for our island in the New World. So let's just completely deplete everything that we have here in Crown Falls, right? So the bricks there especially as well, the steel beams, some timber and weapons especially. And let's take this one, and let's take this one down here where my main fleet is already waiting. That's a lot of ships. And I think it is time to move them now to the New World. Not all of them though, right? So we definitely do need still to have some defense here. I'm not going to build up any more defense in the old world or here, because it would basically just deplete all my influence, right? I think we are well prepared right now. I'm going to leave, let's say, 4 heavy warships here still with us. Those heavy warships in combination with the harbor defenses should provide some proper defense there. The rest is going to the New World. The rest of them is massively going to the New World. Let's merge them together. They are going to gather here. Then they're going to use this channel here beside Hugo Mercier, because I think we are going to stay on quite friendly terms, hopefully, with him. And then we move towards the New World. And baby, it is on! Those ships are now on the way. I think this is a proper force to work with. To finally get us this island here, Calm Prefecture, right? They're going to take their time to get here. And of course, the retaliation on Princess Jing's part will be quite hard, I think, but we should be prepared. And I just want it. It's beautiful, it's big, it's going to be the second megacity that we are going to build in this game. That's the New World Town, with all of that. And of course, let's not forget about this island here as well, where we can start purchasing the shares. And I still really do need it, because we need the fur coats in order to advance for engineers, which is the last good that we need here. So far so good. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join to a very exciting episode. At least I think so, because we are now stationed here right in front of Calm Prefecture. Oh, she's seen us already, I think. She is trying to sneak by. Let's actually destroy these ships there while it lasts, while they are so close by. It might just be really worth it destroying them, because I'm pretty sure that Princess Jing is going to send quite a lot of things at us. And yeah, we do need to prepare for all of that. Let's destroy this one, and then we go into the beach area of Calm Prefecture. And let's just go ahead. This one is gone. Let's not care about loot for now. And there it is. Oh, wait a second. There's more ships coming. There's Benter ships coming. I think we should destroy them first. Are they actually coming now towards me? We are really not welcome in the New World. It's incredible. Yeah, there's more ships coming. They're coming at us right now. We really need to secure this island here. There's no way around that. Holy cow, there's a lot of resistance. Alright, there's some Princess Qing ships also coming now. Yep, they're actually coming towards us.
Stations.
I don't believe that. So, let's destroy them, if possible, please. We're going to turn them around here a few times in circles so they can more quickly fire from both sides all the time. I like that. Plus also, they can fire both sides at the same time if they want to. We have an enemy there. We, by the way, lost one ship there. Not like that. This one's going down now too. We didn't even take over the island yet. Yep. We just had our presence here, right? Marked. And they've seen us. And now they're attacking right away. There's lots of sewing machines here from one of them. Lots of bricks. Interesting loot that we have. No problem. There is some more ships coming over there. Oh, come on. But they're Huguenots there, so they're not attacking us directly. There's some Princess Qing ships. Let's take it over. 600,000 we pay for this island here, so it should be a well thought out process, right? 600,000 is not something we can take back so quickly. And the harbor area, we're going to move right away to this area, right? So not this area anymore. This is very open to everyone. And this one here is now our harbor. And as we can see, there's no white flag on this, right? So it can be attacked immediately. Thus, we need to hurry up. Let's get my Royal Galleon ship Marigold over here. And I'm also going to rename this one to Tristão. So hello Tristão, thank you for your support. And you're going to play a vital role now here. I do have some weapons. We should be able to at least build the mounted gun. There it is. And we're going ahead and build some mounted gun towers now. I think around, what can we afford? Let's build 4 of them for now. They're not doing a lot of damage, right? They're really just there to scare away any attack ships, and that the harbor area is not completely undefended, because that affects morale directly. If there would be 4 heavy warships now coming and they would just be focusing this harbor building there, I think we could still lose that island once again, because the morale would drop so quickly that the island is being taken over before we can destroy those ships. So it's really important that we have some harbor defenses here working for us. The rest, I think we still have some bricks somewhere, yes, that we found. I'm going ahead and I'm going to unload them. And whatever we have there, sugar and chocolate, lots of sewing machines. We might actually sell them for some decent money. And there's that. So where's the attack coming? There is the attack coming. Right, that is Princess Qing. Alright, I think we might actually build this more. We still have... I only have 20 tons of timber left. Ow, I need timber. I need at least a bit of timber to start working my city. Actually, we don't have enough timber anymore. Let's go ahead and build us... let's build us some lumberjack huts here right in Tristão itself. Right, so one here and one here. And then the sawmills. The appropriate sawmills. They don't cost me any timber. Oh. There it's coming. There is another smaller force coming. Not too big yet. And it's actually Bente. She really just doesn't like to see me here. This costs me workforce, of course, so we need to be really careful with the 20 tons of timber. One marketplace costs me 10 tons, so we are able to build at least a few houses, right? So these here are just there to jumpstart my production right now. I'm going to make a triple street here, so this is going to be a huge city, right? We want to plan ahead accordingly. I'm going ahead with some bigger roads here then as well. We don't need really... a train system here, so I'm not going to prepare anything for trains. It's really all about the avenues that we can build there. Oh, by the way, we are also, of course, still in the process of taking over this island there as well, eventually at some point. So let's purchase the shares here. Okay, there's no big attack coming yet from Princess Qing. I'm all about that. I'm all happy about that. Now there we have some proper layouts. Once again, I'm using kind of like the similar layouts that we already use in Crown Falls, perhaps with a few variations. There is an attack now coming in, so we need to protect here. But it's a rather small one. I'm pretty confident that we can destroy them before anything really happens. Right, and also my little mounted guns are working now. The mounted guns are doing no damage at all, right? They're just peanuts, really. It's all about the morale, keeping morale up there for the harbor itself. Right, this should be no problem, and we should be not losing any ships in this process. There's some chocolate. that we can find. There's also something
Let
here.
the sails
Equip Botanical Gardens, attractiveness plus 20. That's fine. So that is something we can get then to Crown Falls later on once we build our Botanical Gardens and stuff like that. By the way, I haven't even looked. Do we have something here? We have a blobfish. We have an unknown luminescent fish for the zoo. So those two are really good there actually. And a Botanical Garden plant. So those three here, we will use them because they're rare and they offer some attractiveness bonuses then. Now let's go ahead and build us the marketplace there and also the first buildings, right? So that we jumpstart our economy in Tristão. We can still build a few more houses there. And ladies and gents, finally we do have a settlement in the New World. This is exciting. We're going to keep this settlement, I'm sure. By now we have still lots of ships. We only lost one so far. Oh, Hugo, what are you doing? You're purchasing shares of my islands? You better not do that. How's it looking, by the way, here in Cape Trelawney? It's looking fine for now. I'm also building more ships. We can still afford one more warship that I'm going to push out here. How's it looking with my Docklands? We, of course, have wasted a lot of time now with all the New World skirmishes. Yeah, as I can see, bread and soap has just been traded there quite a lot. We've already upgraded our first good here, the soap to tier 1, I should say. It's kind of like vice versa, of course, to level 4 there. And yeah, the export volume still needs to increase now so that the value of soap goes up over time. So I'm going to keep this one. Actually, let's go down here for 200. And all the pig heads are coming in now, and we do have 600 pigs in store. Now the problem there, of course, is that Tobias is coming in 20-minute cycles. We don't have enough storage to keep all that what we trade. So let's build a few more depots here to keep more and more storage now over time. And with the surplus that we have, I can go ahead and build more rendering works and more soap factories along the way so that we boost our production here further. Let's upgrade some of these warehouses there. We have plenty of bricks by now. And of course, more slaughterhouses then as well. And could we do that? We could do that. At least 20% increase we can do. And perhaps we can do the same thing for the soap. Yes, 20% increase here as well. Doesn't lead to that much unhappiness yet. So that is fine. Do we have any ruins? We do over there, but it's really just minor. So let's go back to the New World because we have a lot of work in the New World ahead of us. Not only do we need to start a proper city, we will also need to get... Oh. Alright. I think it's it. I think we're losing this one. We still have some... I don't have the heavy guns. I think we are losing the island. Look at that. Why, Bente? Why are you doing this to me? I'm going to use all my ships, even the Royal Galleon. Can we still get some more here? We could get a frigate. And I could purchase this frigate there. They fire, but they can attack from behind. Why are you doing this to me? Alright. Let's try this one. That's a major one. Oh god, my ships are stuck in the harbor area there. I think this is one of the biggest battles that we've seen so far. And as we can see, Tristão is losing a lot of morale there right now.
Under attack.
Incredible. Absolutely insane. Holy cow. And we actually prevailed. We also prevailed because my 2 frigates up here distracted this warship from also coming in. Look at that. That was very close to losing that. And I think we've once again had a major victory against Bente here right now. There's lots of loot that I will need to take. And what I definitely will also need to do now... this one is still on its way now. This one here goes away. That Guinevere, it's already down to 100 HP only, so we might lose it. This one goes away. The harbor is damaged, so we can't rebuild it. We don't have the timber now. I think Isabel is selling some timber for us. She's not, so I will need to get my ships over here now. I still need to fight this one off. I was so close. Alright, it's backing off again as it should. Those are going in for repairs. And
Conditions are verging on the
let's get them back
inhumane
in there.
number of
And
the
I need to
time.
go back now to Cape Trelawney. And we are going to send now lots of additional ships. So 4, make this one 5. 5 heavy warships. There's another one coming out here now soon. And actually, let's build both of them. Right. There's no big attack here. Plus, we are having some good defenses. We are having some proper harbor cannons,
Attention
right? So
to
it
the
would be
Admiral.
very hard for her to destroy them. However, in the New World, it's looking really bad because we don't have any timber left. So the greedy gannet here, let's take some timber, some bricks and some steel beams with us. And let's get her. I think we need even more than that. Let's take one of my heavy warships, Endeavor. Take some weapons. Holy cow. I'm really, really scared right now. If there's another attack like this coming, it's over. And we've wasted so much time and space and money especially on that. And that I don't want. 50 tons of weapons, I
Ready
would
for a
give.
challenge.
Yeah, and some bricks with that. Because we need to build some proper defenses there. Perfect. So this fleet here is now on the way
Coordinates.
to the New World there as well. Right. That's another 4 ships, 5 ships, and the Clipper as reinforcements. And we need to hold out for them. Right. So they're self-repairing them a bit, a tiny bit. Why is Isabel not selling any timber at all? Very strange. Very strange. No timber. No timber here. No timber in the storage. No way to rebuild that medium trade post once the siege is over. Right, so once again, we have the city not functioning right now. And it's all about that reinforcements that we need ASAP. As grim as it might look, I'm not going to give up, and I'm certainly not going to wait now just for the reinforcements. We continue, nevertheless, with just building some additional blocks here. So we are building Tristão up there a bit. Let's have some additional blocks here and probably here. Let's make a double road there. In fact, let's make a triple road, right? So it goes then away from both sides here. So that we have a nice crossing there. And then we just have some normal buildings here as well. We have 4 clay deposits in Tristão. How very good. So for future building, this will be amazing. Go ahead, have those guys there. This one and that. Not looking so bad here. And another thing that I would like to do on the other side of this massive, beautiful island. There is lots of oil here. Look at that, 19 oil deposits close to a beach. This will be a perfect Docklands then here with the trains for the oil. And what we can do in the meantime... very good, the siege is over at least for now. Can I rebuild it? Nah, I can't. Right, so we do need to... Oh, you know what? You know what is happening right now? I will never be able to upgrade this one here because it's still locked. We still didn't have enough... people here.
We're not
This is insane. Okay, this situation I never had before. Alright, there is my reinforcements a bit under damage here, under attack right now. I will need these 2 warships. I'm going with another Royal Galleon. Unfortunately, we have a major problem. I cannot upgrade this one anymore. I will need to delete it. And with that, I will need to delete the whole island. And only then can I rebuild it from scratch. This is... yeah. This is something I never had before. Unfortunately... I'm learning something new again. There, she's got a quest for us, a smuggling quest. I will not be able to do that. First of all, I don't want to for the little rewards. Plus, I don't want to go out there. I don't want to leave the harbor area. We're going to hold it out here. We're going to use these cannons as defense for my ships as we wait for the reinforcements. Then I will have to delete the island and build it new again. Settle on it once more. Right? But with lots of timber then.
Your people are starting to get...
Reason for that is... the medium trade post can only be built once you have obreros in your island. I never had obreros in the New World yet, thus I've never unlocked this upgrade. Thus I can't build this one again because it's a medium trade post. Can I? I cannot downgrade it. No, I cannot downgrade it. So overall, a really, really tricky situation there. Now let's not forget that we have a beautiful city here still to tend to. And we should be doing that. So we have lots. We already upgraded lots of people there. Oh, there's another bigger plague outbreak. So let's actually have a hospital here. Right, Rod? I think here. Oh, Actually, for this whole district, let's have a hospital here in this corner there. It's just for one district, really. And let's go ahead, build it. Where's my hospital? I usually always forget my hospital. There it is. Perfect. Yeah, we could have it then just like that for this area. And let's also go ahead and upgrade. We can really, really upgrade a lot of buildings still, and especially artisans.
Under attack.
Why? What is under attack? And why are these ships not together? This one. I've broken formation early on. Yeah, but it's just passing by really. It did a lot of damage to that. So the reinforcements are already being damaged as well, as they're now on the way.
Fleet on the move.
Alright, at least it's down, but holy cow. Now, these are moving now into the new world to Tristão. Right, off they go. At least they leave this world here in one piece. And we continue with the upgrading. More artisans we need, taxpayers essentially, and also, of course, our way to the next level that brings me influence. Those people here still would like to upgrade in the city center. Let's go ahead and just upgrade this whole block there, really, since we can do it. And we could also just go ahead with those guys here being artisans now too. Perfect. And for the rest, we will probably still need a school here. Yes, we do. Let's just go ahead and see that we can squeeze it into a proper corner there somehow. Here or here. I think this one would be quite well. Or here.
Your harbor is under attack.
It's really not easy. We're under constant attack there still. And I could try still to do something with them. Is there a ceasefire possibility? There is no possibility here for ceasefire. They really don't like me. The only way of getting ceasefire is getting stronger military-wise. Then, once we are on par, on the same terms, they would go for it. About that school, there I would like to have it a bit further away, really. But we can afford a school here. Thing is, we already have a school down here, right? And now in this area. And then I will still need some paved roads here to extend the reach of it. We do have enough bricks after all, so it's fine. It's fine. And of course, we do need to eventually put everything with bricks anyway. This should now have them all perfect. 100% school supply, so that means they should be able now to upgrade. There it is. The upgrades are appearing. And let's just wait for the last of them. And then we should be able to upgrade those guys here. This is going to look epic, perfect, lots and lots of them. A lot of resources too. Boom! And a whole new district being artisans now. Very good. Of course, I'm really scared of my consumption rates that are going to increase with that. It's still looking fine though. Still fine, and the taxes are exploding because of that. Now, where is my reinforcements? They're still halfway on the way to the new world over here. Still going to take them a bit of time there. And in the new world, my ships are self-repairing well. Of course, we lost now the first buildings over here, as we can see. Still no big attack coming in right now, so we are still having a bit of time. Let's go ahead and also build another school just here that we can have. And this one is then using this whole district there, right? Because we have now this district, and I would of course still have artisans here as well. And then we still need to do this district there, because we of course want to have engineers everywhere here as well, and of course then investors at some point. Now there is, heavy warships coming out. A Royal Galleon is coming out too, so we are building up the fleet here in Cape Trelawney as well, which is just very important really to secure my islands there. And while we wait on the reinforcements, what we can still do as well in Western Frontier, I'm not going to have my pig farms here, but what we are now having instead is my fur coats, right? So we do need to have the fur coats. There it is, the hunting cabin for that. And we can go ahead and start building up some proper hunting cabin production as well. So we can actually squeeze in 4 in this corner there. They're going to hunt for the furs. They're going to hunt for these poor animals there. And we probably can use actually couple more here. This one and this one still has 100%. Very good. There is another possibility here and here somewhere, and then we're going to have another warehouse radar here in the center of them all. That will be all the fur, and look at how much space it really consumes, right? Each one of them produces every minute. We have now 8 of them. That's 8 per minute. We're still going to need more. So I'm probably going to add then more down here, where we could still have 3 more, I guess. 1 in this corner there. Or really just 2. Let's have 2 here. Plus the warehouse, plus then the coal deposit and the limestone that we still need then. And then we still have this whole side there. But it's really just going to be used for fur, I think. At least until we get the fur from the Docklands. In Larsen, we are going to stick with the pepper and the beef. And in Crown Falls, where's the trader Tobias? He's arriving right now. How much storage do we really have now? I think we are well on the way to 1,000. Captain Tobias, there he is. Bit drunk perhaps, but still he should be fine. We can trade. Oh, soap is really fine. Bread, we need to produce more of that. The same goes a bit with the sewing machines, I think. Even though we're not fully trading yet, of course. Clay is absolutely fine. We are getting more than we need. Let's actually push this down to 100. And for the pigs, this will be a major trade now. And the grain will also need to be a major trade. So let's go with 300 there to get more grain than ever. So he is now trading with us. And I think it happened. Yep, it already happened. We are also full on pigs, 760 of that. And that also means that we can now finally, we can get rid of the first piggeries here. Let's get rid of them. And this will dramatically improve my attractiveness level there as well. These warehouses I can actually keep. After all, this is going to be an industrial zone. Right, so we're going to have, of course, non-pollution industrial buildings here then. After all, it's very close to my residents then living here, right? But it's a perfect area then for a beautiful industrial zone for the engineer products that we're going to need. Now let's go back to the New World. Yes, my reinforcements have arrived. Lots of them, in fact. And where's my clipper? He's a bit swallowed there. And yeah, unfortunately, let's get rid of this. And let's destroy this Tristão. Gone it is. And we need to settle once more. There we have it, right? So we have a small trading post here now. It's still Tristão, perfect. And we need to start building it again from scratch, really. I mean, we weren't really far anyway. I just need to unload now everything that we have kind of like in store here. And I quickly will need to start building up some proper defenses. Unifier we are with that as well. 50 weapons we have in store. That means I can definitely build a couple of these mounted guns. We have 14 influence still left. 3 influence, 1 mounted gun costs me. So I can still go ahead and build us a couple of them here. Of course, materials providing that. So that we have 4 of them. And we should still have some timber left. Perfect. And also one of them should have some timber there. There it is. And a Jagger.
New orders?
There we have the sewing machines. So my people can actually knit their own clothes. And that's it. Righto. Tristão once more, this time with our warehouse there. Once again with some proper defense. We can build this one here. Mounted gun it is. And now we can start once again with that city building. We have way more warships now here than before. So any kind of protection should be well up. I'm actually going to station my heavy warships now a bit here. So that if they attack, they are already getting damaged. They're not coming from this side. Only the pirate is coming from this side, right? And those guys here are getting then attacked from my heavy warships right away. If they want to attack Tristão. And then we still have second line of defense. That's the harbor cannons. Perhaps 2 ships that I'm leaving in the area. And my harbor building, of course. And with that, I'm doing this whole thing again. And we're going to continue here then in the next episode. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 as we're looking at our new foothold Tristão, a quaint settlement so far. And yes, well, this time I'm confident that we can hold it a bit better. Of course, if there's a big attack coming, then well, we'll just have to see how it holds up. Let's go ahead and build us the wood production up here in the area where we have the oil wells. And the cool thing is these oil wells are really just consuming the space here of the oil springs later on. So it's perfectly fine to keep those lumberjack huts close here, because with the oil production there's not really going to a lot of space that's going to be taken away then from this area. So in that case here, let's have the timber up there where we have the oil. And right down here, we still have 32 tons of timber. Let's go ahead, build the marketplace once more. And then also the first buildings now. Fortress Dao. I've also made a couple of other layouts already. So we have a chapel then here for the happiness sake. And yeah, that's basically it. The first Jornaleros are going to move in. People, please hold out. Hold on to me if there's another attack. Please, your morale should not drop so quickly again like last time. And I'm making sure that, yeah, this is happening. We do have plantain fertility in Pistao. So while these people are coming in, what we can also do right away is, beside the timber production, is my consumables. That's the plantain. For that, we're going to need some fish oil. I'm going to add here, and I'm going to have, yeah, let's actually make this one 3 fish oil factories for now. Later on, we might then push a few more, but in another area than this one. And on the other side of this island, there we have our plantain productions. They're taking a bit of space, of course, away from us, but it's really important that we get this one on the way, since with that we will be able then to afford finally cannon towers and also some proper defense for the harbor building, right? So we can then also upgrade the harbor building in the future. So let's just go ahead and finish those farms here. Very good. So we have 6 of them. We also have 6 kitchens here. Now bear in mind that the ratio is the same, right? So for every plantation that we build, we can build 1 kitchen. We have 3 fish oil factories, so we could go with 3 kitchens there right away. And of course, we could expand them in this area too. That is only 1 though. We still have the the ponchos as well, that I would probably like to squeeze into this area here too. We have a clay deposit there that I'm going to hold out for. And then there's the ponchos here. So we can upgrade our people then to obreros rather sooner. That is the goal here in order to get the upgrades that are so important for us. So we get the alpaca farms over here.
I'm confident it's ready to go.
Very good. Also another newspaper guy. Let's use the usual stuff. Let's actually keep this one here so we save a bit of influence there as well. And speaking about influence, we should be able to purchase another share, costing me 10 influence once more. This is just a long-term project there at this island, right? I'm not going to take this one yet, but rather for the future that we can take it, because these islands only grow in value the longer they hold out. And I want to rather purchase the sheep. Or cheap if I can. Not sheep, because I'm having my alpaca farms here. There is no coal mine or iron mine or gold mine here. Perfect. So we can use that space freely. And that's about 7 of them. And that means I could have 7 of my poncho darners right away if I want to. Actually, let's squeeze in another one. Right. And this warehouse goes over there. And now we can use them here. That should be fine. Also, I do need a fire station right behind my warehouse. And that's pretty much it, right? There we have a nice little production as well. There we can also expand then if we want. We probably will need to do that because, well, basically we're going to get a lot of people into this town here. Now, let's go ahead, build us the first fish oil factory. And also the first plantain factory, a plantation, the warehouse, and then a kitchen. And thus we have started with our very first production then as well for the New World.
Ship under attack.
This is always a bit tricky. When I get this message, I'm already expecting another major fleet popping in somewhere. By the way, let's build another heavy warship. We can afford that. And I'm probably also going to build another royal galleon, or... Oh, we actually like the sails for more shipbuilding. That's interesting. We do have another sail maker ready that we can still add. And I think this should not affect my consumption rates too much. Perfect. We still have a surplus of the wool production right now. And just in general, how's it looking here? Looking fine. Bread and soap is a bit low there. I think that's because we just had a trade again. We can check this one. Yes, the grain is full. That means we just had a major trade. I would still like to boost my bakeries there a bit though. Can we do like that? We can. 25% productivity increase for the bread and 20% for the soap should be fine. And I probably will add a few more rendering works here. We definitely should also upgrade these warehouses there to another tier yet. Some of them are really full. And this, of course, is hurting my production as well. This one here especially. Holy cow. Lots of tradings happening here.
Ship under attack.
And it was only a matter of time. There is actually another major attack coming in. I don't believe that. Totally by surprise. It is Princess Jing. And it's a good thing that we had our fleet this time a bit further outside. Because with that, they're already being damaged hard because before they reach the harbor area. Alright, very good. We didn't lose that many ships yet. I think 3. 3 ships gone again. But she's losing another major portion of her fleet. Of course, she's just rebuilding and coming again later. But at least that was successful. He was not even able to touch the harbor this time. And we were able to defend it just fine with our fleet in front of it. This one I really do want to destroy still. Actually, we're able to destroy both of them. Perfect. Bit of loot. For the museum, a nice artifact that we could use, an artifact. And here we do have nothing really major full there. Lots of loot here, but I'm not going to take most of it. We still should be having 1 or 2 ships here empty. This one. And this one. And that's it then. Right. And I can build more houses. So that was a major attack from Princess Jing. I think Bente will be next in line again for the next attack. We also have a clipper here, very good, that I could use. If there's some nice item coming along, we might grab it. But for now, I would like to go ahead and build a few more houses. So that Tristão is growing just fine. Also, let's build that chapel here to add some additional happiness than once these people want it. It's a nice location there. Perhaps a smaller ornament right next to it. A bit of shrub here. Or also some palm trees. Let's add some palm trees. And what a beautiful game this really is. There's the preacher coming out. As we can see, this is just really epic. As we can see our major fleet offshore protecting this really, really important town. There's some sewing machines again. Princess Jing really likes her sewing machines. There's nothing about that really. A museum item, some glasses, some bricks we got. Nothing really epic or anything like that. So nothing that would be really useful. But it's still fine. Alright, we got some timber again. Fish oil should be now in full production. Let's go ahead with the next production. And that is our alpaca. Let's go ahead with 2 alpacas and 2 contradaunas. We can continue with building more houses here in Tristão, so let's finish this block there, or these blocks there as well, and those houses there. Consumption rates are really fine right now, so as we can see, +2 still for each one of them. And yeah, the streets of Tristão are coming to life with all of those happy people. I only see cotton farmers here really for me, because that's the very first thing that we need to do here. I think we should already be able to get the cotton working. There it is. Perfect. Cotton plantation and cotton mill. It only takes farmers these here, right? And I would like to go ahead and do this right now. Over here, we have plenty of space. So let's go ahead and build us a few cotton plantations. There actually is sugarcane right now available in Isabel Sarmento's harbor. I just purchased the frigate really, and let's get this one over here to Tristão. That means my second bigger production chain that we're going to need is ready. So this is my cotton plantations more or less. And yes, as we see, we do need quite a few of them. And just behind the cotton, we have the sugarcane, plantations now here, or sugarcane plants. Yeah, and as we can see, it is of course limiting then the space of what we can use for now with Tristão, but also at the same time, let's just make the border here really, so I can build my city up to this point now, right? So there's still plenty of space here, no doubt, but it's not going to be as big yet. We are going to get rid of the sugarcane eventually once we can import it then with the Docklands later on, because it's just a huge time investment or a space investment there, and sugarcane is actually really cheap once you've unlocked it, so that should be no problem. We are a bit capped there with the timber, and what we can really do is, yep, we can upgrade the people in Tristão to tier 2, and with that we unlock now the obreros. Let's go ahead.
You reached a new
Beautiful,
milestone.
and the Age of Independence has started for us as well. A bit late now, but much later. I also now have the upgrade harbor upgrade, so let's go ahead and upgrade the harbor right away to tier 2, and from now on we can always repair it to that back on again. And yeah, looking really fine. Beautiful buildings, of course, as always, especially also there in the first person mode. I just love to walk around in my towns then, especially once they get really big, and I just love my epic harbor scene there as well,
Your
with all of
harbor
those
is
ships.
under attack.
Okay, I need to check this one. There is a smaller attack again on one of my harbors. Not big though. 23 influence still left. That means I can get another heavy warship out there. We probably will be able to build another one then still. Very good. And yeah, this is just really big right now. Oh, we are also the first Sea Lord now. Influence bonus should give us a nice attack speed, or yeah, attack speed plus 33% for my shippies. So they're a bit stronger now as well in general. But what we can do with that, we have the workforce now for all of that to build us two things actually, rum and cotton. We both need that for our town, and we have plenty of that. So I've built 14 sugarcane plantations. That means I can have 14 rum distilleries. We have still plenty of space here where I would like to have them piling up just like that. So that's 8 that we still have here. Then we have, oh wait a second, here we can still add a whole bunch of them as well. Probably will need that space here for a warehouse, right? That goes then this way. And as we know, they like to catch fire rather quickly, so let's also go ahead and have us a nice little fire station here. I will still also need to build a trade union to get my sugarcane saplings working. I think we can just really have them anywhere, these trade unions here, right? We could have them here to further boost the production then of the industry that we're building here. So let's go ahead, build the trade union. And in here we have the cane sapling. With enabling that, I should now have the sugarcane fertility in Tristão. I hope I have it. I think we should be able to build them now. Let's try this one out. This one has it. Alright. I need to have it in... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. I really do need to have it close to the trade union. My bad. Now, there we have it. This is working, so the trade union in the center, and it's being now... It's now affecting all of these sugarcane plantations. That's still a lot of them. It's actually still 14. Oh, I see a bigger Banta force here right now. Let's just take them down here. Alright, I think we are losing one ship here, or we've lost one ship. That's it.
Your harbor is
Very
under
good.
attack.
My harbor is better fortified than ever. Let's get this warship there, by the way, also back on track here again.
How about a cup of coffee?
Alright, so that's fine for now. And yeah, we do have 14 sugarcane plantations still. That means I can still stick to my 7 distilleries that we have. The only thing is that those distilleries still need lumberjack huts, right? So 15... Actually, so one lumberjack hut is providing for 2, and that means I do need to have 4 of them if I want to fully utilize all of that. This is a bit tricky. I'm not going to build 4. I'm rather going to boost the ones that we have already. So we can still squeeze in one here, into this corner there, and one here. If I'm not completely mistaken, we could... Yep, let's do it like that. There we have this one, and then their own warehouse, of course. Right, let's build both of them. And let's boost them by just flat out 50%. It adds a bit of unhappiness there, but not a whole lot. And with that, basically we are all set up now. How very nice. Let's build the warehouse. And let's go ahead and build the first 4 cotton plantations. And the first 4, or the first 2 cotton mills, right? Because there's the ratio of 2 to 1, right? That's that. Beautiful fields. And we have started with that production. We can also go ahead and start with the other production as well. Let's have the sugarcane, 4 plantations right away. And with that, also 2 rum distilleries just here. Very, very cool. We have 2 productions now working on one island that are very important for our city. Also, here we have some clay deposit. We need to start using the clay deposits, exploiting them. Oh, wait a second. As always, I should not slack on that. Purchasing the shares of this island. And I'm going ahead here now with the clay pit and then 2 brick factories just in this corner there. And we can do this actually up to 4 times. They're very expensive though. Not expensive for materials, but very expensive for workforce, right? One of these brick factories takes 50 obreros. So 100 obreros are consumed for every... And this one needs 100. So 200 obreros are actually being consumed for one of these. For one of the clay deposits that we have, right? 200. We don't have that many. So we would need a really, really big town there if we want to make this one full. This one is working, and the only thing that I need now is some proper trade routes. We have a clipper here already, the Greedy Gannet. And in Crown Falls, we are going ahead and we are building another clipper. I think, actually, let's build 2 clippers there, really. Because I'm going to need them anyway. These heavy warships are going then with the... Actually, let's send all 3 of them here to the new world. I'm also on Andromeda. Now, that is a proper name for a royal galleon. Andromeda. On Andromeda, we're going to have...
Attention for the Admiral.
Just to see that we can make this one work. Really, Cristau. It's really insane here. Constant attacks on this island. I think they're just spamming ships and sending them to us right away. I need bricks to build our repair crane. Without that, we're a bit lost. Because I can't repair my ships. The self-repair is too slow. Right, how much would it cost me? There it is. 75 bricks we need for 1 repair crane. That's a bit. Let's actually start the production here of bricks.
Your harbor is under attack.
In Dristau. And in Cape Trelawney, we're using the Royal Galleon here that we have. And let's get some bricks over, some timber, some steel beams, and another 50 tons of weapons. And all of this is going now to the new world. Right. This one goes off to further reinforce Tristau. And yeah, 2 important things are coming in then. The fur coats and the rum. Right, both of them we can now supply for our citizens. And speaking about Crown Falls, I think we should be really fine with our goods. We are. So let's use the materials that we have to further upgrade a few more people here. Very good. And also on that side here, making this district already being fully used now by artisans. And we could still go ahead and upgrade more people here as well. And then we're out of steel beams actually, before we can continue. But that was a nice major upgrade there once again, with more people into Crown Falls. And I think we still have a nice proper steel surplus. Yes, we have, because it's not really fully working. We might actually be full on steel. No, we are not. But it's not that far away. I would probably like to go ahead and build me another steel beams production. We are producing 7 per minute right now. That's not so much. Let's have another one. Here. Far away from everything, right in the harbor area. Another steel beams production. We just need that. Alright, meanwhile those are on the way, hopefully without any incidents. Let's go back to Dristau. Our, after Crown Falls, single most important island at the moment. Look at that, she's just really spamming her gunboat in now. So she's just building ships and then having the waypoint in my island, on my island I think. We can go ahead here. We could either upgrade more people, or I'm actually upgrading more my production chains, right? So the cotton is the more important thing right now. Even though with the rum, that will be a lot of money. I think we will double our income once the rum comes in. Right, so let's have that, and then let's have 2 more sugar canes here, plus the warehouse. And with that, we will be able to build another one. Let's just have a look at the numbers. Right now, we produce 3 per minute here on the rum, and on my cotton, plus 4. Now, in Crown Falls, How much rum do we really need? That's going to be interesting. We do need 16 rum at the moment. That is insane. That is a lot. A lot of rum indeed. For the 7 fur coats, well, we don't need that much anymore. For the fur coats, we do need the fur dealer. That is producing every 30 seconds. That one of them is actually having 2 per minute. We don't really need that many of them. And that's the cool thing about them. Let's just have 4 here and 4 here. And I think we're probably never going to need more than that. We could have still this one here being used with another full block. And for completion's sake, I would probably do that. We have the warehouses then here. And that's pretty much it, right? Let's go ahead and build us the hunting cabins. For that, I will need another ship. Let's have the first 4 here. They're producing every minute. Alright, so we do need a bit more than that. Build those 2 here as well. Right, so it's going to take them a while now to plant the trees where the animals are coming out. Guess it's working like that, and then they can hunt them. What we still need for them is also another trade ship. We are running out of them a bit here right now. We cannot purchase one, so I'm building 2 clippers there right... Oh, yes. They're being chased here right now. Let's take this one down. There's no reason why we should let it attack us when we can just take it down, really. Boom. Perfect. And those can now go to Tristão. Off they go. It's going to take them a while. In Tristão, meanwhile, we have a clipper ready, the Greedy Gannet, and the Greedy Gannet is going to be on the trade route now. That's a new trade route. From Tristão, finally we can use that to Cape Trelawney. Now this is a bit crucial here where the trade route is leaving the area, because there we got some enemy territory, and we also got Bentis ships, so I would probably like them to have to be up there. Unfortunately, we cannot do that right now because of the fog, right? So we cannot move anything in the fog. This is still a fine corridor that we have there. In Tristão, we're going to take the cotton fabrics now, and we're making that ship full, of course. And Greedy Gannet, off it goes. This one is going to be in a new group, and we're going to call this, wait a second, the New World. Right, so this is everything that comes from the New World is now going into this one here, and this one is still Cape Trelawney, so the main town. We could actually make this one, I guess, we could name this one Cape Trelawney to keep it. Why do we need to do that? Basically because we're going to have 4 or 5 different worlds: Cape Trelawney, New World, Africa, Arctic, and Old World, and there's lots and lots of trade routes coming out of that at some point. Now this one is finally leaving port with the first cotton fabrics in tow. The cool thing here is that it's leaving the world right away. So there is no danger here really for those ships, right? Because enemy ships are coming here. As long as I have my fleet stationed in this area, we should be really fine. And this one is now leaving. In Cape Trelawney, it's a bit more tricky since it's going to enter the world here, where my fleet is just leaving now. And it's going to have a very long way to Crown Falls. So we might need some proper defense then here as well. This island, fortunately, is uninhabited, and we cannot settle on this one. It will be a bit hard for the enemy to really intercept my ships there, especially once I have the steamships. Oh yeah, she's building up some more ships here. We should do the same. We are out of influence at this point though. 2 more clippers are consuming the rest of it, and I will probably, yep, we are able to build 1 more ship off the line, and that's it. Nothing I can do then. We're getting more influence in though once we can upgrade our artisans. They will need the fur coats now. So the next clipper that comes out now will be on this trade route. And then we can build them here, the fur dealers. Looking forward to that. And then it's onwards to engineers. And boy, does the game open up then. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Crown Falls, our glorious town that is looking fine, and Crown Falls is going to change quite a lot now because we finally have all the productions working that we need in order to go for engineers, or in order to go to engineers. A couple of things we still need to prepare for that in this really, really beautiful town. That is one thing that would be the steel, right? We are producing some steel beams right now down there, actually pretty far away from the other main harbor area. And as we can see, as it's looking really dirty here, but still we do need more of that. We have, I think, around, let's just check this one, we have 6 of them. That should lead to a nice production per minute. So 7 per minute right now. One is not completely working right now. Perhaps we are lacking steel. We don't lack steel, so then it's just a coincidence there. We could probably boost them here by, well, not that much, but by 25%. 25% is perfectly fine, so let's go ahead and do this one. I can at the same time lower my weapon production a bit, perhaps to 25. No, actually this doesn't change anything at all. Then we might have a look at my bricks. We don't need that anymore. Okay, I'm giving up here because the rest I definitely still do need. So that should be fine. We still have, yeah, +2 on the worker happiness overall, and it will lead to a bit of more steel beams, right? Because we're rather low on that, and we're going to need to upgrade a lot of these people. Now the next Cloudburst is coming out. Cloudburst, that happened in Arkham. Lucky I didn't name my city Arkham, because then we would have a huge cloudburst on us pretty soon. And yeah, another clipper is coming out, and that's the end of it then. We are down to 1 influence points at the moment. That means no more ships, no more harbor defenses, no more islands that I can take. We are totally limited by now, right now with the influence system. One more clipper that is still in construction though. Let's also just check my Docklands. As we can see, it's looking fantastic. Since the soap upgraded there, we can really trade in a lot of grain, and we should be rather full on that. And for the steel, yeah, as I can see, we still have enough in store there, so no problem. Bias is coming in 50 seconds actually. That's rather short. Now, Princess Ching, we really do need to focus also there a bit on the naval warfare there all the time. It's not naval warfare itself. We are still trying to protect ourselves. She's got a lot of ships on the move here right now. This is a really important island that we have, the Western Frontier. So I'm going to move the 3 ships that I have here. I'm going to move them now down into this island there, or into the harbor defense that we have here. Because I think we just need to get these ships there, because she might try to take it. It's the more important island right now because of the fur coats. They're so important to us. The other one is rather close to Crown Fall, so I'm not expecting a bigger attack there right now. Plus I've got another ship out already that we might now move into Larson just for that. Now the Cloudburst is going to be on a new trade route. We have now Cotton. The next one would be now, well, Rum. So let's go to the New World. Tristao, there we have it, and then Cape Trelawney, and there we have it. Perfect route, and we go for the Rum. So it's going to be a lot of that. And speaking about Rum, of course we're not producing enough there yet. Go ahead and have this one.
Good and ready.
And this beauty is now on the way with the banner of the cat delivering alcohol to Crown Falls. Now before that, let's check our current rum consumption. That is 16 per minute, alright? So we need to at least be on par with that. We have a production of +3 at the moment, so that is definitely something we need to improve. We do have enough timber. Let's go ahead and finish the remaining sugarcane plantations. Those here. I will also need to upgrade my warehouse. And I think, did my ship arrive? My ship hasn't arrived yet. There is a clipper on the way with some building materials still that we are going to need as well. Newspaper guy, let's have the consumption and the income. And oh, I cannot afford anything else, so we will be stuck with that. I could say +5 income though, and +5 happiness. That is possible. Let's go with that. We are rather close in Crown Falls with the happiness, right? If I didn't do that, we would have an unhappy population by now. That would lead to riots again. So I'm not doing that. I'd rather take a little income hit there, because after all, we are really good on the money right now. And with the rum, oh, we are going to be flooding in money. Flooded with money. Now, there we have the sugar cane. All of them are working. 14. That means 7 of my rum distilleries. We have 2 working right now. So let's just up this one by another 5 that we need. So there we have the 7 now working. I would like to have this warehouse as well. That should be working out. The only thing that we might need is we need to up our production for wood or logs. It's already at 50%. That should really be fine. Alright, let's just check this one. And as expected, she was going for this island here with her ships. And she's backing off again. And I'm going to keep, of course, my ships here in the harbor, in the safe harbor area. It should be fine. We've also upgraded a good... Oh, soap has been upgraded once more. How very nice. It's worth even more. Exactly 1.4 is the exchange ratio. That means that we can actually go down here to 250 only. We don't need to trade that much anymore. Is she attacking? Is she not attacking? That is the big question here. She is attacking. Alright, but I think they're not really intending to take it. It would look different, right? So they're backing off again. Lots of movement there. Alright, and there's also my first cotton fabric coming in. We still don't have a trader for the fur coats, right? We should be full of it by now. 30. Alright, so it's just starting. And we might push this one. Yeah, we can push it by 50%, just for the heck of it. Let's do it. And the Royal Galleon Lone Star is going to do this trade for us. Pretty full though. Where can I get the timber to? We are totally full on timber everywhere, so no problem. The Lone Star is actually, is going to be on this trade route. We're going to create a new one, and that is going from Western Frontier to Crown Falls. Just see that we can make the waypoints a bit over there, right? So that we do circumvent kind of like, or avoid the harbor defenses there. So this is really cool, this feature. That is not so old yet. And then we're going with the fur, of course. Right, and a new trade route is working now, and this one is going to the group of Cape Trelawney, and the rum is going to move to the New World. Right, so there we have now our categories. Boy, it's going to get really busy here, so we better keep it organized. And Lone Star is now doing the fur delivery. Now it's still going to take a while before this really takes into effect. Oh, look at that, attacking my clippers. How very, very brave of you. As a revenge, I might actually take this island here that is in the way of my business. Now, very good. That means we could now finish the fur dealers that we have up there. And I'm probably going to do that now in a second. I'm still waiting there on a few things. And by the way, since we have so much timber, let's just go ahead and upgrade a few more farmers to workers. I guess these people here we can upgrade. That should be fine, right? We're down to 300 farmers now. And then perhaps in this area, let's also upgrade a few more people there to workers. And then we could upgrade a few more to artisans. Let's go ahead with those guys. Careful selection of where we want to upgrade. I want my city to look organic. Those artisans, beautiful, right? With some trees next to it. I mean, you can't really see anything, but I guess that's the point. Trees by windows. This one is a worker now, and here we can still have a few more upgrades. There we can still have a few more farmer upgrades. Very close now, perfect. Let's build the school here. And we can still change the color of it if we don't like it. Something proper. That's okay. So those people here should be wanting to upgrade now as well. Right? And we have a lot of unhappy people here right now. So these people, they're pretty unhappy. They don't have a church. And I think that goes for a lot of districts. I think we also don't have a church here. There it is. Right, so up there is no church at the moment anywhere. We don't need 100% coverage for all workers everywhere, right? It's totally unnecessary. But we definitely should look out that most of the people have access to service buildings that increase happiness. By the way, my building materials have arrived here in Tristão with the weapons as well. And also reinforcements. So we have really a lot of people there right now. Let's purchase my shares back.
Fleet ready?
Hugo is friendly with us, but he's still purchasing our shares. Alright, and there is now my fur dealer. Perfect is coming in, so we have now both of them then in Crown Falls. In the New World, let's just go ahead. I might actually keep expanding my town now. And I just want to see our current production. Plus 13. So we are producing 13 rum at the moment per minute. We can still increase that. First of all, by upgrading those warehouses. Oh boy. Right, we do need to do that, and also by increasing their productivity itself to 50%. This is still perfectly fine, as Honaleros here have a really high happiness, and I might actually build us another warehouse than here that we upgrade. right? Because it's rather busy in this area.
Your harbor is under attack.
Beautiful. Now, of course, the peace doesn't last. There's another skirmish, but really, we don't care about that. Now, for the rum, I still need to do something, and that is I need to check my
Under attack.
log production that we have. It's full, very good. On the logs, we don't need to worry. So I might go ahead and just build us a few more. Those 3 in addition. Also, that warehouse is pretty important, and let's also build that warehouse there. And let's upgrade this warehouse there, because it's the closest to all of them. So that is a nice rum production right now. Workforce is completely depleted by that. So no chance at all. Now, since there's lots of production and lots of products being built here, what we need to do is building a few more depots, right? Because those trade ships are taking their time before they arrive, and we definitely don't want to be capped on these very important goods. So I'm just going ahead and have a little storage area here as well for all of my people then. This should up the depot that we have significantly, right? And also there is already some rum being used or transported. And since we do not... I don't have it. There is clippers for sale, but we don't have the influence. We don't have it. And I can't afford to get rid of anything, really. So in Crown Falls, I'm also going to stop the rum. And also the rum, because I want to control it when we want to consume rum. The workers don't need rum, they only want the church. And yeah, let's definitely have a church for this area too, for those people, and a variety theater. And I would rather have this one a bit central, right? So both of them are pretty important. Is the variety theater... It's just a happiness. Perfect. It's not a need per se, so 100% is not needed at all. And I might... Oh, that's tricky. Okay, in fact, actually, let's get rid of a lot of stuff here, right? So we can make a little plaza there for a church and for variety theater. So both of them are kind of like then in the same alley here. And let's build this one kind of like here. And then we have a nice variety theater over there. And we do have a bit of space, but that is totally fine because, well, the variety theater definitely can have a little park around it. And here is the church with its street anyway, right? That's fine, and then this one here has something. Let's actually build the church right away.
Dismantling the status quo, you perpetuate it.
Very nice, and some ornaments around the theater in all its glory. Let's build this one as well, even though we don't need it for now. What a beautiful building the theater really is. And we're going to need it then soon anyway. That's down there, and I think in this area we are still lacking one as well. We have one variety theater in this area, but not for this one here yet. So I definitely do need one of them. And yeah, as it happens, we do have some nice space here. Let's get rid of, actually, let's move these artisans here.
The illusion is broken.
Right, and then we can build us another smaller one in this corner there. Looking towards the main street. Why not? Like so. And then a nice little street here. And then as usual, I like my statues here. Despite I think it's just really fitting. Right? And then perhaps some smaller things. We still don't have the cherry trees. I love my cherry trees. Fortunately for now, not going to happen. Definitely do need a street here. Just makes sense.
Your harbor is under attack.
Alright. No one is leaving me alone here. It's just another smaller attack. Really, we don't need to check this one all the time. Where was I? Where was my variety theater? I am totally lost. There it is. Let's go ahead and let's have some flower beds in addition. And here perhaps the trees. For this one, of course, the dirt roads are not looking really good around the variety theater, right? Having paved roads makes this one much more beautiful. and civilized even. That's pretty important though. It is already raising the happiness for those artisans and for those artisans. And then the same thing I would do here as well. So we do have some space there once more. That is then for another church that we're going to need. So the churches we're going to get rid of once we don't need them anymore, right? I mean, some of them we might actually keep just for the sake of it. And let's actually make this one a bit different. Let's get rid of these houses there. And look at how, you know, the city changes then with all of that moving around and stuff. Pretty important that we do this, right? Because the city gets a lot of character with that. I'm going to have a church here, and also I would like to have a variety theater here. So we do need to make this one work somehow by also getting rid of those houses there once more. Yep, perfect. And then it's a nice church. Probably up here, or actually probably here. The theater is a bit more important long-term wise. And I might actually move this one a bit further down there. The theater should look towards the main street. It just makes sense this way. And here we might actually then just add either some buildings once again, right? Or we could also add then some, I don't know, park, something like that. And here we have this normal connection again. Let's also make just paved roads here then overall. And that's much better. And there you go. Other than the very, very ugly color of this church here, it's looking fine. It's fitting now to the theater, kind of like. And yes, those people are definitely too close. And I certainly don't want to have anyone too close to a church there. And that means just a normal street here. And then we still have some room here perhaps for a bigger fountain, like this one. Right.
Promise me you won't go to sea again.
Grab something for the horses then as well. That's looking like crap. So let's move this one right up there to the main street. And then we still have some space here. Now when we look at the grand scheme of things here, as we can see, variety theater coverage is now green wherever we want to have our houses. Here it's still not, right? So here we still would need it. We have a church here though, so let's just have a look at the church coverage. If you click on one of the buildings like the church, every type of this building is being shown, and you can see the full coverage, for example, for the church need. And as we can see, it's pretty much fulfilled now everywhere. Variety theater would be the only exception, and I would probably have this one somewhere here in this corner. Oh, we have some ruins there as well. And we probably could do it here, or somewhere here in the center, as it would affect a lot of buildings. We could also have it in this corner there. So let's get rid of these houses there, and instead have a nice little variety theater. We could still add something else. We probably will need a university here as well. Now that I think about it, let's just have a look at university coverage. It's really only in this area for now. Right, so for this whole area, we would still need it. University coverage, though, I could actually think about having it here instead of those houses. Then have a nice university in this area. The university coverage is pretty important because only with that can we upgrade to engineers, right? So these people here have full coverage now then with the university being built here. And then it goes around for all of these people there. And then we probably will need two more, one here and one here. Have the university in this area though. Right. That was the big one. I want the big one. There it is. Behind the church, and then we have the theater in this corner. Another cool thing here would be the postal office that we still need as well. So let's actually build the variety theater somewhere here, and then the post office. Because that is something we really do need, and it's another service building, kind of like, right? And between them we have then some separation anyway. There we could actually, wait a second, we could actually have one of our bigger fountains now. We do have some bigger fountains unlocked. This one here, I think that would just look fine by the variety theater. And right next to that, perhaps some patches of grass then as well. that's it, right? And then we can still add something here later on if we need to. Very good. So there we have a few more demands being met. Meanwhile, also the first rum trader is coming in, Cloudburst, with 100 tons of rum. Well, not exactly enough yet, but still it's a nice start. And we also... Oh, we have a riot. I already have a police station here, so that should be fine. What we still also have already in Crown Falls now is... Yep, cotton fabric and the furs. So that means my next production is ready for action, and that is the fur coat dealers. Let's go ahead with... Oh, I'm down to steel again. Let's build one only for now. How many do we need actually? We are consuming 8 right now. And one of them is producing 2 per minute. Alright, so we do need to have all 4 of them here to just meet the demand. So I'm going to build 2 more then in order to also stockpile a bit of fur coats. And it's getting finally also a bit busy here in the harbor area with more and more ships now appearing from time to time with the automatic trading. I just love it because the harbor just naturally gets busy, as we can see, right? And there's also another trade happening with this very beautiful, majestic Royal Galleon. I love the colors on it. As it's making its way back. Now, the rum was just happening. I would like to have Endearment Clipper here on my trade route as well. There we have now the rum leaving. Where is my cotton fabric? We need to check this one. Right, it's just coming in. So it's actually safe to get this one here now also on the cotton trade route. So Endearment it is for the second ship on this one. Right, so 2 of them are trading now on this trade route. And I think that will be fine. We have 70 tons already. We are producing now at a rate of 8. It's actually more than that. It's 10 per minute. I just need to upgrade here my warehouses because they're severely limiting the capacity. And since I like to overproduce and since we still have some capacity, let's go ahead and build more here, right, to increase that. And we have enough timber. So I would also like to continue expanding Tristão now. That definitely needs a second district. And that is something that we can add now in this area. And there we have it, another second district. I've already made some room here as well for a boxing arena that we're going to need. Let's build these thingies here first. So the ornaments and then the chapel. And then also these whole blocks there of more houses. And since these houses are not so expensive, we can actually build quite a lot of them at once with all the timber that we have. Of course, it might be safe to have a look at our consumption rates. Then they're going through the roof, I'm sure. Also some structure there with another double layer road then here. And of course, the main avenue that we continue. Perhaps something here in the center then. After all, with mods, we have tourism allowed. So that means we could also get some tourism ships here then as well. And some hotels if we want to. And let's actually build the boxing arena right away. It's a nice building that we have over there. Some pirates are fighting each other by the looks of it. And I probably should also upgrade a few more to a rarer since that is also really important. Now with that, let's just check our production rates for rum. Oh, it's way too much. We are capped at rum and we're also capped at cotton. And I will definitely need more clippers, right? And that's what the fur coats should work than us for. Because now we are very close to upgrading the engineers, right? The first fur coats are coming in. I'm going to stop this one for now. We have the steel beams again. So let's go ahead and build another few fur coats here. Let's upgrade the warehouse so that it can hold the additional cars that are coming in now. And they do need the furs and the cotton fabric. Both of them are coming in. And now we just have to wait a couple of seconds. And then we go for a new era. Tier 4 buildings. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 Megacity. Now not Megacity this time though, but another very bad development out there, especially in the New World. Benta has now the first big battleships, so these are the most powerful ships in this game. And if you know my previous Extreme series, then you know how much I struggle with them, and I totally forgot about them. And all of a sudden, boom, there we have it, the big battleships right now. This is going to hurt us. It already took down one of my ships, and just look at how much damage it's taking. It's truly incredible. The heavy warships that were the biggest ones until this point here are not that looking good anymore in comparison to one of these monsters, right? How many of them have to really fire on them? This one's still going down, of course, because it basically was totally outnumbered there, so it's obvious that it will have to go down. There might be some interesting loot out of these dreadnoughts that we might use them. And yes, it's gone for now, but there are more to come. We know that by now there will be one or one here and one there from time to time, right? And then all of a sudden there will be 2 or 3, and then we are in deep trouble. So we should really also go for these ships at some point rather quickly. Interesting items that we find out of this monster. So we do have ship's chaplain here for naval power and faith, and also a legendary white peacock for our zoo that we can use for another additional 50 attractiveness. Let's actually get this item then into my harbor area. So I'm just going to drop it off then here. And yeah, another thing that we are doing now is we are completely full on rum in Tristão. And of course, that is really bad. Let's just see, 400 tons there is. I've already assigned a second ship to that. And we're going ahead now and assign another one, Providence, to this trade route there as well on top of it. So it's this one now that's working this trade route there. We do have 17 influence. We can purchase some ships here and there. I did that with 2 clippers from Isabel. And yeah, this one is now on its way too, and as we can see, really full. There it is in all its glory with around, well, 200 tons of rum that they deliver now, and that's pretty important. Now let's get back to Crown Falls. In Crown Falls, I can purchase another clipper. I'm doing that, and we probably are also going to do another heavy warship. One we've lost right now, so I'm going to replace this one immediately. Now, balance-wise, it's not that great at the moment. I'm rather surprised, right? With such a big town, we're not doing so well financially. Let's just have a look at my balances there. As we can see, we're taking in a lot of money, and we are really spending a lot of money on maintenance. That's 38,000, and on royal taxes 28,000. So royal taxes I cannot control. We just have to pay that to the queen. My maintenance, however, at 38,000 is insane. Part of the reason is these fur dealers here, they are consuming 500 each. So that is already 3,000 credits that we pay here without any return yet. And I say yet to that because, yep, I know you've been waiting for it. We are full on our basic materials here. Also, the rum and the fur coats is in. And I should say, let the rum flow. Let there be rum for my people, for the artisans. And let's also get them fur coats. So no longer do they have to live with wool clothing. They will now go for fur coats with cotton fabrics, which is, of course, much softer overall. And just look at that. Perfect. The balance is skyrocketing again. I think it's going to 10,000. It should better go to 10,000 there because it was really expensive and a lot of work getting all that into my city. Also, population is going up there, 35,000. This also pushes our level, as we can see, steadily going up. And I'm hoping that we reach the next level for that juicy influence bonus that we get out of that. That might just be it. Now, we should also then... Oh, there we have it. Plus 12 influence. Perfect. We should also then be able to upgrade these people. And while we wait on that still, let's just check my consumption rates. So we have the Docklands, of course. They're working here with the soap. Soap is fine. These have not upgraded yet, which is very strange. Bread still needs 250 tons of that. And my sewing machine still needs 500 tons. So quite a lot there before I can upgrade that. They should be fine on the pig hats, and on the grain we are full, and on the clay we are full too, which is the good thing because of course that allows us to have more brick factories. Let's go ahead. Where do I have my brick factories? We do have quite a lot up there. We have them, and they're working in this warehouse. So let's go ahead and build us another one out here, right? Oh, and this one is pretty important. We of course want to purchase these shares then from time to time. My ships are doing fine for now. They're just stuck there. There we have the peacock now. I can actually keep... Nah, let's just unload them anyway. And I might wait for another big clipper that's coming there. Another thing that I want to do is I want to send a ship, a small ship, or we just purchased one in the old world. So actually, let's go to the old world real quick. This is totally enemy territory, right? Bente, Princess Ching, and especially Hugo Mercier are completely dominating here. For that, I would like to have a quick look at my diplomacy. So with Hugo Mercier, we're still pushing. I'm not going for the gifting there. It's too expensive. 90,000. We only have 1 million there right now. Non-aggression pact, we could go with that. Perfect. That's another 10 influence, right? So we're pretty high with him now. Princess Ching, yeah, we're still military-wise too weak. So she doesn't even look at us. There's no chance for ceasefire. Bente, ceasefire. Nope. No can do. Very likely the flattering was, and it's 0. no chance really to get with them on any diplomatic terms. I want to try, but it's hard. Now the actual reason why I'm in the new world here, in the old world here right now, is Eli. Eli has this very special item from time to time that allows us to completely get rid of the basic artisanal kitchen production for our canned food. And I want to get this. So it's a cook, and he has that in store from time to time. I'm a bit cautious with how quickly they can destroy my ships. Let's have a look. Let's purchase a clipper here. Right, so that's rather cheap. Let's send it into Hugo Mercia's territory. Because look at that, of course, Bente and Princess Jing, they're basically here, they're major ships. Alright, there was an attack, but nothing really hard. And I'm going to send this poor clipper here, Independence, into Hugo Mercia's territory. So down there. And then we push past these towers there. That's going to be tricky.
On our way.
Right, so that we're not getting into that. Then we are pushing over here. And then to Eli. And I'm hoping that we can find an item before that ship is getting sunk. It's going to be interesting how they're chasing down that clipper. I hope they are not seeing it. Because I want that item. And we just have to try. Perfect. So while this is on the way, let's get back to Crown Falls. That was a little preparation there. In Crown Falls, yes, we are full. That means I can finally upgrade my artisans. And let's go ahead and do this. With those first people here now becoming engineers.
You reach a new milestone.
And thus the city status has changed to capital. It's now our capital city. Beautiful engineer buildings. And there was a little stuttering. Why? Because a lot of things have just been unlocked. And we'll just wait on that. The tourism season has started. We're not doing that right now. I would like to continue with a bit more upgrading. Also, I think we have, yep, the tourists there. We should be unlocking now the Arctic then as well. Let's upgrade those people here and perhaps a few more here in the harbor area, right? So that at least this major road is now full of engineers and perhaps also here a few of them. And then we're actually out of timber. That is a surprise. Age of Science and Wonder has started. Hello, juicy engineers. With that we unlock the glasses, the coffee, the light bulbs and electricity. Also, they want some penny file things and pocket watches and the bank above all. And New Hope for Lost Expedition, there it is as well, the Arctic. So we could now make an expedition to the Arctic region if we want that. Right now, I don't think we need to.
The Admiralty haven't done much about his rescue, but fortunately I have.
Now with the engineers, a couple of things changed for us. First of all, we do have a new building material, the reinforced concrete. And oh boy, we're going to need a lot of that for all the monuments and stuff. So let's go ahead. For the reinforced concrete, we do need more steel above all. And also these limestone deposits that I've been reserving for now. By the way, this one here urgently needs an upgrade. By the looks of it, let's upgrade it once more. And then let's go ahead, as we can see, steel and limestone we do need for the concrete factories. Let's go ahead and have the first one, 30 seconds they produce. Let's have 2 of them working for now. That's the, oh, we only have 2 on Crown Falls anyway. Boom, perfect. So both of them are now working for us. That also means, of course, that we don't really have room for expansion there other than increasing the working conditions for productivity. I'm also going to need couple more iron deposits. Do we already use all of them? We don't. There is still something. Let's go ahead, have a nice warehouse there. By the way, there's one more, right? Yes. Oh, we still have plenty of room there. Perfect. And let's build them. 2 more. And for the coal, there is still 1 more that I can use. Let's also go ahead and do this. Can I do another one? Sorry, Hugo, no can do at the moment. Where do we have? There is another coal deposit. How very nice that we can use that. And let's just move one of these up there now. And this one can actually stay for now as well. In this industrial zone that we have there. Next up, that means I can have 4 more furnaces. Let's go ahead. We have 3 still available down here. Let's build 3 of them. And I guess I could squeeze 1 more in here. Yes, how very nice. Because that means no further pollution deep into the city. And let's also upgrade this warehouse because it's going to need that additional capacity for the furnaces to work. Very nice. That's a lot of additional steel production coming in. And we're going to need that right away because also with all the upgrading, I think the sewing machines, yep, is at capacity. So we do need a couple more of them. So we are now having 4 more furnaces. That means we can produce 8 more steel per minute right now. And for that, well, let's just check. I think it's 1 per minute consumption. No, it's actually 2 for them. Let's go ahead and build 1 more. That's true. Let's actually build this one here too. Right, so then we're already using half the additional steel that we produce already. We still have 4 more steel per minute right now, and this one here needs 1 minute, but we should probably build 4 of them. We also got the 2 limestone quarries there. Yes, we are paying Sean. We, by the way, have discovered Sean right now, and he's the pirate in the new world. We better stay on good terms with him, because I really don't want to be on war terms with them. By the way, we're also at war with... Yep, with Anne, and she is going with a ceasefire and then also with a peace treaty. And you, Sean, yeah, not looking that great. So let's not do this right now. And then I still need my concrete factories. Now, where should we have them? I guess we are going to have them in this area there, because they're not dirty, as far as I remember. And they're also not very big, right? So we can squeeze them in just nicely somewhere here in this little industrial zone that we have. Let's build us another warehouse there.
Fire is out of control.
Alright, there's a smaller fire then. And then I would like to have 4 of them working for us. So let's have 1 here, 1 here. Ah, yes, very good. We can squeeze this baby in here, and then 1 more along the street. And that's basically it, right? There we have a beautiful big new production now working. Let's actually build all 4 of them that I cannot afford. I do like the steel beams for that. And let's also just check their new rates here. 400 each one of them costs, but we need them, right? We need lots of reinforced concrete, also for some bigger ships then, and especially for our electricity production. Now, with the additional engineers, I will have to look out for more cotton production as well. So let's build us a few more cotton plantations here and here, that we increase that. I will probably also need another ship on that. We have a clipper for sale here. Let's take this one. That's Tethys, and Tethys is also going to be on this cotton fabric trade route. Right, so we got 3 ships for each now, and I'm hoping that... and we're still capped on the rum again. I don't like to see that. Cotton is fine, rum is capped. Let's build us another depot here and 2 more here. And for the rum, I think we are working at full capacity. I'm already boosting them, am I? Yes. I am boosting them, but we have a huge surplus of that. I could... nah, I'm not doing that. But I'm going to build more distilleries. It's insane how much we really need. That's totally correct. It's insane. And I will definitely also need a second fire station here. All these factories working. And then we are also going ahead here with another upgraded warehouse working this area. By the way, we are... with the logs, we're fine. I should probably go ahead and have another lumberjack hut working here. Let's just see. This one... probably somewhere over here. There is another almost 100% that we can squeeze in there. Perfect. Just what we need. And I probably could squeeze in... oh god, my harbor is under attack. Ah, battleships now here as well. Oh god, I hate that.
Attention for the Admiral.
I think this battleship... okay, in Cape Trelawney, these battleships are getting really nasty, right? So there is not that much we can do about them right away. Oh, and it's destroying a cotton clipper that is full capacity. I need to save that cotton there urgently. Alright, so this one is getting attacked now. By the way, yep, we have the warships down here too. Let's just scatter. Suddenly, so, oh yeah, okay, 2 have sunk. We kind of like saved 100 tons there. So this zone needs to go down. Alright, so we do have a bit of a pickle there right now, because I really want to go with ceasefire with Bente, because these heavy warships or these battleships are going to do some real damage to us long-term wise, and like, I really don't want to go down this route. It's going down here. Alright, let's just have a look at the loot there as well. Some special items once again.
Ship under attack.
Steer us forth.
Come on, you can do this. Take the item. There it is. And this one's some bread there, alright. Some special items we got. Now, I do need to reinforce my cities. We do have a tiny bit of influence. I have the last steel beams that I need for that reinforced, or for that concrete production there. And I'm going to use the remaining steel that we have to still upgrade a few more people. Here, and also especially here. We do need more. We need to unlock more. Hopefully new levels there as well, because I do need a bit more influence. Perfect, so that's looking proper. We have the bricks. Let's also go ahead. I know we are under pressure, but still, let's go ahead and just build this. Beautify at least this part of the city there with some paved roads. They're looking much better now with some paved roads here, at least for this district, right? It's just much more civilized to walk on these streets. We cannot afford that much more though, because we still need bricks for something else as well. Now, fantastic looking overall. I really need to push my ships or my military score there somehow. Now, how far are we away? A bit, I should say. Right, so she will definitely not go with us in any kind of measure. Nope, also not in the flattering business. Let's unload the cotton. And by the way, Axum is going to be on this trade route there right away, where we've just lost the ship. And yeah, those ships are nice for a war score, but they're not really doing that much outside of a bit of pushing war score. I do need to protect my cities there a bit more, my islands. Do we still have some weapons here? We don't. Because I can totally see that with the battleships now coming in, we might need to reinforce my city defenses there. So those ships, right, they're going to gather here. While we wait on the other things to happen, let's go ahead and build us 2 more alpaca. Let's make it 3 more alpaca farms and conquerors for my population here in Tristão. And can we still do that for... Yes, we can still do that for the plantain. Let's build 2 more plantain plantations, 2 more kitchens, and also the last fish oil factory, actually it's called, that we have there. And let's boost it by 25% as well, so we don't need to waste any more space on that, even though actually we can easily do that here. Perfect, so let's actually not do this at all. That's fine, so that we have a bit more. This harbor is here looking really busy. Let's move this one. This one we cannot do. Okay, then let's stay here. We probably could also not do this. This one is possible, but then there is no warehouse close by. Alrighty, the trade routes are working, and I've bought another clipper. We are really tight on the influence. I hate it. The influence system kind of like is tricky. There's another heavy battleship coming now, so my fleet needs to prepare. Probably going to lose 1 more ship there. So I really do need to keep that major fleet here in the new world. Whenever I lose one, I can just quickly replace it. How is my clipper in the old world looking, by the way? It's here right now, Dusky Hawk, so at the island, and it's now on its way to Eli, where we might... okay, there's a tricky thing. Should I repurchase these shares or not? Because for each share that we lose, we get 10 influence back, and I could use that to fortify my islands. That might be something. We still have some weapons here. Yes, let's actually go ahead and not purchase those shares for now, because it's not urgent, right? It's not really urgent that we get this one. It's much more urgent that we get a proper defense up there, and the cannon towers work just fine for that. So let's build 2 cannon towers here, and thus also boost my military score. Alright, let's go back to the old world. My clipper is now close. Let's just see if we can do something here. Affect the arsenal. Yeah, there it is. Recipe archivist. Instead of beef, the building processes pigs. Oh no, this is only the artisanal kitchen. This is only a minor step. It's not the big item. Just see if we get something. It's an epic item as far as I know. This cook that we are going to need.
Ship under attack.
Alright, there's the battleship already coming in now. The range of it is insane. Let's just try and take it out. Yes, take all the time you have, really. This one's going down, so let's move it away. So let's try to get it out of its reach. Nah, it's going down. The range is insane of this battleship. There's no way that I can take them out safely. But this one's going down at least. Alright, at least that's something. How, really? They are so strong. Let's just see. No, I cannot do that, Hugo. I need to purchase that share back. And as we can see, yeah, we are a bit under pressure there from a lot of sides right now. Hugo seems friendly. He's not. He wants to take my islands with financial power. Sewing machines is going down here now. The soap is looking really fine. So no problem there, but the sewing machines, that is a problem. Let's build one more. We still should have some reserves left, especially since these furnaces can be boosted. Let's boost them by 25%. At least that is something. And by the way, we don't need to boost the weapons that much anymore. Of course, there's nothing happening here. But perhaps for the bricks, yeah, we can save a bit of that here. A bit better overall. Yeah, and there it is. The Clipper is already under attack by 2 gunships. No chance that we can get away here, right? So we can't outclass 2 gunships. They're just faster. And that's the end of this Clipper here. No item for now. Something else, let's prepare this Clipper here, Ocean Spoon, with lots of weapons and bricks that we're getting to the new world, because what I want to do as well is, wait a second, let's just have this one going then down here. What we want to do is, in the new world, I want to build lots and lots of additional cannons, right? We can't afford it now. I'm going to consume the rest of my influence for that, because the goal should be that we no longer need this fleet here to protect this island, right? If we are protecting our island good enough, I can actually use this whole fleet here to put the enemy under pressure there a bit, which is going to be really important for the future to come. Also boosting my military score, so that's something else in addition there. Right, so the Clipper is on its way now. It's looking otherwise rather good. There's another frigate now coming to Eli, so we might have a go at the cook there again. I'm still going to try to, well, re-roll there a couple of times, and as we can see, this is really expensive. There is an epic item, the occasional one, and that's basically it then again. And there we have another one for the potato farms. No can do. So I need to wait there a bit again for this to cool down. And hopefully this time it's a frigate, Angel Claire, that we have here. So the gunboats should have no chance against this one. And I can keep it in this area for a tiny bit at least to have a chance at that. And we continue here in the next episode. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Crown Falls. Well, we got the first engineers now in our little city, and look at that, the first bicycles are also on the way here now as my population is getting more sophisticated. We actually got some steam cars over there as well. No idea, I'm not producing steam cars yet, but I guess my people are far ahead of me in this case here. They kind of like imported it probably from Bente or one of those snakes. Now let's just check my income that we have here right now, my consumption production rates. Now rum is going down, fur coats is going down, and also pretty important here, the canned food is going down. We need to reinforce that a tiny bit, so let's go ahead and upgrade and build more arsenal kitchens and also more canneries. So 2 more of them should do the trick, hopefully, to do something here. We do have a bit of a visual bug as well that I can't fully comprehend here right now. It's not showing the full extent of our production there for the canned food at the moment, and I'm hoping we can solve this later on. Now with that, I'm also not able to upgrade a few more artisans here because canned food, as we can see, is capped. However, I should be able to upgrade more workers, and we are. We're having still 3,800 workers that are ready for the upgrade. So let's go ahead and do this for a couple of them, especially here in the town center now, right? I do want to upgrade more and more people around the inner circle of the city. There is some range problems here once again with the marketplace. So this one there, that still needs a paved road going down here to those farmers. What's this market there? It could also be very well this market that we might need to push there a bit, right? So that those guys here, perfect, there it is, can be upgraded, and now they actually have their full well, range there covering that again. So I can upgrade this one, and I can upgrade this one here now too. Very good. And let's continue with a few more upgrades there. Those people here probably will want a school, totally right there. And let's just see where we could squeeze one in. I would like to use it for the whole district. We have one school up there, as we can see. So I do need it for the lower side here as well. And I think I'm going to use it just by the Variety Theater. By the way, we have the Harvest Festival right now. How very fitting, it's October. Harvest Festival, there it is, the procession. Going to the theater, having some fun in there. And I just love all the daily lives that are happening in the city all the time. This guy here seems to be fishing. I think he was fishing for coin right here while the procession goes by. And yes, of course, that's the real business out there then. My clippers are under pressure once more by those heavy warships. Let's just try and get my heavy warships a bit more to the inner side of this channel there, because we can help my trade routes then a bit easier, right? Now, that is fine. We do have the space now for the school. So I can finally build my school in this district too. And we probably will need to boost its range a bit with paved roads to the outer sides of this district. Because I definitely want to upgrade all of these people here now to artisans. And that should be possible. And as far as I can see, it is possible for the most part. Right, meanwhile, my ships have arrived here and can protect that clipper that is already almost down. Let's just take down that heavy warship there. Yeah, and it's trying fire, of course. That last volley was absolutely necessary, Princess Jing. Absolutely. And we've lost that trader. There's lots of rum now here that I definitely need to take care of. So, yeah, unfortunately, my heavy warships will need to take... And it was my clipper Cloudburst. I loved that name. Absolutely fantastic name. Damn. Alright, we need to build... Let's build 2 more clippers because I'm expecting more to lose down the road. A bit of my mistake, of course, but I'd rather have those ships in the harbor area to defend my harbors. There is a bit of rum, right? You're not getting all the rum back again that you lost. So that rum will need to be transported now to Crown Falls manually. And those ships are definitely going to stay here now for further protection. And I think we still have... There's this trader. Yeah, they will have to come back. Because if there's a battleship coming, then those ships will not be enough. Alright, fine so far. Can we upgrade? We should be able. There it is. Perfect. Let's upgrade some people to artisans. Lots of them. We can afford it. And those guys here, I think, still need a range for the school. So let's just try to get this one. By upgrading those tiny entrances. And we also have a school somewhere over here. Is that right? Isn't there a school over there somewhere? There it is. So we could also try to reach these houses by that school. Either way, it has to be possible. There it is. Perfect. They have now full coverage. Except for this tiny one here. Oh, come on. We should be able to reach that. Let's try it here. Where's the school? There it is. That should be possible, really. There it is. Perfect. Also, this block here has now full school coverage, and we can fully upgrade it then once we have enough bricks in again, of course. Now 20,000 on the balance, very good, and that is with little propaganda towards income. I like to see that. There's a bit more rum now. Let's put it in. We should actually be having some rum there. Yes, we are actually pretty well off with it. Let's send the warships back down again, where there's already another attack coming in. Princess Ching, she's trying to take down this ship of the line now that is already being damaged a bit. Alright, fine. Let's check the old world there again. I don't have a ship at the moment. Now we have one, the Clipper. So it doesn't matter. We lost the frigate there, of course, because quite a lot of warships were attacking. So I'm going to... First of all, going with a more direct approach now. And we just have to be very quick, right? I'm just going to try this in the background. Those ships are really cheap. And they just rush towards it. I'm not building ships for finding items here at Eli directly. Let's try to re-roll. I think it has resetted there a couple of times. Chef Michel, where are you? It's really going to take a while to find him, I guess. It's not something that's happening too quickly. This is unfortunately no items here. Alright, and then it's getting a bit too expensive again. I don't want to waste too much time there and too much money as well. We have a frigate there, Nelly. I'm going to destroy her. Sorry, Nelly. Off you go. I rather save the influence. Frigates are totally useless by now. And I definitely do want to know where my Clipper is that is on the way with the building materials. There it is right now. Ocean's Boom, so really close. Those ships are together again. There's already another warship coming. So this is now going to be ongoing business here for us as well. We need to protect those Clippers that are basically going back and forth here. And also I'm building more clippers. We are having another one coming out soon because we lost one for the rum. Right, I have to actually put away my main fleet here in the old world, in the western frontier, because there is a battleship attacking them and, yeah, also destroying them. Now, 2 things are very important about that battleship to know. 3 things, actually. Their damage is insane, their range is insane, and their speed is insane. They're just totally overpowered. It's a bit of a problem there from the military mod that we have, and this single ship here could take down all the ships that I have right now, and it's doing that. It's also taking down my Lone Star Royal Galleon there. In the process, and we really can't do anything about that. So that's why it's really important that we get some proper defense up here. There is my ship now for that. Let's use that, and let's build some proper cannons there. Harbor defense, right? So we can have a couple of them here still. That's also going to boost my military score conveniently. Right, so that was a few, and we are only limited really by the bricks that we have right now. So I would still like to go ahead and build a few more. And if you think that's that's enough, it's not really. Try to have another full block then here in the area for all of the battleships, right? So this one here, look at that. This battleship there is now attacking my harbor, and it could really take down all of these cannons, no problem. It's insane how powerful they are, and it's also a bit tedious, to be honest, but we will still have to manage and work with that. The problem with the battleships is they're available to the AI through pure cheating. It's not possible really to get this one yet, because you need 10,000 investors to build it. And it's the exact problem. We are far, 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 far away from it. Right, so the only way of countering that is by boosting our military score with harbor defenses, and then also trying to achieve ceasefire with Bente. I might need to take down an island of Bente in the process, and that I could do with financial power. Alright. I really need to take this one down. We are being under attack right now by that harbor there as well. Yeah, it's not going down, as you can see. Okay, there it's down. And it did a lot of damage. I think we lost... No, we did not lose the Royal Galleon. I've lost 2 more clippers, though. Right, so those ones here. Insane, because I can't do anything about it. One battleship is just taking down and disrupting all my trade routes. Let's assign them again. So I do have the Ocean Spoon now available to that. And for the rum, I do have the Puerco Invicto for that. And I'm probably also putting the Pelican right on this trade route there as well. Let's check the old world there. Do I have a ship here? I don't. We probably lost the ship on the way again. And we might just check if we can take an island, right, of Bente. This is very expensive. This would be 2.7 million. It's important that we get on par with Bente there when it comes to the military score. Now, a very nice idea would be to get an island in the New World, because those islands are rather cheap. As we can see, 600,000 is fine, and this island here is totally boosted by all these towers, so this would make it even between us. Problem is, once again, 10 influence for each share is insane, and nothing that we can afford just lightly. I was looking here with my clay production. I am going ahead and having this one up here now working too. Right, it's consuming the last of my influence. And yes, we are also going to sell this share here to the queen. So we are having no shares now in Reverend Shelter. It's fine, because it gives me 48 influence, and we're going to need that to start purchasing shares of this island here. I'm going to do this now because we want to take it over. Not really because we want to sell on it, but just because we want to destroy those defenses there. Something else that I could do, I could try to go to alliance with Hugo, right? Hugo is extremely powerful, and getting alliance with him would really boost us there a bit, because he would be at war with Bente there as well. I don't think they are at war right now. No, Bente is really at war with us, and Princess Ching as well. Okay, meanwhile, I should really upgrade more people to engineers, so we can do that with those artisans and those guys here, consuming basically everything else that we still had left there, and probably here and here. Right, that's the last ones. We have unlocked a few more buildings in the process, and we are pushing towards level 50 now. And also, with that kind of defense, I think we are a bit safer now here in the New World, and we could push now for a bit of a destruction our way. I'm tempted actually to move them to Cape Trelawney now, because we have more battleships over there. Now, since soap is so valuable now for the grain, I think it is also safe to completely now get rid of some of, or not completely, but get largely rid of some of those grain farms here again. Let's get rid of those guys. That's saving us a lot of farmer workforce there as well. And that allows us to upgrade more farmers instead. And look at the space that we're making possible here. The same goes with the pig farms. Let's also get rid of another row. I don't want to get rid of all of them at once, because I think a gradual reduction is better than an instant reduction and then being shocked that we basically have nothing in storage anymore. Let's also get rid of that. Perfect. And this allows us here now to have a full new district. I will already need a warehouse, a marketplace here, since I think the last one is down here. Yep. So I could push one here, and then right next to that, the occasional pub again. Very good. Let's go ahead, have us a nice little block around that, and then basically some more houses now. This one is looking a bit nasty there. Let's get rid of that and use the road here. That's better, because then we can build basically another block. Here, there's going to be a church or something like that, I guess. And then let's just use those blocks here that we have. Just push them. Oh, wait a second. There is my industrial zone then. I will need to be careful where I build here. Right, so I wanted to have my next industrial district there. Probably, yep, let's just have more houses than here. And yes, there we border it, and I've actually moved the marketplace now into this area so we can use more buildings down here. This really should be only reserved for a nice industrial zone then, right? So this whole block there, and there's the train also coming into this block there. In fact, let's do it a bit differently. We don't need that warehouse there anymore. Let's have the wall then here somewhere. It goes towards the mine. And here we do have then a nice little gate, right? Where the, actually, I think it's this one. This gate, perfect. And this, there's the train then going through, and we're going to have another gate for the people here basically. So I guess here, right, so that workers can also commute to the industrial zone then later on, where we're going to need a lot of additional industry now. So for example, the glasses, the spectacle, right, the brass production that we can squeeze in here then. And we need to be very careful where we have then the electricity, because a lot of these buildings are going to use electricity. Now, very good, that's that. Let's actually build the farmers here now, together with the pub and the marketplace. Now, we are also boycotting, kind of like, or we're also blocking the path of the enemy here to Isabel Samento with our warships now that are being stationed in this area, right? Because my Tristão is looking really fine now with all that defense here. And of course, gradually we are building more and more of these cannon towers. Speaking about Tristão, by the way, we've neglected this one a bit. And we could also go into the business in the city building of Tristão a bit more. So I would like to have probably a couple more houses then, a couple more districts then over here as well, where we can squeeze them in. By the way, we should be careful that we have the big avenue. A couple more up there, and then we can still, I think the range is fine. Oh, over here we still have plenty of space as well. And we have this main road that goes kind of like in this direction. Let's just have some normal blocks of houses there as well. And then perhaps these quarter blocks that we have, and then some single blocks here at the end of this one. After all, this is a New World Island and a New World City, and they should also look a bit more messier than what I'm doing here right now, or what I've done so far. Lots of additional people. This is definitely going to increase consumption rates for the plantain and the ponchos, but they're still looking fine. So I can, of course, also go ahead and have a few more buildings then in this area, where we basically do have the marketplace rather close by. Perfect. This is becoming really big, and we probably, yep, can also upgrade a few more of them to obreros right away, since we really do need that workforce. Those guys here, oh, that's the market, right? We do have some bricks. I might do this once here from this market there, going to those buildings there, because we really do need those buildings being obreros as well. It's looking good now. Perfect. So all of them have the market coverage. And perfect, now they want to level up as well. I think we still need to wait for them here a bit. What a beautiful town this is going to be, really. Especially then with some brick roads there as well. You can't really see that until you have the brick roads. Let's upgrade a couple more here. There's also a festival here, the town carnival right now. It's festival season, it seems. People are really happy. So these festivals also provide some bonuses there. Peaceful celebration. And this one is in fact public mooring, increased visits by 100%. We do have tourism, by the way, in the New World as well, that I really want to focus on later on. Many of our comrades are still fighting against La Corona, but their supplies are running low and hunger is starting to wear. So we do need to provide them something, 14 tons of fried plantains. Now we should be able to do that. There it is. And we do get some steel modes. Affects brick factories and concrete factories, 35% increased productivity. Actually, that's not so bad. Is it the steel? Did I just read steel? No, concrete factory. Alright. In Crown Falls, meanwhile, I'm going to exploit now the last steel iron mine that we have. So over there, this one there. That's the last one. And I think for coal, we are also using now all of them, right? 8. No, there should still be one available somewhere that we haven't used yet. There it is. Perfect. A bit further outside. Does cost additional timber with that new bridge that we have to build here, but that's fine. Otherwise, there's, what is that? Zinc and copper we still have available then on the island itself. Let's go ahead and have the last coal mine here too. So that's 2 more of them, or 1 more for each. That means I can now have 2 more furnaces still working for us, since we still need more steel. Let's actually build 4 furnaces and the warehouse there. All the furnaces are fully working now. And for the iron mines, did we actually push this already? We did not. In fact, for the iron, I could probably, boost it by 50%. And for the coal, I can also boost it by 50%. In return, I'm going to completely get rid of... Alright, this is not doing anything. Steel beams, very good. And perhaps the sausages, that's also doing something here. So there we counter that a bit to keep the population happy. For the sausages, I think we're capped anyway. We are capped. And of course, the more people I upgrade to engineers, the less sausage I really need. Alright, that's that. We still have 21 influence left. There hasn't been a battleship in quite some time now. And the trade routes are looking fine too. I think we are reaching a bit of a stable area there right now. There should be... Nope, there's no ship on the way to Eli. How much does an oil tanker cost me? 300,000. I'm not going to do that. I really want that item. That's just the truth of it. If we re-roll, we do have a certain period of time to get here. And my ships, of course, don't last that long here. So I do probably need to find the item first. The last 1% he really doesn't go with. I think we need to do some quests now with him. Let's try to go up there with the pirates in the meantime. It doesn't work, really. Trade rights. For 9,000, I'm in with that. Alliance would be possible now with N. 7,000. Let's go with Alliance. How very nice. I don't think lots of stuff is changing there right now because I think they are on pretty good terms there with her as well. But it does give us a bit of an edge there. We are now allied with the pirate. How very nice. With that, we would unlock now the high-level pirate quests for N. So the quest lines that would lead us to some nice story endings then, and also some special ships. But for now, that's all really I can do here because those quests would be insane to do out there in the deep in the enemy territory. I really just want to get Eli. And since we are able now to purchase ships here directly from N, right, we are a bit quicker to reach this area. A gunboat is really fast. So let's try to reach Eli now with the gunboat. Basically all I can do in the hope of finding us something here. Chef Michel. Going to take us a while. Meanwhile, yes, let's not stop with the upgrading. There we have a full block basically that we can upgrade to engineers. Let's go ahead and do this. As the town is growing, there is a bit more. Yep, level 450 comes in range with that. Let's also have those guys here being upgraded. That's all the bricks that we basically consumed. And as we can see, yep, the canned food, the fur coats, and the sewing machine consumption will increase with that a bit because engineers consume a bit more than the artisans. And the fur coats is now at -1. So I will need to further boost my fur coat production with 2 more than here. And that in return means that I do need to have more cotton fabrics here for sure. Yes, because it's pretty low already as it is. By the way, how's my beef looking? Red pepper and beef is fine, but I might need to reinforce that. As long as I don't find Chef Michel, we will really just have to live with the beef production here in general. And my red pepper. my red pepper farms. Let's go ahead, build those 4 here. And then for the red pepper, just see if we can squeeze them in here. We should be able to. Perfect. And another 2 here. Whereas this one does need additional fields, right? So there we have increased that a bit for my people. It's really important to do this everywhere. In Larsen, I've also got a few more construction materials now to replace or to finally rebuild that cannon tower there. Took us quite some time now too. And in the new world, since we still have a bit of influence left, I would really like to build a few more of them. There is one. Perfect. Also, every one of these is tinily boosting our military score there. And the higher this gets, the higher is the chance that we might reach ceasefire or peace with them at some point. At least I think we need to reach equal. And I'm also trying to achieve that here by purchasing these shares. And also reducing her military score in the process. Stay tuned.